Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Chaco. Lilu the blue water rat Pokémon in front of Zaya called out weakly. This is a Marilu, and its evolved form, Mirillary, will have a resounding name in the future. Dragon Slayer. Mirillary's second characteristic is Hercules, which can directly double its physical attack ability, plus the implicit fairy attribute and dragon killing attribute, hence the name. Marilu usually lives on the water, and its oily tail can be used as a lifebuoy. When you see a small blue ball floating on the water, it is them diving underwater to eat aquatic plants. You can usually see them living near the water flow. The one in front of you was probably attacked from the air by a bird Pokémon while eating, and there is a wound on its small tail. Because it is used to seeing humans, it came up to Zaya and wanted to get free treatment when it saw it. That is, it was in the hunting zone. If it were in the wild, this kind of thing would definitely not happen. Anyway, it was not a serious injury, so Zaya bandaged it casually. After tying a bow on its tail, Zay clapped his hands. Okay, that's it. Marilu moved her tail and felt very comfortable. She was very satisfied with the big bow. Lilu she politely bowed to Zay to express her gratitude, and Marilu disappeared into the forest. Zay stood up from the ground and continued to explore this area. The forest area is the most ecologically complete and largest area. According to statistics, there are nearly 40 kinds of elves living in it. On the high branches, Bobo was standing in rows, tidying up his feathers, while looking at the humans below. The long-tailed monsters kept shuttling in the forest, which scared Zay, because there were hazelnut balls hanging on the branches around them. The body of a hazelnut ball is similar to that of a hazelnut, and the color is mainly grayish dark green, with scales on the body. This kind of elf will explode bang once it is hit. The key is that it lives in groups, and once it explodes, it explodes. The sound caused is like fireworks, but the power is comparable to that of a grenade. Only extremely agile Pokémon like long-tailed monster can ensure that they can shuttle through the gaps between them. In the bushes, small Pokémon such as Otachi, Pikachu, Rattata and Monkey Monster dominate. Zay looked around and saw all the most common Pokémon. Alas, it's a pity that the big Jordant belongs to the park. Zay is still regretting that he didn't catch the big Jordant in time. A familiar little guy came out of the bushes in front of him. Lilu how? Zay looked at Marilu with a bow tied on her tail in front of her and blinked. What else do you want to do? Marilu called a few times into the bushes, but there was no movement. Lilu. Marilu puffed up her mouth, walked into the bushes, and pulled out a small bright yellow Pokémon. It was very small and looked like an egg. There were some red and blue triangular ring patterns on the eggshell. Its hands and feet were also very short. There were 5 thorns on the top of its head, which looked a bit like a crown. TGP, a pinball Pokémon, has a general attribute. Its evolved forms are Togekigu and Togekiss. It is extremely good at aerial combat. Its diet is unknown. Its staple food in the wild is fruit, but it has been seen that TGP raised by humans eat ice cream, which is a symbol of good luck. The moment ZHE saw this elf, this paragraph of introduction popped up in his mind, which is comparable to a human-shaped illustrated book. This is a super rare Pokémon. In terms of the rarity of its number, it is even rarer than the giant Jorant just now. ZHE was a little stunned by this sudden surprise. At present, people have basically not seen many groups of TGP in the wild, let alone Togekigu and Togekiss. Only in extremely remote and secluded places where few people go, it is said that there are groups of them. Chaco TGP puffed his face and shouted to Marilu, "Why did you have to pull me over here?" Lulululu. Marilu shouted to TGP, "Look, does this thing on my tail look good?" Chaco, "It looks good, but I don't have a tail." TGP's short hands were put on his waist to make him look even more angry. Tetsuya came back to his senses. "Little guy, what are you doing?" He had an extremely gentle smile on his face. "Lilu." Marilu pointed at the bow on her tail and gestured to Tetsuya, and then pointed at TGP next to her. Tetsuya's eyes moved to TGP. It shrank as if frightened and completely turned into an egg, with only 2 small black eyeballs still rolling around outside. Tetsuya took out Pokémon food and energy cubes from his backpack. For most Pokémon living here, these 2 items are still very attractive. Of course, the premise is that you must first gain some of their trust and closeness. Pokémon food is the same, and energy cubes are sky blue and grey, corresponding to water and general types respectively. Because the fairy type has not been discovered, energy cubes with special attributes have not been made. Merilao took a few Pokémon food and a blue energy cube from Tetsuya's hand and ate them. Lulu. It's delicious. Merilao ate while urging to GP to hurry up and stop shrinking. Tetsuya carefully handed the food to the egg-shaped GP, trying to make his smile look more natural. Chaco GP felt the mood of the human in front of him, as if he was very happy and gentle, and there was nothing wrong with him. So his little hands and feet emerged from the eggshell little by little, and looked at Tetsuya timidly. He tried to stretch his hand a little more, and GP subconsciously stepped back half a step, then felt that it was not good, and blushed and quickly took the food from Tetsuya's hand. Tetsuya was quite frustrated when he saw GP's initial reaction, but the behavior that followed made him happy again. He naturally wanted to subdue GP, which is a very good Pokémon. The final form, Togekiss, evolved from the second form of Togekido using the Light Stone, and can learn a very wide range of attack and transformation techniques, as well as a variety of flying and wind-based moves. In the wild, with Pidgeot, it can be said that the sky will be completely dominated by the 2 of them. However, there are still doubts about the evolution method of Pokémon, and researchers have not yet proposed a clear concept of intimacy evolution. However, some scholars headed by Professor Oak have proposed the evolution method of Pokémon such as Poképig and Pokading, which relies more on the bond between Pokémon and trainers, or the energy of happiness. As a time traveler, ZHE has naturally heard of the method of intimacy evolution. In addition, Poképig is a Pokémon that Zyarksha often holds in her arms, so he is not unfamiliar with it. So now he has roughly an idea for Poképig evolution. If possible, he also needs to get a soothing bell. That thing seems to have the ability to increase intimacy. Now it seems that it can only soothe Pokémon, and the price is not high. ZHE thought. If his capital is not enough, he can make some money in the future by hoarding some soothing bells. Chaco Poképig called weakly, and the tone was exactly the same as Merilao at the beginning. Tetsuya came back to his senses. It was just his beautiful fantasy. The first thing was to see if GP was willing to go with him. No tail. It's okay without a tail. I'll tie a bow for you. He understood GP's words and said with a smile. Then he went back to the monitoring room of the hunting zone. When the supervisor saw Tetsuya meet GP, his eyes went black and he fainted. Bang! His body fell to the ground. The surrounding employees looked at their former supervisor with sympathy and moved him aside out of kindness. Yes, they have confirmed that this supervisor is definitely going to leave. If the matter just now can still be saved, this GP is the last straw that broke the camel's back. Director Baoba didn't even look at the supervisor this time. At the beginning, the supervisor didn't find the giant jaw ant. Although he was responsible, he had worked for so many years. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he had worked hard. It was nothing. At most, he would be held accountable. Later, the person sent was discovered by Tetsuya, which was very serious. Because the former will not damage the reputation, but will only affect part of the revenue, and even if it is publicized, it can attract more people, but the latter will cause extremely serious reputational damage. If this matter ends here, it can be compensated later, but it is nothing more than a bit miserable. After all, ZHE is also one of them, so he can make up for it to some extent. But within a day, or even within a few hours, a rarer Pokémon appeared, which is really the dereliction of duty of the supervisor. Pokémon's living habits are not as difficult to find as the giant jaw ant, and judging from the appearance of it in that Merilao, it must have lived in this area for a long time. Pokémon, a spirit that symbolizes good luck. Director Baoba muttered to himself, then signaled everyone not to go out, walked out of the monitoring room, and made a phone call. Aju, ask you a question. Okay, little guy, how about you take a look? ZHE also clapped his hands confidently, took out a mirror, and placed it in front of Pokémon. Pokémon was startled when he saw himself appearing in the transparent thing in front of him. Then, the clever creature quickly discovered that it was its own shadow, curiously poked the icy mirror, and chuckled. Chaco, after admiring himself conceitedly, Pocopi turned around and showed off to Marilau. I saw that Zay had put a pink bow on its crown-like head, which was brighter than Marilau's. Lulu. Marilau took a look, and I was not envious. The two little ones started playing around Zay. In conjunction with the peaceful environment, Zay couldn't help but sit on the ground and start playing with them, and the two elves played more vigorously. Thanks to Legend Dust for the 2000 starting coins. Thanks to Ziyu for the 150 starting coins. Thanks to Bookfriend 202009181948425555 for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 152. However, how did this GP survive here? You know, most of the Pokémon in the hunting zone were transported in when they were eggs, and then formed groups little by little. Single Pokémon rarely appear. The big Jordant just now was enough to surprise him, but it was not impossible to explain. After all, the eggs of the big Jordant were relatively not so obvious to identify. It might be that the staff made a mistake and simply kept it here after discovering it, waiting for people to come and claim it. You know, most of the dragon type Pokémon have been reserved by trainers long ago. As for not discovering it, they didn't think about it in that direction at all at the time. The staff in the hunting zone couldn't be so useless. But now the appearance of this GP made him start to wonder. It couldn't be that he encountered two Pokémon in a row and he hadn't heard anyone mention it. Or are they just so useless? Zay's mind was surging. After playing with the two Pokémon for more than an hour, Zay's perception did not show anyone again. He breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that it was not raised by the zoo, and it was really missed this time. Then, he cast his eyes onto GP, who was already playing with Marilau on his lap. Little guy, how did you get here? Zay lowered his head and asked. Chaco-ee. To GP, who was playing, was stunned for a moment, pondered for a while, and began to explain to Zay. Originally, it lived in an unknown forest in the wild, where there were many of its kind, including Togekigu and Togekiss. Their tribe was the undisputed overlord of the area, and no one dared to disturb them. But for some reason, it suddenly came here while sleeping. It was sleeping so soundly at that time, that it didn't know what happened. It was obviously impossible for an elf to come to their tribe, let alone take it away. Lilu Marilau explained. Yes, it saw GP on the way back to the nest after dinner. At that time, GP was curled up and still sleeping. It had never seen GP before, and curiously came up to it to find a new friend to play with. GP didn't wake up, after being pushed several times. Later, when it and several other friends in its tribe came to find GP woke up. Suddenly appeared here. Zay touched his chin and felt something was wrong. Judging from GP's description, the strength of their tribe must be extremely strong. Because the more remote the place, the more powerful elves there are, and they will subconsciously stay away from cities where humans gather. This is very strange. As for Marilau's explanation, it is of no help. GP is very dead when sleeping. It is said that it is because it is extremely happy when sleeping. It will only wake up when it is close to people and elves, or when it feels happy. Marilau said that it woke up when she went to find GP with her friends, so it is probably the latter. They suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face was a little uncertain. Chaco? GP made a worried sound. You seem a little strange. Are you okay? Zay patted its head. It's okay, little guy. Hesitated for a while, and asked simply, then do you want to find your tribe? Both elves understood what he meant. Lilu. Lilu. Marilau called out before GP, who was hesitating, could reply. Unexpectedly, she really wanted GP to go out. Tetsuya thought she wanted GP to stay and play with her. Marilau said that she knew how happy it was to play with her friends in her tribe, and GP must want to go back. GP heard Marilau's words, but she was still hesitant. To be honest, going home is very tempting, but she has been very happy with Marilau for the past 10 days, and Marilau would be unhappy without her. Merilao's face showed a humane and incredible expression when she heard this. Lilu, you think too much. I still have many friends. I won't be unhappy. After saying that, she jumped off Tetsua's legs and ran into the bushes, not giving Tajibi a chance to speak again. Chako Tajibi couldn't believe it. How could you run away just like that? He looked at Tetsua hesitantly and then looked at the direction where his friend Merilao disappeared. Let's go look for her. Tetsua touched her head. Tajibi nodded her head vigorously, although it was hard to see the extent of the nod, but the next second her body jumped directly into the bushes. She disappeared for less than a few seconds. Lilu. In the same place, the blue Merilao angrily pushed Tajibi's body out of the bushes and came to Tetsua's side. She pointed at the man and the elf with her hands and tail at the same time, with murderous intent in her eyes. You understand? Got it. The man and the elf nodded obediently, worthy of being the pre-form of the dragon slayer, full of momentum. Merilao nodded with satisfaction, which was really worrying. She told Tajibi a few words and left. Looking at Merilao's disappearing figure, Tetsuya took out a hunting ball. Then, little guy? Tajibi looked at Tetsuya, then at the hunting ball, and this time without hesitation, he directly clicked the white button in the middle. A red light flashed, and Tajibi was taken in. Tajibi Gaik the surrounding Pokémons were celebrating as they watched this scene. As long as every trainer who came to the hunting zone captured a Pokémon, they were very happy, which meant that each person and Pokémon had found their ideal partner. Although they were not overly familiar with Tajibi, they still celebrated for it. If possible, they also hoped that they could find a like-minded trainer. Tetsuya released Tajibi again and held it in his arms. Tajibi waved to the Pokémons around him and said, "Goodbye, little friend. Pippo, I won't dig out your nest next time. Gollum, I won't pluck your fur while you sleep next time." Soon, Tetsuya and his figure disappeared in the forest. Merilao walked out of the bushes, looked at the direction they left and sighed. Tajibi, there was a murderosaur behind them. Were you the one who taught that little guy to dig out nests and pluck fur? The angry Pippo and Gollum stared at Merilao. Lilu. Merilao screamed and ran away quickly. I didn't. Don't come looking for me. It was that Tajibi who taught me that. The forest returned to its former bustle. At this time, Zhe was also on his way back, completely unaware of the situation. He didn't think about continuing to capture a second Pokémon. Now he believes that quality is more important than quantity. He can't take care of too many Pokémon. It's just right that he can go back in time for lunch. Tajibi looked at the rocky sand area and the grassland area curiously. This was the first time it had left the river and the forest. Previous experience told it not to explore casually, as it was very dangerous outside. But looking at the look of its trainer, it seemed that it didn't care much. Tajibi shrunk itself into an egg and observed the world through its black eyes. At this time, the staff in the hunting area also began to get busy. Director Baoba was directing. You, hang something there. You, continue to post propaganda on the forum. You, lay the carpet. The trainers who were still queuing at the door looked at this scene curiously, wondering what was going on. Several elderly locals thought thoughtfully, Director Baoba, has someone captured a rare Pokémon again? I've never seen you make such a big show before. Baoba was also familiar with these people. Yes, but it's more exaggerated than before. You'll know in a moment. He replied simply. The people around understood what they were talking about after hearing them. They stopped their steps to enter with interest and stared at the door, where someone was about to come out. Director, we'll be there soon. An employee using a telescope shouted. Okay, all departments get ready. Director Baoba ordered. Not long after, the door opened automatically. Bang, 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 colorful fireworks and cannons spread out. Congratulations to the trainer for capturing a rare Pokémon. The ribbons fluttered in the air and landed on Tetsuya and Tajibi. Tetsuya stared blankly at the scene in front of him. What the hell was this? Not to mention Tajibi, who was shocked, and his body, which had just been exposed, shrank back again. What is this thing? It's so scary. That's Tajibi. Is there such a Pokémon in the hunting zone? A trainer saw Tajibi and Tetsuya's arms and shouted. The people around were in an uproar. Suddenly, I want to enter the hunting zone. I want to go too. Admin. Many trainers crowded at the front desk. Everyone was familiar with Togekiss. Although it was very difficult to evolve, it was very powerful. What was even more difficult was to find its location. The trainer who came out was holding TGP in his hand. Didn't that mean he had completed the most difficult part? The trainers who had completed the registration were secretly glad. They didn't continue to celebrate in the park, but ran directly into the hunting area. They couldn't snatch the elves that others had captured, but it was still no problem to go in and find them. Who could guarantee that they would not be the next lucky one? ZHE also looked at their crazy looks. Fortunately, if it weren't for the hunting area's rules, that the habitat of the elves could not be revealed, he would have been entangled long ago. Several middle-aged wealthy men dressed as gentlemen were ready to step forward. Buying and selling was not allowed, but exchanging elves was a symbol of friendship between trainers. Since they were friends, it was normal to provide some financial support. However, before they had walked a few steps, they were stopped by the staff of the park. Just when they were about to get angry, the staff said something to them. They shook their heads and went to the front desk to register helplessly. Well, Tetsuya Tamaki, I'll call you Tetsuya. It just so happens that I know both Professor Oak and Master C. Let's go talk. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes at the slowpoke in front of him. Okay, Director Bayoba. 3 sentences, no need to speculate in stocks, I will make you bankrupt. I'll see if I can add more chapters tomorrow. By the way, I'm asking for a monthly ticket, there is only 1 week left in July. Chapter 153 Compensation. In the reception room of the hunting zone. At this time, the front desk of the hunting zone outside has begun to get busy. Many local residents of the light red city have heard about this and come here. Most of them usually don't use up their entry times, and even use them only once or twice, because there is no need. Many people are like Kaku and Iga, who only raise one Pokémon as their partner. Part of it is because they are not interested in this, and part of it is because they think that the cost of a real trainer is too high. The rest is unknown. Every time a rare Pokémon appears, it will cause such a trend, especially this time. If the traces of precious Pokémon are really found, although there are regulations that cannot be disclosed, people are alive, and those who understand will understand. Director Bayoba made 2 cups of tea and sat face to face with Tetsuya. You are the one who is handsome and talented. You are worthy of being the junior brother of Master AC. You are really talented as a trainer. Even Aju often mentions you. Just after taking a few sips of tea, Director Bayoba began to praise Tetsuya. Tetsuya was completely confused. What was he trying to do? It was really incongruous to hear such a blunt compliment coming from the well-mannered Director Bayoba. You have to know that Director Bayoba's own ability as a trainer is not that strong. A big part of the reason why he is the director of the hunting zone is because he has a wide network of contacts. Especially with the Crimson Gym, Aju can be said to have grown up under the care of Director Bayoba. Looking at Tetsuya's undisguised look of disbelief, Director Bayoba was also a little embarrassed and coughed. Ahem. Let's be direct and get to the point. Tetsuya put down his teacup and nodded silently. Although he didn't know what the point was, his intuition told him that it seemed to be something beneficial to him. It's like this. Guardian Team 1 was sent out by our former supervisor to disturb your capture of the giant Jorant. We are very sorry. This mistake was caused by our park. We did not find the giant Jorant in time. On behalf of the hunting zone park, I hope you will not tell this matter. As compensation, we are willing to return the giant Jorant to you, and I will also give you a fossil from my collection, a top quality one, if you don't mind. Director Bayoba was helpless. It was not because he felt sorry for the giant Jorant and the fossil, but this matter really had a great impact on his life's hard work, the hunting zone. If others knew that the hunting zone secretly prevented trainers from entering from capturing Pokémon, who would come here again, even if their original intention was not to do so, since they were discovered by Zaire and approached secretly, it became true. Now Director Bayoba regretted one thing, not letting Guardian Team 1 appear in the open to explain the situation clearly. At first, he was also trying to save face, but now his inner strength is gone. Zaire blinked and reacted quickly. So it's really your staff who are useless, and didn't find this giant Jorant. Although he rubbed his temples with a serious expression on his face, Zay was almost laughing, like crazy in his heart. HMPH. He still couldn't help it. Ahem. I need to think about it. Fortunately, he quickly pretended to be choked by drinking water, and said it back. But looking at the slightly twitching corners of Director Bayo's mouth, it can be seen that he didn't succeed. Of course, you have plenty of time to think about it. By the way, congratulations on taming this to GP. Director Bayo said with a smile. Haha, I think I'm lucky too. They raised the to GP in his arms. This action seemed to stab Director Bayo's heart again. Yeah, you're really lucky. But thinking of the files he had read, and the more detailed information he got by asking Aju, Director Bayo chose to hold back. The reception room fell into silence for a while. Zay was thinking about one thing, whether he really needed a desert dragonfly now, or whether he could afford to keep it. The latter is of course a no. If it was okay at the beginning, with the little baby in his arms, he would definitely not be able to raise it. Don't forget, he also has a vine snake. If it weren't for his really good luck this time, he didn't plan to start cultivating the 5th elf of the main team now. As for the former, the desert dragonfly is indeed a very good elf, and it can also produce a 1+1 greater than 2 linkage effect with the future giant rock monster. However, it is not that there is no high level elf to replace it, or in other words, that elf is the elf that Zay wants to link with the giant rock monster, the tyrant of the desert, Bangara. How about this, Director Bayoba? Zay spoke. Director Bayoba looked at Zay. He really hoped that Zay would accept his suggestion. I don't really accept your suggestion. But unfortunately, Zay's next sentence dealt him a heavy blow. Before Director Bayoba asked why, Zay continued, my idea is that I don't want the big jaw ant, but in exchange, I need 6 soothing bells, a light stone with a quality of more than 95, and 20 million cash compensation. What do you think? Director Bayoba became happier and happier as he listened. The idea that Zay wanted to continue to ask for a high price suddenly disappeared. This kid is a good person. Although in terms of value, all the items Zay proposed are more expensive than the young big jaw ants, but the value of many things cannot be measured by money. The big jaw ant alone is precious enough, but for most people, especially those with a close network like Director Bayoba, the value of the big jaw ant is far more than the amount of alliance coins it represents. Great, I think, if this is possible, it would be great. Director Bayoba agreed so readily that Zay regretted for a moment whether the things he proposed were a little too little. Otherwise, add a certificate of the king, leftovers, or sharp teeth. Forget it. Hey, ZHE also sighed secretly. His vision is still small. I should have thought bigger. 2000 W alliance coins have been transferred to your card. As Director Bayoba operated, Zay's watch soon received a reminder sound. Ding. Is this the charm of the rich? It's only been 2 minutes. Love it. Director Bayoba's face remained unchanged. For an alliance organization, and the only organization in a region, this amount of money is not even a drop in the bucket. Even for him alone, it's just a small amount. Besides, the park and he don't need to pay for this money. At this time, a former hunting zone supervisor named G was crying. That was his life savings. Director Bayoba continued, as for the soothing bells and the quality 95 light stones, it will take some time. We can give you 3 soothing bells for the time being, and send the remaining 3 with the evolution stone to the Oak Research Institute. How about it? TSK, rich and powerful, they secretly despised. Although the soothing bell does not have any special effects, before the concept of intimacy was proposed, the simple effect of soothing elves alone can attract the love of many noble ladies. For raising elves such as Pichu, this is an indispensable item, so the market price is not low. There are 3 of them here. Let's talk about the evolution stone of quality 95. Although they said at the beginning that it was a light stone of quality above 95, it is obvious that neither of them took it seriously. The dividing line of the quality of evolution stone is at 95. From then on, every point higher, the value is not just a little more. Because this is related to the change of the elf's qualifications, the higher the quality of the evolution stone, the higher the degree of change, and the probability of success. According to the information given to Zabinabijim at the beginning, this is one of the ways to change the qualifications using the evolution stone of the corresponding attribute when evolving. The principle is that according to research, elves will have certain potential changes when they evolve. However, most of the energy absorbed by the elves in the process of evolution is used to transform their bodies and change to the next stage, and only a very small part of the energy improves the potential. Therefore, the change in potential is extremely small. If there is no external interference, even if it evolves twice, it cannot improve its qualifications. At present, there have been only about a dozen cases where the qualifications of elves have exceeded the original limit after evolution, excluding many results caused by inaccurate testing. Compared with the countless number of elves in the Alliance, you can imagine how small this probability is. So some people studied that, if the energy of the transformation isn't sufficient, then adding the energy of the same source will not work. What is the energy of the same source? The first thing that everyone thought of when proposing this idea was the evolution stone. The evolution stone contains the purest attribute energy, which can adapt to all elves of the corresponding system. Isn't this okay? Everyone was overjoyed. Although this thing is rare, there are still veins. Even according to Dr. Roke and Dr. Yamanashi, ZHE also knew that there were 3 special evolution stones in the Alliance that would not disappear. That is, the energy in them would automatically recover, almost forever. However, with the joint efforts of the Alliance and various researchers, everyone was soon poured with a basin of cold water. Because only when the evolution stone with quality above 95 is put into the white light of the elf evolution, there is a certain probability that the qualification of the elf will be improved. In other words, the evolution stone with quality less than 90 has no possibility of improvement. The probability of the evolution stone of the 5 levels from 90 to 94 is about less than 1,000th. Only the evolution stone with quality above 95 has a probability greater than 10%. ZHE didn't know how this data was obtained, but if you think about it, you will know that the cost must be an astronomical figure. He was just glad that the firestone he had at the beginning was only 89 points, which was stuck at the maximum profit line. Otherwise, many people, including him at that time, didn't know that the evolution stone with more than 90 points was relatively valuable, and they might have sold it at a low price. This is the profit brought by the information gap. As for investing 2 evolution stones, forget it. Some of what Director Bayoba said is a bit strange, because it was not translated inverted. It originated from the translation of gold/silver. He originally spoke in some kinky dialect. My Japanese is not very good, and it doesn't feel right when translated into Chinese, so I just adopted this method. To put it simply, the attributive modifier and adverbial modifier in Japanese are often placed after the modified word, so the direct translation into Chinese becomes strange. The normal translations are all converted through word order, which is the so-called inversion method. If it is not converted, it will be similar to the strange word order in the text. You can understand it as a habit of speaking. Thanks to the handsome man, who wishes to remain anonymous for the 115 starting coins. Thanks to the name Fetty for the 1500 starting coins. Thanks to the name Fetty for the 2000 starting coins for the character Flame Chicken. Thanks to the director I Let Grey Wolf Eat a Sheep for the 200 starting coins. Thanks to Ziyang for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to King Mingyu Z for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to Suming for the 300 starting coins. Thanks to Jumunganda_Chen for the 1500 starting coins. The profit can be used with a knife. I remember someone said it in the comments. Chapter 154 is missing. Make it up. Because according to analysis, the key to whether or not to improve qualifications lies in quality, not quantity. In other words, if it is not an evolution stone of 90 quality or above, the quality of the energy inside does not meet the corresponding requirements. If you increase the quantity, it is just to increase the amount of energy, which has no help in activating the improvement effect of qualifications. If you say that adding 2 or more high quality evolution stones does improve the probability to a certain extent, but it can only achieve an effect of 1 + 1 far less than 2. If you have that money, you might as well find a way to get an evolution stone of 1 or 2 points higher quality. Both the effect and the probability have been significantly improved. The above applies to all elves that want to use and do not use evolution stones to evolve. Even if this elf originally needs evolution stones to evolve, you only need to invest one high quality evolution stone instead of two. As for the principle, it is not clear for the time being. Research scholars generally believe that this is the wonder of elf evolution. In addition, the above probability data has certain fluctuations. For example, the probability of the influence of 95 quality evolution stones on the elites developing towards the quasi-king and the quasi-king developing towards the king is different. The former is obviously simpler. However, there is no more specific data. ZHE also suspects that it is because the Alliance's inventory is not enough. No matter how rich one is, he can't stop playing like this. High quality evolution stones are definitely rare compared to ordinary evolution stones. Before Brachydon evolved into Blaziken, ZHE knew about this, but it was unrealistic. Brachydon already had the qualifications of a champion. If it improves one step further, a quasi-divine beast. A divine beast. ZHE couldn't imagine it at all. The so-called regional quasi-gods are only named because most of them are very powerful, not because every one of them can rival a divine beast after adulthood. Besides, conservatively speaking, an evolution stone with a quality of 98 or above may have an effect on Brachydon, and this quality of evolution stone. Why not discuss which quasi-god to use? So, of course, he didn't prepare. Needless to say, the eagle. As for the future evolution of the mantle rock into the giant rock monster, it also needs an evolution stone with the corresponding rock attribute. Unfortunately, although the cultivation effect of special rocks is the same or even better at present, it is of no help in this regard. In the future, the little fellow, the vine snake, can prepare one for use when the green vine snake evolves into the monarch snake. As for using it during the process of evolving into the second stage, Tetsuya said that he was not rich enough to do that. As for where to send it in the end, Tetsuya smiled and replied, "Okay, just write Dr. Yamanashi as the recipient, and let researcher Angu take it." Director Bayoba smiled honestly, "Okay, no problem, it will arrive in about a month." So, the two of them had a series of friendly and intimate exchanges, and each of them expressed great satisfaction. Knock knock, the door of the reception room was knocked. Director Bayoba stood up, opened the door, and took a box from the staff outside. He closed the door, handed the box to Tetsuya, and asked him to check it. Tetsuya opened the box without hesitation. After observing it for a while, he nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed 3 comfort bells. He put his 3 soothing bells in the box into his space backpack very easily. ZHE also didn't want to stay too long. He simply said a few words to Director Bayoba and expressed his intention to leave. Director Bayoba didn't try to keep him. He smiled and sent away this extremely unfortunate existence for him. ZHE also walked out of the hunting area, feeling that he had gained a lot. He was so lucky today. "Little guy, is it your credit?" ZHE also touched the crown of Tajipi and sighed again. It didn't hurt at all as it looked. "It's so cool, hehe. Petting cats and dogs in the previous life is not as happy as petting Pokémon in this life." Fortunately, Tajipi recognized him, otherwise the thorns on its crown would release toxins. Chaco Tajipi called happily. It understood what the light stone just meant. "Although I don't know what quality 95 means, it must be very good. The trainer I just recognized is really good." So now, we have the materials and alliance coins for Tajipi's evolution and cultivation. All we need is time. Tetsuya pondered. As for Snake, I can only say sorry, and accumulate it slowly. After all, this time the luck comes more from Tajipi. Because Tajipi's panel has been checked by Zero and displayed. Pokepi category, Pinball Pokémon attributes, General, Fairy, Height. 0.35 meters, average 0.3 meters, weight 1.8 kilograms, average 1.5 kilograms, features, Heaven's Grace. Thanks to Heaven's Grace, the additional effects of the moves are prone to appear such as flinching. Special supplement, after carrying the King's Certificate / Sharp Fang, the additional effects produced will be more significantly improved. Hidden features, Super Lucky, because of Super Luck, attacks are likely to hit the opponent's vital points. Skills: Call, Slap, Angel's Kiss, Life Drop, Acting Coquettish, Morning Light, Inherited, Lucky Spell, Inherited, Level 9, Novice, Potential, King Cultivation Plan. The shell seems to be filled with a lot of happiness. It is said that, if you treat it gently, it will share the luck with the other party, so please be gentle. Tetsua's first look was naturally aimed at the characteristics and potential of TGP. The potential of the king made him more certain of his guess. As for the characteristics, it can only be said that Cheyenne and Super Luck are still very compatible. Otherwise, its first characteristic, Vitality, is to increase the attack of Pokémon while reducing the hit rate, which is not easy to cooperate with Super Luck. The most critical point is naturally that the effect of King's Certificate or Sharp Fang can be improved by Cheyenne. This makes the future Togekiss have great benefits when using moves with additional effects. The most intuitive one is the Air Slash with a shrinking state, combined with Pidgeot, TSK, that scene. Or when fighting with a single Pokémon, replace Togekiss with leftovers, which can slowly restore physical strength in battle. Match it with life drops, plus the skills that can be learned in the future, such as Healing Bell and Feathered Roost. It can be said that it is completely unlimited. In addition to the effects of Cheyenne, combined with restricted category skills such as Air Slash and Electromagnetic Wave, you can grind to death. Of course, the battle in reality is not as simple as imagined, and it often depends on the performance on the spot. However, this has to mention Togekiss's hidden characteristic Super Luck. Super Luck in battle is just easier to hit the vital points, but in Pokémon like Poke, it will be reflected in daily life. Because they are originally called the embodiment of good luck, people who have Poke will have good luck without knowing it, and Super Luck will amplify or accelerate the arrival of good luck. For example, now, Zay bent down and picked up 100 Alliance coins. Boss, I want an ice cream with 3 flavors. Zay walked into the ice cream shop, intending to use this as Pokémon's pocket money for a snack. Okay, the boss responded, and made a 3-color 3-layer ice cream with his hands and feet. Thank you, boss. Zay took the ice cream, holding Pokémon in one hand, and holding the ice cream in front of Pokémon with the other hand. Come and try it. Pokémon smelled it. It was sweet, and then stretched out his little tongue to lick it, and then his body trembled. So refreshing. Chaco. With his eyes shining, Tajibi took the ice cream with his 2 little hands. What a delicious thing. He kept eating, and there was a circle of cream around Tajibi's mouth. Okay, eat slowly. Tetsuya coaxed. He wanted to buy some for the little guy, the vine snake, but unfortunately, the vine snake was not very interested in ice cream. He took out a tissue to wipe Tajibi's mouth, but it didn't notice at all, and just ate it. Tetsuya smiled. Back to the issue of Super Luck, he even felt that it was Tajibi's good luck that allowed him to meet and let go of the big jaw ant in advance. Every peck and every drink is determined by heaven. Back to the skills. Maybe because he lived in a tribe at the beginning, Tajibi has mastered the rare recovery skill of Life Drop, which is another great addition to Tetsuya's team. Although it is impossible to expect how good Tajibi's recovery effect is now, it does not affect the imagination of the future at all. As for the inherited Morning Light and Lucky Spell, they should be Sakura's inheritance. ZHE thought for a while, and retrieved the relevant information from his memory. The Morning Light skill can restore the spirit's own physical strength under different weather conditions, and the Lucky Spell can prevent itself from being attacked for a period of time. It can be said to be quite useful, especially the Morning Light. The last training plan is a joke. There is only this way. You can't expect a GP to do anything unless the skill it will use randomly, by waving its fingers in the future, is not the Holy Fire, the exclusive skill of the mythical beasts of Phoenix King and Entry, or the Air Blast, also known as the Cyclone Attack, the exclusive skill of the mythical beast Lugia. But even if it has that luck, it will be paralyzed for a while after using it, with serious sequelae, or simply pitifully weak. Just as ZHE was thinking about it, his watch rang. He looked at the caller ID, was stunned for a moment, and then walked aside to answer the phone. Hey, senior brother RC, what do you want to talk to me about? Nothing. RC answered casually, and pressed Xiaomao's head into the ice water. I heard that you were bullied in the hunting zone. Ah, no, Director Bayoba has already compensated you, Zay explained. RC was silent for a while. You are not very good. You asked for too little. You are not ruthless enough. Wait, I will find someone to ask the hunting zone to make up for it for you with this little thing. Who can I send? Before Zay replied, RC hung up the phone. Hey, Arsu, have you been traveling in the area of Kyanhang recently? There will be an extra update today, but it will be at 5 PM. In the future normal updates will be posted after midnight, and extra updates will usually be at 12 noon or 5 PM on the same day, because I need to write it now. I don't have a draft saved. If it is posted in advance, you can treat it as a surprise. Then I still ask for monthly tickets, because it is the end of the month. At least I can get 1000 tickets to show my appreciation. Chapter 155 Speedy Sky. Hey, Zaya, wait for a while at the Pokémon Center in Asakusa City. Someone will come over. After RC finished calling his friend, he notified Zaya again. Senior brother RC, isn't this a bit bad? Zaya still didn't react. He wanted a lot. RC on the other end of the phone felt that his junior brother seemed to have not yet adapted to his change of identity. On the side, Xiaomao, who was eavesdropping, curled his lips in disdain. He heard it, and he was. Gilulu. Teacher you. RC easily stuffed Xiaomao's head into the ice water bucket again, and told him not to eavesdrop on adults talking, and to exercise obediently. Zaya listened to the noise on the other end of the phone, and knew that it was his senior brother who was teaching Xiaomao again. He was surprised when he first knew it. He was Xiaomao's uncle, and he was of a seniority. RC sorted out his thoughts and said, brother, you don't understand the context of this matter. First of all, the actions of the hunting zone violated the relevant regulations of the Alliance. Even if you had subdued the giant jaw ant directly at that time, it would not be a big deal. The elves in the hunting zone have always been chosen by both parties on a first come, first served basis, and the staff are not allowed to interfere. If those guys jump out to stop you as you worry, the compensation will not be as light as it is now. I can probably understand your thinking, but you have to pay attention to one thing. Your identity is different from before. You have Professor Oak, Professor Yamanashi, me, the Nabijim and even the Joai family behind you. As long as you don't violate the laws of the Alliance first, there are almost no people in this alliance who can touch you. Then there is the compensation afterwards. Since you don't want the giant jaw ant yourself, it doesn't matter. Although it is rare and has a high value because of its dragon attribute, the desert dragonfly is not so powerful that it is indispensable. It's just that the things you exchanged are too few. At most they just match the price of the big jaw ant. Then what about your face? What about our face? Won't he compensate you in the hunting zone? Sending guardians to stop you is a blatant provocation. As RC spoke, Xiaomao nodded in agreement, then grinned at RC who was looking at him, and dipped his head into the ice bucket. Don't bother you, teacher, I'll do it myself. Anyway, it's basically like this. If you have less things, it doesn't matter. I happen to have a good friend nearby. I'll ask him to help you negotiate. You just need to be responsible for collecting the things. RC finally gave ZHE some instructions, and hung up the phone. In the Pokémon Center of Kyanhang City, ZHE rubbed his fingers. He suddenly felt that what senior brother RC said made sense. He seemed to be able to do the job of bullying. That's why in their mouths, these things seemed to be worthless. Obviously this was the most he had ever earned. ZHE sat there, waiting for RC's friends to arrive bored. After a while, a triangular-eyed man with a slightly ferocious look walked into the Pokémon Center. He was wearing a pair of pilot goggles on his head. He looked around and walked straight towards Zaya. Hello, Gym Leader Sotten. Zaya looked at the other person's route and recognized his identity. He knew that this should be his senior brother's friend. He was slightly surprised and stood up and greeted him respectfully. Hey, you must be Zaya. Hello. My name is Sotten, the gym leader of the Kikyo Gym and Johto, and your senior brother RC's friend. I know what happened. Young people are just soft-hearted. Come on, follow me. Sotten spoke in a tone as arrogant as his appearance, and walked out of the Pokémon Center with Zaya. Outside, a silver bird Pokémon with a body like armor was parked at the door. The inside of its wings was red and had sharp teeth. It was a Pokémon with steel plus flying attributes, armor bird. Its flying speed can reach 300 km per hour, and its feathers are so sharp that they can even be used as knives. There are air elves, right? Sushin asked Tetsuya. Tetsuya nodded, but inside the city. It's okay, I've said hello to Aju, but as for you, forget it, armored bird, take him with you. Sushin had already climbed onto the harness of the armored bird and put on the goggles. Before Tetsuya could react, the armored bird grabbed him with its claws and flew into the air. Ayu. The next moment, in front of the hunting zone gate, the armored bird landed from the air to the ground. Sushin got off it and looked at Tetsuya, who had an ugly face and trembling legs. What's wrong with you? It's okay, it's just that your armored bird is too strong and flies too fast. Tetsuya forced a smile. The armored bird and Sushin nodded at the same time, which was true. Let's go. I'll help you get your revenge. Sushin took back the armored bird and made a phone call while standing at the door. Zaya listened to this and looked at Sushin's appearance and always felt that this guy was not a good person. Hey, Baoba. Sushin, come out and open the door. Director Baoba was still humming a song while making tea in his office, but suddenly received a call from Sushin, the leader of Kakayo Gym, and suddenly felt something was wrong. There are hunting areas in Johto. Why did Sushin come here for no reason? But the other party is the leader of the gym, and his strength is still top notch, so he naturally cannot neglect it. Director Baoba hurried to the door, and when he saw the two people standing at the door, his eyes went dark, and he knew it well. This is because several elders in the family are not satisfied with the compensation, and they will probably bleed a lot. Director Baoba's heart was bleeding, and he smiled and greeted them. Isn't this our Johto's flying master, Soten? How did you find time to come to my hunting ground? And Tetsuya, it's been a long time since we last met. Ha 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 ha. Welcome, welcome. Tetsuya's eyes widened. Is this the world of adults? He also greeted him respectfully. Soten smiled and talked to Director Baoba, and the three of them walked into the reception room of the hunting ground. In the next hour, the staff of the hunting ground could even occasionally hear their own director shouting through the soundproof walls. No. Then it returned to calm. If they didn't know that the person inside was a gym leader, they would have been afraid that their director was murdered inside. After another hour, the three of them walked out with different expressions. Tetsuya's eyes were a little dull and a little incredible. Soten's face was full of unruly smiles, and he was still talking to Director Baoba. Director Baoba's face turned black visibly, and he was trying hard to respond to Soten. After calling a staff member, Director Baoba instructed, please see the two distinguished guests off for me. I'm not feeling well. I'm old, so I need to go back and rest. Okay, Baoba, you have to take care of yourself, Sushin said with concern. Director Baoba's hands trembled slightly, and he insisted on saying goodbye to Sushin and Zhe with a smile, and then walked back to his office. Unlike the previous ones, now all these are funded by him. The staff was a little flustered. It's okay, we can go by ourselves, don't see us off. Work hard. Sushin waved his hand, indicating that the staff didn't mind, and took Zhe out of the hunting area. At the gate. Okay, I'll leave first. I still have to continue the adventure. You can go back to the Oak Research Institute to get those things. Sushin released the armored bird, said goodbye to Zhe and left. Okay, thank you Sushin Sr. You're welcome. Be tougher next time. Sushin's reply echoed in the air. Zay on the ground shrugged his shoulders. It's not that I'm not tough, it's that I'm too poor and have no imagination. I can only say that the old ones are still the best. In the past 2 hours, Zhang Sushin and Director Baoba had a verbal battle, and the compensation was almost doubled. In addition to the conditions originally agreed to at the beginning, Director Baoba also gave an additional certificate of the king and 3000 W Alliance coins, plus a leaf stone of quality 95. Well, now all the necessary breeding materials for the two little guys have been gathered. Zay was very confused. He never thought that he could ask for so much. The final form of elves with dragon attributes, such as the giant Durant, is not as expensive as the quasi-god, but the black market price is also about 1 Alliance coin. Part of it is because of the number problem. The giant Durant lives in the vast desert. In addition to its habits, it is really difficult to find it, not to mention the dangers when searching. If it is simply cultivated, the egg laying rate will be so low that it will make you cry. Part of the reason is that this type of Pokémon basically evolves to the final form, and they can barely reach the level of Quasi-King, which is quite good. As for the qualification issue, the Dragon attribute Pokémon are generally elite, otherwise there would not be a rush to buy them. In other words, they are guaranteed to evolve into the final form. Only a few are underdeveloped, but looking at the appearance of the big Durant, it doesn't look like it is underdeveloped. So based on the reserve price of 1E, Zay initially proposed a compensation of about 1.5E. He thought he was crow enough. Unexpectedly, he was still too young. The King certificate is not so bad, because its function as a prop for combined evolution has not been discovered yet, and its function of simply increasing the probability of triggering additional effects makes it not so valuable. Cash is even less important, and Zay thinks that this amount is just a small matter. The key is still the 95 quality leaf stone. In other words, he just came to the hunting zone with a sightseeing mentality. Not only did he capture a powerful Pokémon, but also solved the economic crisis, and even became a local tyrant. At least he is a rich man among ordinary people. Tetsuya touched his head, wondering if his luck was too good. Back at the Pokémon Center, Tetsuya handed Tajipi to Miss Joy for a checkup. Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, your Tajipi has been checked out, and it's a very healthy baby. Not long after, Miss Joy came back with Tajipi. Thank you, Miss Joy. Tetsuya took Tajipi and held it high. Chaco, congratulations, you can find such a little guy in the hunting zone. Miss Joy smiled at this scene and congratulated Tetsuya. Miss Joy, did you know about this too? Tetsuya asked subconsciously. Yes, there is already a photo of you and Tajipi on the official website of the hunting zone. Miss Joy excitedly opened the computer and showed it to Tetsuya. There are more than 3,000 messages below. Thanks to you and the little guy, our hunting area in Kyanhang City has become much more famous than the other two. ZHE also looked at the photo and pondered for a while. You said, should he be paid advertising fees for the portrait rights authorization? He calmly sent a text message to his senior brother and began to make appointments for the gym battle. Note, I have something to do recently, so the update on the 26th will be at around 11 o'clock in the evening of the 26th, which will be together with the 2 updates on the early morning of the 27th. Recommended book, Mysterious Elf-World. In addition, I continue to ask for monthly tickets. Thank you Big Gab. Thank you Chidi for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Buhuo Fankson for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Beisha Langjin for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Huanglian Yiman Q for the reward of 400 starting coins. Thank you for not knowing what to name it, so I rewarded 500 starting coins. Thank you Situ Yixin for the reward of 5,000 starting coins. Thanks to Cheyenne Zixia Chow Chow Zheng Chow for the 200 starting coins. Thanks to Wuxing Quikian for the 200 starting coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Ninja Duel at the Crimson Gym. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the forest outside the city of Crimson. At this time, ZHE was looking for the location of the Crimson Gym. This is the first level of the challenge of the Crimson Gym. Its main purpose is to test the ability of trainers to find accurate targets in the wild. After all, a gym that big is a big target compared to the people or Pokémon to be found in the mission. If you can't even find the location of the Crimson Gym, then don't talk about the challenge. This is also one of the few gyms in the Kanto region that has set assessment standards other than gym battles. Similar to it is the recent Crimson Gym. For this level, the Alliance also deliberately erased the location information of the Crimson Gym from the map, leaving only a rough text description. Fortunately, most of the trainers who came back To challenge the Crimson Gym have senior survival experience in the wild, so finding a gym is still a piece of cake. Speaking of which, ZHE is also a little puzzled. Why are these gyms passing the challenge appointment application faster than one another? Less than half an hour had passed since he applied for the challenge match of the Crimson Gym. The reminder of the appointment and the time of the gym battle had been sent to him through his watch. He thought it would be at least 5 o'clock. He had to quickly finish his lunch and go to the wild forest to find the gym. Beep. In the sky, it was the cry of Pidgeot. It seemed that he had found it. Tetsuya looked at the hovering Pidgeot and signaled it to lead the way. Pidgeot spread its wings and flew east. Tetsuya shuttled flexibly in the forest, and Blaziken followed closely beside him. Soon, as he moved in the direction of Pidgeot, a huge building complex appeared in front of Tetsuya. Hiss, Tetsuya grinned. No wonder Pidgeot found it so quickly. It couldn't be hidden at all. What kind of test can this thing play? Tetsuya complained helplessly. The Crimson Gym in front of him was like a large mansion of an ancient family, covering a large area. It was filled with various rooms and gyms. It was estimated that it was at least the size of 2 half-elf centers. In this desolate place, it is simply too eye-catching. Retracting Pidgeot, leaving only Blaziken to follow, Tetsuya walked forward. Before he could knock on the door opened automatically. Oh, it was still automatic. He sighed. It really didn't match this ancient building. He walked into the door and then paused. Tetsuya raised his hand slightly and touched the invisible wall in front of him. This should be the second test of the Crimson Gym, the invisible wall. For ordinary people, it is really not easy to find a way to the challenge venue in this invisible wall. Even if you are reminded for the first time, you will bump into it because you can't find it. However, for Tetsuya, this is a piece of cake. In his perception, the wall here is clearly visible. Walking along the corridor like a skilled worker, 10 minutes later, Tetsuya came to the venue number 1 mentioned in his reservation information very smoothly, a small room in the style of a dojo. The person who secretly observed Tetsuya rolled his eyes and flashed in front of the door in an instant. Hey, isn't this Axing? Long time no see. Tetsuya chose to strike first. As soon as he arrived at the door of the light red gym, he found Axing secretly observing him. It was probably her instruction that the gym battle reservation was approved so quickly. He said that Axing was secretly talking to Miss Joy last time, and it turned out to be about this matter. Axing's action of greeting was held back in the air, and she felt very uncomfortable. Good afternoon. It seems that my gym battle opponent is you? Tetsuya continued to talk while walking towards the room, bypassing several obvious traps without changing his expression, and commented, "Your trap is too obvious. The line is placed directly at the door. Pay attention to hiding it next time. And the soil here is obviously just moved. Remember to expand the scope next time. Pretend to be renovating, lure others over, and then take the opportunity to attack." Axing followed behind and gritted his teeth. Damn it. The two entered the gym one after the other. There was already a referee ready at the sidelines. When he saw Tetsuya and Axing come in, he nodded. After the two stood in their respective positions, they raised the flags in their hands. Then, it's the gym challenge between Akane from the Light Crimson Gym and Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa City. It's 2v2. Akane will send out the Pokémon first. The challenger will go second and have the first strike right. This referee was exceptionally concise. Then, go. Gas ball. Akane threw the Pokéball in his hand. Gas. In Tetsuya's sight, a Pokémon formed by 2 purple spheres, one large and one small, appeared in the field. It had 2 downward pointing fangs in its mouth and an evil smile. There was a skull-shaped pattern on the abdomen of the large ball, and only a ring on the small ball. There were also several bulges on its body, which constantly emitted poisonous gas. This is Gas Ball, the evolution of Gas Ball, with the attribute of poison. This Pokémon likes the gas produced by rotten wet garbage very much. It will settle in the homes of people who don't clean up, and look for gas in the trash cans in the dead of night. So, although it looks scary, Gas Ball is essentially a beneficial Pokémon. Speaking of which, the poisonous gas of the double bomb gas is also a very good perfume material, after being diluted by a special method. When ZHE knew about it, he was speechless. The material of the Pokémon was really messed up. A poisonous perfume? ZHE observed, and a puzzled sound came out of his mouth. Here Crossing smiled proudly. My double bomb gas is a very special triplet. How about it? It's amazing. The double bomb gas on the field turned slightly, revealing the third spherical body behind it, which was just seen by ZHE. It's really amazing. ZHE exclaimed. Double bomb gas is essentially a twin gas bomb that expands when one side expands and contracts when the other side. In very rare cases, 3 double bomb gas can be seen, which is the so-called triplets. Generally speaking, such double bomb gas will be more toxic than other similar ones, and will also be more outstanding in other aspects. But the question is this appropriate? By the way, this is your own Pokémon, not the Pokémon for the gym battle. Your level should be exceeded. ZHE did not release his own Pokémon, but looked at A Crossing. At first glance, the double bomb gas in front of him was not the kind that had just evolved to level 35 or 36, and it definitely exceeded the relevant regulations. Hey, you are so strong. What's the point of using the Pokémon in the gym? Why don't we fight it out? I'll use this one, just one, and the second one won't be mine. Anyway, you registered Blaziken and Snake, it's okay. R. Crossing smiled embarrassedly and had no intention of changing his mind. Zay looked up at the ceiling speechlessly. He felt that the future successes of the Kanto region were more or less wrong. Forget it, he shook his head. It just so happened that only a battle of equal strength with similar levels was suitable for the current Blaziken. I'll complain to the gym owner Arju later, Zay thought. You are so casual. Go ahead, Blaziken, burn it. Zay's eyes also ignited a rare fighting spirit. Speaking of which, he and Blaziken had never experienced such a formal battle of equal strength. That's right. R. Crossing nodded with satisfaction. Thanks to Huangi and Yiman Q for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Zangai Aoshikan for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Liang Shiki as my wife for the 2066 starting coins for the character Sharona. Thanks to Bookfriend 201907221014030837 for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to the Incarnation of Wisdom in this world for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Huaxingguanayu for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Zao_Yunshi for the 200 starting coins. Thanks to Langzi Liwu1 for the 233 starting coins for the character Tamaki Tetsuya. Thanks to Chuanqi Chenhu for the 10,000 rewards. Chapter 157 Cleaning. Excuse me, please change your battle Pokémon. A Crossing. The referee intervened. Huh? Both of them said in confusion. League rules. The referee said briefly. My Vashan is only level 40, only level 3 super. It's okay, Uncle G. A Crossing was flirting with the referee, and it seemed like they were old acquaintances. It's not because of that. ZHE also remembered that he was so excited that he didn't pay attention. Vashan can't fight fire-type Pokémon in a closed space unless you want to blow up the Crimson Gym. He was also quite speechless. Normal battles are usually open air, and this rule is really rarely used. It's a pity that he just got angry. A Crossing's face was a little interesting for a moment. She prepared so much, and in the end, she was told that it was not possible. As for her other 2 Pokémon, Muddy is her initial Pokémon, and the level is very high, so she can't bully others. Nidorina has just started to cultivate, and can't fight against Blaziken. Forget it. She waved her hands in a disinterested manner, took back her double gas, and released the gym Pokémon that she had prepared. Go, Mormoth. Her tone was a little bored. Flame Chicken, spray flames. They didn't have any objections, but it was a bit of a pity. But he quickly commanded his Pokémon to start the first attack, so that he could finish the fight and return to the Pokémon Center to rest. He was exhausted from being ripped off today. Mormoth, telekinesis control. A Crossing commanded in a delicate voice. Although she was not happy, she was still somewhat dedicated. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, big moves were happening in the alliance outside. Thank you for troubling you, Wunang, Mazishi, Aju, and Nancy. Professor Oak said to the 4 gym leaders in front of him. It's okay. It's my duty. It's my duty. It's my pleasure. Yes. The responses of the 4 people were very personal. Sakaki went to the depths of the Tokiwa forest again to comprehend the power of Tokiwa, otherwise he should have been brought along for this operation. Although he knew that the 4 people didn't care, Professor Oak still explained it briefly. Today, Professor Oak changed his usual researcher outfit and put on his old combat uniform. The arms and body muscles that were previously hidden under the wide research robe were exposed. Even though he was no longer young, Professor Oak's body still maintained most of its past state, just a little bit of decline. It's okay, just say hello to Sakaki later, he's often out of reach. Wuneng smiled and squinted his eyes. Of course, it was unclear whether he was squinting or not, and it might have always been like this. Yeah, that's right. Professor Oak nodded. Then, let's go. He looked at the Tokiwa black market not far away and gave an order. Dragonite, Talon, blast this place open. Professor Oak's command style is still so wild. It was Wuneng again, with squinting eyes, as if he was always supporting the joke. Then I will be responsible for the cooperation. Bangla, Steelix, Raiden, assist Professor Oak. Raichu, Electabuzz, 100,000 volts. X-Bat, double bomb gas, venom blast, sludge bomb. Masashi and Aju followed closely behind. Finally, the one who was responsible for the rear was Nancy, with blue light in her eyes, and no instructions were seen. Alakazam crossed the spoons in his hands, and invisible mental waves radiated. The Tokiwa black market was in chaos. At the same time, at a black market trading point in Nibi City, Grandpa, the cleanup has begun. The squinting brown-skinned man was talking to an old man. It was Xiaogang and the old man Wupio. Okay. Although the old man Wupio was quite old, he was full of energy. In Hulan City, Xiaoxia, watch out. This is the power of the water system. It's the same combination of grandfather and grandson, but here it's a girl with orange hair. In front, a steel cannon arm shrimp with a left arm cannon is using water waves to clean up, and no one can resist. In Vermilion City, Fenglin Wan, the previous Vermilion gym leader, is also educating his grandson. In front of them, lightning flashes and pierces the eyes. In Rainbow City, Li Jia, wearing a kimono, has a gentle smile, but the words in her mouth seem particularly scary. Vampire, spread your fragrance in Golden City. Karate Kings in Iron and Narz's father Yangji act together. Super strength hell roll. Alakazam, strong mind. In Crimson City, Sushin is commanding his elves. Really, I was dragged into labor for no reason. Hanglian Town, Dark City, PJ City, Halen City, WW City. All cities in the Kanto region are cleaning up black market trading points. Not only that, this scene is happening in places as close as Johto and Hone, as far as Sinnoh and Unova. The only difference is that the symbols on the clothes of those who resist the black market in each region are different. Well, it's boring. The blunt Serona put one hand on Garcomp's shoulder and looked at the defeated members of the Galaxy team in front of her. Oh haha, this is normal, isn't it, Nana? Next to her, a woman with elegant manners and noble temperament smiled. Next to her was an elf whose body was mostly made of black material similar to a skirt. Speaking of which, Nana, have you been to explore any ruins recently? Asked the unidentified woman. No, what's wrong? Serona looked at her friend. It's okay, but I feel like something is strange. The woman put her hands behind her back, and her exaggerated amount of golden hair floated in the air, forming a heart shape. In the meeting room of the Quartz Plateau. What do you think about that, Bill? This isn't the first time we've discussed it. My opinion is that we shouldn't open it up, otherwise we won't be able to explain it to the public. No need, the black markets in various regions are being dealt with now, and since we are going to change it in the future, let's do it more thoroughly. I second the motion. Explaining it to the public isn't a problem, they'll only support it if it's open. But the aftermath needs to be improved. How's the communication with the Junsha family going? They support it, but they are still short of manpower. Then how about this? Vine Snake, use the whip. Tang Tang. The green whip stretched out towards the elves on the opposite side. Zubat, get out of the way. Use Scare. A crossing commanded the Zubat to launch a counterattack. Vine Snake's whip was not particularly difficult for Zubat to dodge, and then Zubat let out a scary scream. Vine Snake's body trembled. Vine Snake, don't be scared. Use the magic leaf. Tetsuya called Vine Snake. Tang tang. Snake cheered up and tried hard to condense a magical leaf that could track the opponent. The green leaf had a hint of blue on it. After flying for a while, it hit Zubat. This was the third time the scene had reappeared. Zubat fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight. Axing looked at the scene in front of him with a dark face. 3 consecutive scare attempts failed to make Snake shrink back. It was too outrageous. The referee raised the flag. Zubat lost its ability to fight. Axing's 2 Pokémon lost their ability to fight at the same time. Tetsuya Tamaki of Viridian City won. Thank you for your hard work, Snake. Tetsuya used the Pokéball to take back the panting Snake on the field. Although the damage of the scare skill was not high, it was accumulated several times, plus the physical strength consumed by Snake itself. It was also very tired. Damn, your luck is too good, isn't it? Axing was indignant. Tetsuya smiled slightly. His luck today was probably full. He wanted to achieve his goal by relying on the additional effects of the skill. It can only be said that Axing thought too much. Forget it, forget it. R-Crossing said, and took out a pink heart-shaped badge from the bag on her waist. Here, this is a light red badge. It belongs to you. The 2 updates on the 27th are being written. I'm working hard. You can wake up tomorrow morning and read them. There are probably more than 2,000 words in one chapter, so this is it. Anything less is considered a debt. I'll take a break and start making up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I won't ask for monthly tickets today. I'll find a day later to burst out an update. I'm very busy. I'm very sorry. Chapter 158 change. As Axing said this, he flicked the badge towards Tetsuya. Tetsuya caught it, flicked it up, and put it back. Thank you. There is no front desk at the Crimson Gym because it is out in the wild and very unsafe, so the staff will hand it out directly. Next time you must have a good fight with me, the kind of 6v6. Axing was still a little unwilling. Tetsuya naturally agreed, but according to his plan, the next time he comes to Crimson City will be at least several years later. Let's go, he said goodbye casually, throwing the badge into the box and backpack. Axing watched him turn and leave, and also went to his own training ground to continue his training. People come and go, and trainers often get to know each other because of their common love for Pokémon, but most of them are just a one-time acquaintance. More often, it is their own Pokémon who accompany them. Hello, Brother C. Walking on the way back to the Crimson City, they listened to the noisy voice of the watch call. What are you doing? Nothing. C responded, and casually threw a monkey monster on the ground. What you just told me, the image writes. Right, I think what you said makes sense. I just contacted that guy Bayoba again, and I think there will be another 5 million advertising fees for you later. It's a pity you just debuted this year, otherwise the price would have to be at least 5 or 6 times higher. C repeatedly regretted it. They showed a simple smile. Thank you, Brother C. It's a small matter. Okay, I'm a little busy here. I'll talk about it later. C seemed to be very busy and hung up the phone after speaking. They walked back to the Pokémon Center in Crimson City with Duts, and the TV station was broadcasting the news at this time. According to reports from the front, various regions are carrying out a strong crackdown on the black market. At present, the black market points in Kanto Tokiwa, Johto Asaji, and Hone Green Ridge have been completely eradicated. The black market purchasing points in other cities are also being cleared. It is reported that this operation was proposed by Professor Oak to the Alliance, codenamed Thunder Dawn. There is no need to say more about the word thunder. This operation only took about 2 hours from start to finish. The Alliance sent out extremely high-end combat forces to carry out direct cleanup. From the scene, the evil forces have no ability to resist. As for the word dawn, according to the news, the Alliance will revise the Pokémon Protection Act and issue relevant regulations to improve the poaching of Pokémon in the near future. I believe that without the black market, a brighter future is waiting for us. ZHE also blinked his eyes. He just went out to challenge a gym, but why did he feel that the whole world had changed after returning? To be honest, the Alliance's crackdown on the black market this time was completely beyond his expectations, and there was no precursor at all. But maybe it was precisely because of this that it seemed so easy. But the problems it brought were not small. The trainers at the Pokémon Center were also in an uproar when watching the TV broadcast. ZHE also frowned and returned to his room. He now probably knew why senior brother RC was so noisy just now. He was probably just finishing the work. As for worrying about the riots caused by this action, ZHE also felt that it was unnecessary. One reason was that it was not his turn to worry about it, and the other was that the Alliance was not stupid enough to agree to Professor Oak's cleanup without any preparation. Presumably, relevant laws and policies will be introduced later. After completing the day's tasks as usual, ZHE and the 5 Pokémon fell asleep together. The next morning, he embarked on a new journey again. At this time, the Alliance had already issued a new decree in a swift and resolute manner. To put it simply, it was to formalize the original black market. Now the Alliance is the manager behind it, and each city Alliance will open a Pokémon egg store. The price is basically the same as the previous black market stall pricing. If you don't consider the qualification issue, it is still quite affordable. ZHE also felt that it was this time that the black market profited that made the Alliance's Pokémon egg resources suddenly rich. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to open stores on such a large scale at the same time. At the same time, the Alliance also has an open attitude towards the trade of Pokémon eggs, but it is limited to eggs, and it must be conducted under the notarization of the Alliance. Private transactions are still not allowed. This is actually a good thing for many trainers. In the future, there will be another formal source of funds for them. Not only that, the Alliance has increased its wanted intensity for Pokémon hunters, those who do whatever it takes, and even snatch Pokémon from trainers. If some trainers have the spare capacity to help capture them, the Alliance will give more generous rewards. The regulations are very long, and ZHE also took a general look. The Alliance has taken all aspects of the problem into consideration. Of course, inevitably, there are still a group of people protesting. They believe that allowing the trade of Pokémon eggs will inevitably lead many trainers to pursue profits and attack innocent Pokémon in the wild. ZHE did not comment on this, and the Alliance has not made no efforts for this. For example, the area in front of him, the Pokémon protection area, a place where everyone is prohibited from catching and attacking Pokémon. Woof. Please stop, trainer in front. There is a Pokémon protection area ahead of you in the distance. A red majestic figure carrying a smaller woman ran towards Tetsuya, and their calls could be vaguely heard. Tetsuya stopped. Squeak. The limbs of the wind speed dog braked on the ground urgently, making a harsh sound. Oh, very rude. Miss Junsha saluted Tetsuya, but I still have to remind this trainer that you can't enter the front at will. Tetsuya returned the salute and took out his Pokémon illustrated book. Hello, Miss Junsha. I'm Tetsuya Tamaki, who made an appointment to visit before, and this is my ID. Junsha took the illustrated book and began to check it. With the wind speed dog sitting on the ground greeted Tetsuya in a friendly manner. Hello. Tetsuya couldn't help but touch the fluffy flaxen hair on its face. The body temperature of the fire Pokémon made this place seem particularly comfortable. Okay, Zay, your identity has been confirmed. Welcome to visit, but be careful not to capture elves. Junsha returned the illustrated book to Zay and was surprised to see him interacting with the wind speed dog. This little guy is usually not close to people. With the wind speed dog stuck out its tongue, forming a completely opposite contrast to its majestic appearance. Haha, maybe I'm born to be liked by elves. Zay stroked the big dog again, which was really cool. Then do you want to ride it? Junsha suddenly made a suggestion. Hey, is it okay? Zay made an unbelievable sound. With the wind speed dog shouted, stood up, and shook its head, which meant something very obvious. Zay's face was happy. Then I won't be polite. Brothers and sisters, I can't hold on any longer, and I'll leave the second updates to the evening. I'm very sorry. If I continue writing, my mind will start to get confused. Chapter 159. Bag Dragon. Whoa, so cool. Argyle was galloping with Tetsuya on the grassland of the Pokémon Sanctuary. Tetsuya leaned down and spread his arms, enjoying the oncoming wind, as if he was flying at low altitude, and couldn't help shouting out loud. Argyle is a rather large Pokémon, with an average height of 1.9 meters and a weight of 155 kilograms. Just looking at it is very intimidating. What kind of concept is this? In Tetsuya's previous life, it was said that the largest Tibetan Mastiff was only 1.8 meters tall and weighed just over 100 kilograms when standing upright. The height data of Argyle is in a normal state, not in an upright state, so we can probably imagine it. Woof. Argyle was also barking excitedly. It lives in vast uninhabited grasslands and likes to run by nature. It has the speed of the wind. It is said that it can run 10,000 kilometers a day. It is also one of the few Pokémon that has mastered the skill of super speed. Whether it is flames, fangs, claws or oars, they are all its weapons in battle. Okay, everyone, let's go back. Zay lay on the back of the wind speed dog and said to it. Miss Junsha was still waiting there. He had experienced enough. The wind speed dog drifted spiritually and almost threw Zay out. It ran quickly on 4 legs. Zay squinted his eyes to prevent the invasion of the wind. The wind speed dog was also a kind of elf he loved very much. In addition to its powerful ability, handsome appearance and loyal character, there was one most critical factor. In the Pokémon Encyclopedia, the introduction of the wind speed dog was like this. The gorgeous mane fascinated countless people. The majestic Pokémon in Chinese legends had countless people falling for its light running posture. This is also the reason why the classification of the wind speed dog was classified as a legendary Pokémon by researchers. It left many legends, such as it once fought side by side with a certain general and governed the country. Zay was most curious about whether there was a country with the same name as his motherland in his previous life in this world, or was it this one? He had asked Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi about this question, but since neither of them was an expert in history, they could not give a good answer. But according to Professor Yamanashi, this was a name left behind in several historical sites, and was accompanied by the legend of the windy dog. ZHE did not know whether this was a coincidence or not. You know, in the Pokémon world, there are also country names or place names such as Italy and France, which are all recorded in the relics of the past. He was very curious about all of this. Woof. Windy dog barked excitedly, and then used its 4 legs to make an emergency brake. ZHE also jumped off its back. How does it feel? Miss Junsha touched the windy dog and asked with a smile. It's amazing and comfortable, but it's a pity that Miss Junsha, you are unwilling to sell the Caterpie eggs to the public. ZHE did not hide his envy and his desire and love for windy dog. Anyway, now that Pokémon eggs can also be traded, there is nothing that cannot be said. Oh haha. Miss Junsha covered her mouth and smiled. Catty and others are still quite rare, and they are very suitable as Pokémons of the police dog type. Some Junshas don't even have catty and windy dogs, so how can we sell them to the public? They had to express regret. This was indeed the case, and windy dogs were still very rare in the wild. Maybe there were many of them many years ago, but at least few people have found them in the past 10 years. At present, most of the known windy dogs are the right-hand men and partners of Miss Junsha. Hello, this is the headquarters of the Tropical Jungle Protection Officer. There is an emergency now. Please return to the headquarters immediately, if you hear me. The two were talking and laughing, and suddenly a hurried voice came out of the intercom on Junsha's waist, which was repeated 3 times. Junsha's face suddenly became serious. I'm sorry, I have official business. I'll take my leave first. I wish Zay a pleasant visit, and be sure not to capture the Pokémon inside. She warned Zay again, and then she was ready to ride Windy Dog back to the gathering. Hey, why don't you take me with you? I'm sure I can still help, Zay said. As a direct trainer, his identity also determined some of his obligations, and it was his duty to assist Junsha. Junsha paused. This person should be quite capable, and could surely help a lot. After thinking for a while, she agreed. Okay, wait for me here for a minute. She got on the wind speed dog, and rushed to a green jungle in the distance. Not long after, she saw Junsha driving a jeep towards this side at a high speed, drifting and stopping beside Zay, and the wind speed dog was sitting obediently in the passenger seat. Get in the car. Junsha shook her hair and said very handsomely. They opened the door and sat in. Junsha stepped on the clutch, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator very skillfully, and the jeep rushed out directly from the spot. Zay's hand involuntarily grabbed the handrail, as if every Junsha's driving skills were full. The car sped all the way, crossed the plain, and came to the tropical jungle. Hiss. The tires of the jeep left a clear mark on the ground, and stopped in front of a red and white building. The two people and the dog walked quickly towards the gate. It was vaguely seen that a couple who looked very wealthy were crying inside, surrounded by 3 Junshas. Report. Junshalin is back. Junsha, who brought Zay back, saluted an older Junsha. Zay also knew the name of this Junsha for the first time. Thank you for your hard work. Who is this? The older Junsha returned the salute and looked at Zay behind her. Hello, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki, from Tokiwa. I heard that there was an emergency here, so I came to help. Zay introduced himself and took out the illustrated book. Thank you very much, we are also short of manpower. The older Junsha looked at the illustrated book, confirmed it, and expressed his gratitude to Zay. It's okay, what exactly happened here? Zay took back the illustrated book and looked at the couple. Hey. The older Junsha sighed and began to explain to Junshalin and Zay. It turned out that when the couple took their son on a helicopter trip through the tropical jungle, the father held his son out of the window of the plane in order to let his son see the scenery below more clearly, but he didn't expect that the child would fall down without noticing. According to the location they described, the place where they fell should be the area where the marsupials gather and live. Woo, my poor child, he is only 5 years old. The lady cried, and the child's father beside her couldn't stop sighing. Fortunately, judging from the flight altitude, the child should be fine, but I don't know what the attitude of the marsupials inside is. Junsha explained. Well, the high altitude fall protection ability is maximum, reasonable, and ZHE is not changed. The H has been slightly modified. Thanks to S. Yuchin for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Huanglian Yiman Q for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to King Ming Yuxias for the 500 starting coins. I owed 6k before, and during this period, I got +1 for every 10,000 bounties, +1 for the monthly ticket, total 200. I updated 4k less yesterday, so in total I still owe 16k. I will have to make up for it in the next period of time, which is really a headache. Chapter 160, Bag Dragon. Does that mean we need to go into the living area of the marsupial dragon to look for the child? Zay asked. Junsha replied, yes, the marsupial dragons here are usually gentle, and the safety of the child should not be a big problem. The only worry now is whether the marsupial dragon will raise the child as its own child and put it in the pouch in front of it. If so, it will be troublesome. Zay nodded. This is not without precedent. The marsupial dragon, also known as the marsupial beast, is a bipedal animal-shaped Pokémon. Most of its body is brown, its ears and abdomen are gray-yellow, and there are many protrusions on its shoulders and legs, like armor for protection. The pouch in front of its belly contains its child. The body of the little marsupial beast is lavender, and the rest of its body is very similar to its mother. The marsupial baby rarely comes out of the pouch on its mother's belly. It will leave its mother after about 3 years. During this period, if someone attacks its baby, they will go crazy. It is recorded that there were marsupial beasts without children who raised the children of humans who died in distress. As for their strength, why do you think this group of general attribute marsupials are also called marsupial dragons? It's not just because of their appearance. The more important thing is that some of the powerful individuals among them can use the dragon type move of reverse scale. Although the side effects of reverse scale are great, it goes without saying that the destructive power is strong during the continuous process. Moreover, this kind of elves have the habit of living in groups. Once they move, they are overwhelming. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and only a few Junsha gathered in the room. There are not too many Junsha in our Pokémon protection area, and most of them have their own fixed posts to guard. There are only 6 who can come here, and there are only 7 people including you. Junshalin explained to Zay. Zay nodded. Indeed, Junsha must be unable to handle such a large protection area. By the way, can we still travel by helicopter here? Zay asked Junshalin stealthily. Well, you can, but it's only in this area. Junchilin also responded to Zay in a low voice. TSK, poor kid. Zay sighed softly. Fortunately, it's a drake. Junshala nodded in agreement. You know, in this tropical jungle, there are also poisonous or bad-tempered Pokémon such as Venusaur, Vine Monster, Morumoth, and Monkey Monster. If the child falls into the living area of these Pokémon, it will be really miserable. This is the photo of the child, you keep it. The older Junsha communicated with the couple, copied the photo of the child, and handed it to everyone to start setting up. Lan, you are the strongest. Take the child's parents and form a team of 3. Lin, you will form a team with this trainer Yumuze. The remaining 4 people will form 2 groups of 2. Enter from the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north in turn, and search for the child's traces. Keep in touch. Don't take action without authorization. Yes. Everyone started to act immediately. Junshalan took Zay and walked in carefully from the west of the drake living area. Beside them, there was a wind speed dog and a flame chicken. Even if they can't take the initiative to attack, it is still no problem to defend themselves, not to mention Junsha. Junsha of the reserve originally had the responsibility of preventing internal Pokémon riots, and since they could not use technology, they could only rely on their own Pokémon. There are quite a few mothers of possum without children here. Zay sighed as he walked along. There is no way. Although they can lay eggs with the same egg group, most Pokémon still prefer to find partners from their own kind. Possum is the only female Pokémon, and there is no male Pokémon to correspond to it, so the probability of giving birth to offspring is relatively low. After dodging another possum, Junchilin signaled to Zay that there was something ahead. The 2 hid behind a thick tree trunk and looked not far away. They saw a human cub in the pouch of a possum. They sighed at the same time, and the worst thing happened. Let's notify everyone first, Zay said to Junchilin. Junchilin nodded and began to broadcast her location through the intercom. Soon, the remaining 7 people also arrived. Generally speaking, how to solve this situation? Zay asked. At this time, the parents of the child were also very anxious, but for safety reasons, they did not rush forward like crazy, which made the other Junsha who was watching them more or less relieved. It's difficult. The voice of the older Junsha, the person in charge of the reserve, came from the intercom. Because we have to consider the safety of the children. If we just defeat the marsupial dragon, it would be very simple. We just need to report to the Alliance. But it is difficult to guarantee that the child will not be hurt during the battle. The fluctuations of the elves' battles are not something humans can bear, especially at such a close distance. I remember that marsupial dragons will let their children come out occasionally. The child's father spoke, with clear thoughts. That's right, but with our limited manpower, it is difficult to guarantee that we can withstand the anger of the marsupial dragon group after doing this. Junsha agreed, but pointed out a problem that cannot be ignored. Everyone fell into silence. Along the way, they naturally knew how many marsupial dragons survived here, and it was not a number they could resist at all. I have contacted the headquarters of the Crimson City. They mean that it would be best to let the owner of the Sakaki Pavilion, who has the power of Evergreen and can communicate with the elves, come. But the owner of the Sakaki Pavilion is still in the depths of the Evergreen Forest to comprehend, and it is estimated that he will not be contacted for a while. The person in charge explained helplessly. Moreover, this place is always under the jurisdiction of the Crimson City. If Sakaki is not willing to come, they have no choice. According to the most conventional method, the child is to be raised by the pouched dragon. According to previous examples, the pouched dragon will let him live independently when the child is about 15 or 16 years old. At that time, the pouched dragon will not be so aggressive. Will it take so long? ZHE couldn't help but ask. Junshalan said that this was the fact. No. The reaction of the child's parents was quite strong. Everyone understood. After all, it seemed that it would take at least 10 years for their children to return to their side, and no one could accept it. The most important thing is that children raised by pouched dragons are also difficult to integrate into human society. For a while, they were in a stalemate. This is Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki. I just heard that you are from Tokiwa. You should know Master Sakaki. If you can help us, we will be very grateful. The child's parents looked at Tetsuya for help. Tetsuya smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, my illustrations come from Professor Oak, not Tokiwa City. I really don't know Master Sakaki. Jun Shallan also helped to prove it. Their eyes dimmed suddenly. Oh, Tetsuya sighed secretly and fell into hesitation. I'll try to contact someone else. She should be able to help. He still spoke. Originally, according to his personality, he shouldn't take the initiative to help, but looking at the couple in front of him, he couldn't help but think of his parents in his previous life. It has been almost 17 years, and he doesn't know what's going on over there. Everyone cast their eyes on him, especially the child's parents, with hopeful light in their eyes. Tetsuya turned on his watch and was about to make a call. Tetsuya, I'm coming. Before he finished the action, a crisp female voice came from behind him. Tetsuya put down his hand speechlessly. He was now wondering if this guy had foreseen the future, or if he had simply been spying on him. Although the distance was extremely far, he felt that it was not a big deal for Nancy. He really can predict the future. Nancy blushed and smiled, and the Alakazam was still standing next to him. As for the contact information, it was the last time he left Golden City that inexplicably appeared on his watch, and at the same time there was a message. If you have any trouble, feel free to contact me. Nancy Liu. Rubbing his head, help me. Tetsuya made a request without hesitation. Okay, Nancy smiled and nodded, and the blue light shone, and the bag dragon immediately fell into a coma. Psychic skill, hypnosis. The child was slowly moved out of the bag dragon's pocket by her telekinesis and handed to Tetsuya. Did you do that to the big jaw ant and to GP? Tetsuya asked his own question. As for the people around, don't worry. When Nancy appeared, their eyes flashed blue at the same time. It's impossible for them to react. Nancy tilted her head and smiled. I don't know. Zaya was silent for a while. Isn't this equivalent to acquiescence? Can you change the reason next time? You can predict the future and say you don't know? Okay, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Remember to come to me next time. They, and the marsupial dragon, will not have any memory. Don't worry. Nancy walked to the side of Alakazam, put one hand on it, smiled and waved to Zaya. A blue light flashed and disappeared on the spot. Looking at her disappearing figure, Zaya was not sure what Nancy's personality was. The only thing that can be confirmed at present is that she has no malice towards him and even has a high degree of goodwill. At the same time, the people around also woke up and looked at the child in Zaya's arms in astonishment. Ah! The child's parents couldn't help but exclaimed and then controlled themselves. Zaya signaled everyone to evacuate first and return to the protection officer's residence. Everyone nodded and quickly left the scene, leaving only the sleeping marsupial dragon. In the commander's station of the reserve, Zaya explained to everyone that it was Nancy, and everyone finally understood and thought it was natural. Zaya felt that everyone's eyes looking at him suddenly had a trace of awe and fear. Is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? Thank you very much for your help. This is a little gift from me. Please accept it. The child's parents held the child and handed Zaya a bank card. No. Zaya waved his hand quickly. There are still 500 words left for the next chapter, which will be posted soon. Chapter 161, Porygon Incident and Teleportation System. This is just a small gift from my husband and me, only 50 million. Also, this is our business card. If you need any help, please feel free to contact us. The couple in front of him was very determined and insisted on giving. Wow, just 50 million, worthy of being able to fly a helicopter for sightseeing here. ZHE also sighed. Seeing that he really couldn't refuse, he half-heartedly took the business card and bank card. Darshan and his wife, Air Equipment Company, contact XXXXXXXX. This line of words was written on the business card. Darshan, looking at this name, ZHE was stunned. Thank you so much. We will take our leave first, and we are very sorry to cause trouble to everyone. Darshan and his wife took off their hats, held the child, and bowed deeply to everyone in the Conservation Officer Center. Looking at the backs of the three people walking onto the helicopter, ZHE was thoughtful. Junsha also dispersed. They still had tasks to complete. There were many things to do every day in such a large protected area. but there were really not many things like this where parents accidentally dropped their children from the helicopter. Then Miss Junsha, I'll leave first. Zaya said hello to Junshalin. I'll take you there. This is in the center of the reserve, and it's still far from the city. Junshalin started the jeep. Okay, thank you for that. Zaya hesitated for a moment, then agreed, and took back the flame chicken that had been following him. It took nearly 10 minutes to drive so fast when he just came in. If he wanted to go out, he didn't know how long it would take. He originally planned to go through the edge of the area, but he never expected that this would happen suddenly. Sitting in the passenger seat, Junshalin took Zaya out of the tropical jungle. Where are you going next? Junshalin drove the car slowly and asked Zaya. Let's go to Matcha City. I have something to do with Dr. Akihabara there. Zaya stood up and stuck his head out of the roof of the jeep to look at the green field outside. Matcha City. Junshalin sighed slightly. After that panic incident, the place has been abandoned a lot. They nodded slightly, not knowing whether it was blown by the wind or in response to Junshalin. The panic incident, also known as the Porygon incident, originated from the first artificial Pokémon deliberately created in modern times, Porygon, 3D Dragon. According to the report of Sulliff Company, Porygon was created by the Pokémon Research Institute, that is the Red Lotus Research Institute, located on the Red Lotus Island. Its main function is to use the written program to help humans conduct certain scientific research, and can move freely in the electronic space. It was borrowed by Dr. Akihabara, who invented the transmission system, to test the stability of the transmission system, and whether there are any loopholes. But problems occurred during the test. According to the statistics of the Alliance, at the moment of the test, a total of 685 people in the entire Kanto region were shocked. The cause was that the computers or TVs they were using produced abnormally fast red and blue flashes, reaching 112 seconds, about 0.08 seconds, and the flashes were very strong. 208 people fell into a serious coma and were sent to the Pokémon Center for emergency treatment. According to subsequent investigations, this was because, when Porygon was checking for vulnerabilities, some of the viruses inside the computers mutated, and the power supply of Matcha City mainly came from Pikachu's electric shock power generation. Under the collision of the two phases, unknown changes occurred. Fortunately, the victims did not have any major problems, and were successfully treated by Miss Joy. At the same time, the transmission system also tended to be stable. However, Matcha City was inevitably avoided by people. Okay, I'll take you here. Go along this road and you will see a police station. Continue to go south and you will see the Pokémon Center of Matcha City. Admiring the harmonious beauty of the Pokémon and nature in the reserve along the way, Miss Junsha brought Zhe to the border of the reserve quickly. Familiarly pointing to the distance, Miss Junsha enthusiastically gave instructions. Okay, thank you Miss Junsha. Zhe also turned over and got off the jeep. See you if we are destined to meet. See you if we are destined to meet. Junshalin drove the jeep away. Zhe looked at the jeep that gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, stretched his body, and began to move forward along the road. The road was quiet, without a trace of people, and the weeds were also withered and yellow. Zhe shook his head. People's feelings towards Pokémon are always complicated. Although they love their own elves and regard them as their own family, they also stay away from Pokémon that cause panic. Because everyone knows that the power of elves is not something that ordinary people can bear. This is also the reason why elves like Absol were not welcomed by people in the past. Even if they were originally out of good intentions to warn people, people still gave it the name of Disaster Beast after the disaster really happened. He couldn't help but speed up his pace. After passing a regular police station, they soon saw the unique Pokémon Center in Matcha City. Unlike ordinary Pokémon centers, the roof of the Pokémon Center here is very similar to the roof of a circus, with a big pink pea on it, which looks even more lovely. After entering the Pokémon Center, Tetsuya first finished his lunch with a few Pokémons, then walked to the front desk and began to ask, "Hello, Miss Joy. I would like to ask, is Dr. Akihabara's research institute here?" "Yes, it is right behind the Pokémon Center. When you go out, you will see a large Western-style house. If you want to borrow the transmission system, remember to contact Dr. Akihabara in advance." Miss Joy at the front desk guided Tetsuya very carefully. Tetsuya thanked him and walked out. As for the advance contact, someone will arrange it. After taking a detour to the back of the Pokémon Center, he looked at the Western-style house in front of him, which was half new and half dilapidated, and pressed the doorbell at the gate. Ding ding ding. After a few rings, the phone at the door was opened. Hello, this is Akihabara Research Institute. May I ask who is this? Hello, this is Tetsuya Tamaki, for an appointment at the Nabi Gym. Please open the door. Tetsuya answered skillfully. Okay, wait a minute. Nabi. Tamaki. Ah. I found it. Please come in. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be looking for a record. After hesitating for a while, he opened the door. Thank you very much. Tetsuya walked into the door. Pushing open the door of the Western-style house, the light bulb inside flickered, very unstable, and the light was very weak. He walked all the way to the deepest part of the room without changing his expression. A white door was closed. Looking around, Tetsuya couldn't find the doorbell, so he had to knock on the door. I'm coming. Only the person inside responded. The door was quickly opened, and Tetsuya walked straight in, and then looked at the holographic projection in front of him in surprise. Hello, you are Tetsuya Tamaki? The other party said. Yes, it's me. Tetsuya nodded. Drive Akihabara, who are you? The person in the holographic projection was Dr. Akihabara, who was a little oversized. He was wearing a pair of glasses that looked extremely high. He had a green watermelon head covering his head, and his white research robe was open, revealing the yellow innerwear inside. I'm researching a new human transmission system, and I'm using Zero to digitize myself into the electronic space. Dr. Akihabara's words were very concise, but the amount of information was a bit large. Tetsuya was speechless for a moment. He really thought humans were elves. And that Zero, which should be the Porygon, is he still here? You're here to borrow the elf transmission system, right? It's in that corner. The operation is very simple, just like the simplified version in the General Elf Center. I'm planning to copy this complete version and move it to various elf centers recently. With the help of Zero and the first generation, all the loopholes have been roughly eliminated. Dr. Akihabara guided Tetsuya with a smile. Okay, then I won't bother you. Dr. Akihabara, you go ahead. Tetsuya nodded hurriedly and came to the transmission system in the corner. The huge machine in front of him was much larger than the one in the Elf Center now, and of course, it had many more functions. He turned on the computer and called the Nabi Gym. Then Jiro, I'll ask you to help me. Tetsuya said with a smile. You're welcome, brother Tetsuya. Let's start now. The person on the other side was still Zyargang's younger brother Jiro. According to him, his elder brother was still undergoing arduous training. Tetsuya took out a luxury ball and placed it in the semicircular groove of the transmission machine to fix it. He pressed the button with a little excitement. White light lingered around the luxury ball and then suddenly disappeared. The elves inside were under the influence of unknown energy, and their forms were constantly changing. But as the white light dissipated, they also fixed. Jiro did not hesitate and immediately teleported the elves inside back. This time, it was the same as the usual transmission, with a few flashes of red light. Tetsuya picked up the luxury ball, chatted with Jiro for a few words, and then hung up the phone impatiently. Jiro also understood Tetsuya's eagerness. Seeing that his toolman role-playing was completed, he also left the computer and continued to worry about the affairs of the gym. Let me see, what kind of elf is it? When Tetsuya looked left and right at the appearance of the shrunken elf inside the luxury ball, the voice of Dr. Akihabara came again from behind. Here, is it okay? It will be quite big. Tetsuya scratched his head. It's okay, at worst we can just tear it down and rebuild it, as long as the power is not cut off. Dr. Akihabara said he didn't care. Since he said so, Tetsuya no longer restrained himself and threw the luxury ball. Come out. Pangyan Monster. Dangoro. Chapter 162. Pangolin and Pikachu Forest. A deep cry sounded, and a rather large rock elf appeared in the Akihabara Research Institute. Wow, it's so big. Tetsuya smiled and touched its hard body. The elf in front of him was the giant rock monster evolved from the mantle rock communication, also known as Jaya Rock. Jair is usually used to refer to the god of the earth. As a single rock attribute, the giant rock monster can be given this name, so it is not difficult to imagine how powerful it is. Compared with the previous crisp and childish cry, the giant rock monster's voice is more full-bodied, more like a middle-aged man. Evolution is also a kind of maturity for elves. It is composed of a huge and 4 dark blue giant rocks. The main body is similar to a cone, with an orange crystal stone in the center of the chest and the back. The gray strip-shaped connector connects its body and the triangular feet together. The body and limbs are also quite symmetrically covered with many orange crystal stones with sharp edges, forming its organs similar to ears and claws. Unlike the first 2 forms that perceive through the energy core, the final form of the giant rock monster has 2 eyes, with a yellow outer ring, an orange inner ring, and black pupils. The cultivation is quite good. The height is obviously higher than the average level, and judging from the brightness of the energy crystal, the beam skills should be very well mastered. Dr. Akihabara in the holographic projection exclaimed. Although more energy is put into the research of the transmission system, Dr. Akihabara also has his own unique insights on the cultivation of elves. Thanks to the transmission system invented by Dr. Akihabara, otherwise the communication evolution method would not be possible. ZHE also praised sincerely. This is true. If there is no transmission device invented by Dr. Akihabara, people will still know nothing about communication evolution. This is my masterpiece. Dr. Akihabara is not modest. This is indeed enough for him to leave his name in the history of elf evolution. But there are more and more rising stars. I recently heard from Professor Oak that there is a man named Masahiro in Manjin City who has further ideas and results by combining my transmission system. It is said that he will update the illustrated book again. He sighed. Masahiro, the future Pokémon doctor. They heard a familiar name again. His most well-known plot should be related to the future giant Dragonite. But he is also a handsome rich second generation. He also developed a Pokémon storage system by himself, based on the ability of Pokémon to convert themselves and the container into electrical signals. When they shrink in the Pokéball to rest, on the basis of the transmission system, they can be saved in some computers. That's quite looking forward to it. Zay's mind turned, and he said with a smile, haha, but my focus has recently begun to shift to the human transmission system. Let them study those things themselves. Dr. Akihabara's face was full of enthusiasm. They smiled politely, observed the giant rock monster, put it back into the Pokéball, and said goodbye. 0. First generation. Let's write the program here again. Only the voice of Dr. Akihabara, who was full of energy, could be heard vaguely behind him. Tetsuya was walking on the way back, thinking about the information of the giant rock monster that his own Zero chip had just displayed. Giant rock monster. Category, high voltage Pokémon attribute, rock height 1.95 meters, average value is 1.7 meters, weight 312 kilograms, average value is 260 kilograms, features, sandstorm, as long as it appears in battle, the weather will turn into a sandstorm. Hidden features, sand power, during sandstorm weather, the power of rock attribute, ground attribute and steel attribute moves will increase. Skills, partially newly added, sandstorm, rock blockade, rock blast, quicksand hell, hold, stomp, earthquake, cannon beam, solar beam. Level 34, elite, potential, king cultivation method, sandstorm plus sand power combination, training. Feeding of various attribute rocks, proportion. Overall, it was not beyond his initial expectations at all, and it was very consistent with expectations. The only thing that can be called a surprise is probably the grass type solar beam, sunlight blaze. This will give Pan Yangui an extremely powerful counter skill when facing the water type Pokémon that restrains it. Moreover, ZHE also thought about it. If he has already learned the 2 skills of Cannon Beam and Solar Beam, it should not be a problem to master the Destruction Death Beam, a beam type ultimate move. After all, the standard power of the 2 is 80 and 120 respectively. If it is improved a little, it will be enough to reach the standard power of 150 for the Destruction Death Beam. Speaking of which, it really fulfilled Dr. Akihabara's evaluation that the beam type skills are well mastered. Sure enough, no doctor is simple. This is Panyangua's special ability. It can use the orange crystal stones distributed all over its body to absorb the sun's rays, gather in the core of its body, to produce a reaction and amplify, and create a light ball to shoot out of its mouth to attack. Therefore, in terms of the talent of using solar beam, Pangyangua is not necessarily worse than some grass type Pokémon, and may even be stronger. Including the mastery of stomping, stamping, and earthquake. It actually comes from the special nature of the giant rock monster. It can directly use a core to create compressed explosive energy. Moving mountains and shaking the earth is not a joke. According to current records, it is said that a giant rock monster has even knocked a mountain away. ZHE also exhaled. Of course, after evolving into a giant rock monster, its appearance can be said to barely keep up with the average level of the current team. If it looks more like an enlarged version of a rock crab in the mantle rock period, it is just a little less leg. After evolving into a giant rock monster, it is closer to the appearance of a rock dragon. Unfortunately, if the back of a rock-type Pokémon is not really suitable for long-term riding, and the giant rock monster is not a Pokémon known for its speed, it would still be a good ground mount. Zay walked on the road in the forest with Tajipi in his arms, thinking wildly. At present, there is less than half a year before the new Kanto Quartz conference will begin. He has 4 Pokémon with real combat power. They are Pidgeot, Blaziken, Gorgon and Tyrannosaurus. Then the focus of the next period of time will be on the cultivation of the 2 little guys, Snacky and Tajipi. Snacky is easy to say. If it is cultivated normally, it should be close to the elite peak at level 40 at the beginning of the competition. But Tajipi in my arms is not certain. It depends on when the intimacy between this little guy and me reaches the standard of evolution and evolves into Tajipi. If the evolution time is too late, I have to postpone it until the middle of the competition to use the light stone to evolve it. After all, continuous evolution will cause certain harm to the body and potential of the elves. Excessive energy pressure during the process does not mean a good thing. It shouldn't be too late. With the soothing bell and carrying it with me, the intimacy should increase quickly. ZHE also thought so. Pikachu, a group of yellow electric mice appeared on the road. They were Pikachu. ZHE also looked around and determined his position. It turned out that he had arrived at the Pikachu forest. No wonder. Although Pikachu is a very large number of Pokémons, you can see them in forests and cities. However, if you want to see so many Pikachus at once, you can only see them in the Pikachu forest in the Kanto region. The forest is named after them, so you can imagine how many Pikachus live in it. The scorched grass on the roadside is a major symbol of the Pikachu forest. Since Pikachu stores electrical energy in its body, it often needs to discharge it, regardless of the purpose, otherwise it may be paralyzed or even die. It often releases unnecessary energy safely through its tail like a lightning rod. The scorched grass is a natural landscape produced by their behavior. Why is it a natural landscape? Because these grasses are of different shapes. Pikachus seem to be artists in the wild, and they have produced one strange shape after another, so this place occasionally attracts some people. This group of Pikachus surrounded Tetsuya, and their yellow bodies made Tetsuya's eyes a little dazed, and their high tails swept over Tetsuya's thighs from time to time. Tajipi also looked at them curiously with his eyes wide open. The Pikachus sniffed here and there, as if they were sure that Tetsuya was not a bad guy, and then they all dispersed. Under normal circumstances, their personalities are quite gentle if you don't pull their tails when they raise their tails to sense danger. Professor Oak's message. Before leaving, a Pikachu used an electric shock to knock a fruit off the tree and handed it to Tetsuya. The roasted fruit exuded a charming fragrance. "It's for us, thank you." Tetsuya squatted down, took the fruit and expressed his gratitude. Pikachu waved his hand and rushed back to the tribe on all fours. Under the sunlight, tiny spots of light were all over its body. This is the unique appearance of Pikachu in the Kanto region. I took a bite of the fruit, and it was indeed more delicious than normal. Fortunately, the Pikachu was an adult. If it was a novice, it would probably be over-electrified and burnt. The Pikachu family has a skill that only they can learn. The Volt attack, which even the legendary beasts cannot. If it weren't for the fact that, even after installing the special item electric ball and improving its attack ability, Pikachu is still very weak due to its race. Otherwise Tetsuya would really want to breed a Pikachu. At least in terms of skill breadth and attribute restraint, Pikachu is still remarkable. As for Pikachu, that is another creature. Chakota GP pulled Tetsuya's sleeve. Tetsuya came back to his senses. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Come, you try it too. With an apologetic smile, he handed the berry to GP. Chakota GP generously forgave Tetsuya's mistake. According to what it learned from several old predecessors, its trainer's favorite thing is to be inexplicably dazed. After eating a bite of the burnt berry, it laughed happily. One person and one pet continued to walk. Ling, hello, Tetsuya, have you arrived? A male voice came out after answering the watch phone. At the town gate, they stopped and looked at a huge stone tablet on the roadside. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from with incorrect views. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from Q. Thank you for the 466 starting coins from for the character. Thank you for the 100 starting coins from. The system will not add words, and the skills are not fully marked, otherwise it seems too much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Three Brothers of Stone Town. There are a few words engraved on the stone tablet. Stone Town. Do you need me to pick you up? The man asked casually. ZHE also replied casually. I don't think so. I think I can see your mansion at the entrance of the town. Haha, that's right. Then I'll wait for you at home. The man laughed heartily and hung up the phone without saying much. ZHE also curled his lips, put away his watch, and walked forward along the stone road of the town. At the end, as he said, you can vaguely see the super luxurious super large villa area built against the mountain wall behind. There is the home of the three brothers in Stone Town, and it is also the home of the Ibrahimovic family, one of the largest families in the town. Stone Town, located near the Evolution Mountain in the Kanto region, is the largest source of evolution stones in the Kanto region. There are nearly 7 or 8 evolution stone veins here, and there are also many rare special metals. As the name suggests, the Ibrahimovic family uses Ibrahimovic and its evolution forms only the 3 known water, fire, and thunder that require evolution stones. After all, in addition to being expensive, they are still very strong. The leaders of this generation are 3 brothers, each of whom uses a corresponding attribute. They are called the 3 brothers of EV in Stone Town by outsiders. They are the native residents here. With the strong support of the Alliance, the EV family has developed from a civilian family to a well-known big family in just 20 years. This comes from one of their characteristics: generosity. Very generosity. Every generation of young people in the EV family will hold a garden party after they become adults. On that day, as long as the trainer brings a Pokémon that needs evolution stones to evolve, they will give a corresponding attribute evolution stone with a quality between 70 to 80 to evolve the Pokémon for free. Regardless of birth or age, of course. One person can only participate once, and registration is required. Even if there is a condition that it must be used on site. The market price of an evolution stone of not low quality is tens of millions, which many people cannot afford. Therefore, many people occasionally come here to try their luck. If they encounter it, they will make a fortune. Their confidence comes from the welfare that the Alliance gives to the residents of the town. Adult descendants can enter the evolution stone vein for exploration once, and all the income within 2 hours belongs to them. Don't think that 2 hours is short. You should know that, in order to ensure the continuous regeneration of evolution stones, the Alliance has strict requirements for the excavation of evolution stone veins in the Evolution Mountain every year. According to rumors, evolution stones in the Evolution Mountain veins can be found almost everywhere, and 1 hour is enough to pick up nearly 100. Naturally, it is not impossible to predict that they are extremely rich. Don't worry about the problem of too many people participating. The time of this garden party is uncertain. It depends entirely on their mood within a year after they become adults. Even if many people squat there, they may miss it if they don't pay attention for a day. Of course, the man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. Although they are blessed by the Alliance and they are just drinking soup, the value is enough to make people jealous. In order to avoid being harmed by some illegal personnel, all families and residents in Stone Town have reached a consensus, that is, to build good relations with all the gyms in the Kanto region. Therefore, there will be a situation where they sponsor small competitions between N gyms every year, and the champion rewards are also valuable. It's really useful. In addition, the local residents don't leave the town easily. Their lives are very safe under the dual protection of the Alliance and the gym. There are special guards sent by the Alliance and the gym and the town. In case of an accident, they will rush to subdue the criminals within a minute. At the same time, they are constantly using these resources to improve themselves, but they are not strong enough at present due to time constraints. As for why ZHE is familiar with the three brothers in Stone Town, we have to mention a previous game on the Saint Danu. At that time, Aki, the third brother of one of the three brothers in Stone Town, was watching the game on the Saint Danu. He was very interested in ZHE's strong chicken. He chose the fire spirit on the evolution of EV, which fully demonstrated his love for fire spirits. Seeing such an excellent strong chicken cultivated by ZHE, coupled with his champion status and talent, he inevitably had the idea of making friends. ZHE naturally would not refuse. After chatting back and forth, they became familiar with each other. This time he went to Stone Town on purpose and accepted Aki's invitation. Otherwise there would be no need to take a detour. Ding dong. ZHE also rang the doorbell. I'm coming. Aki's voice came from the intercom next to him. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. Soon, a tall and thin young man with fiery red hair came to the door trotting all the way. Welcome, Aki bowed pretentiously. ZHE also rolled his eyes. Stop pretending, let me in, and sit for a while, I'm tired. Aki laughed and didn't say much. He took ZHE to the reception room of his house. So, actually you want me to help you choose EV? ZHE also raised his eyebrows and said to Aki, who had just explained in great detail. Yes, because our fourth brother Taichi was born, we, as older brothers, naturally have to prepare future elves for him. Aki nodded. Besides, this also has to do with what kind of Pokémon Taichi will choose for EV to evolve into in the future. Tetsuya complained. Let your brother decide on this in the future. If the three of you come, I'm afraid there will be another quarrel. At least, if Taichi chooses the EV I prepared for him, I will have a good reason to convince him to let EV evolve into a fire Pokémon like me. Looking at Aki's optimistic thoughts, Tetsuya suppressed his complaints in his heart. The three brothers have three personalities, and like Pokémon of three attributes. How can it be so easy? As for not being able to officially own a Pokémon before reaching the age, there are countless ways to avoid it. As for children, just keep a pet. So, what kind of personality do you plan to have for an EV? Tetsuya asked. Well, probably the kind that is more cute and introverted. After all, my fourth brother has this kind of personality. If he is too lively, I'm afraid he won't be used to it. If he is a little more introverted, the two of them may become lively while playing together. Aki pondered for a moment and put forward his own idea. Tetsuya nodded slightly to show his understanding. As for the relevant qualifications, the Ibrahimovic family has a base dedicated to breeding Ibrahimovic, and what Zaya has to do is nothing more than choosing from them, so he doesn't have to worry about this. In fact, the breeders hired by the Ibrahimovic family can also be selected, but in Aki's words, it does not reflect his concern as a brother. If they really don't have the talent in this area, they all want to do it themselves. So the three brothers simply asked their friends to pick one each, and finally let the younger brother Taichi choose for himself. Aki found Zaya. I don't have a breeder certificate. Zaya replied to Aki at the time. That thing is nothing more than a certificate. Don't I know your ability? Aki said that he didn't care at all. Although they didn't know each other for a long time, he had long been conquered by Zaya's profound knowledge and ability in daily conversations. Zaya thought about Aki's confidence in him, and had to admit that it was really easy to make people feel good. So, when are you going to pick? Zay took a sip of tea and looked at Aki. Aki looked at his watch and said, "Wait a few minutes. You've come just in time. My second brother is choosing with his friends." "Okay," Zay shrugged, saying that he didn't care. "Anyway, we are resting here today as requested by Aki. You can choose before leaving tomorrow morning." Then the two began to chat. Aki asked Zay how to train fire spirits. Zay picked something and talked to him. Seeing him nod occasionally, he didn't know if he understood. Zay was worried that Aki's grades were not very good. Ding, a message came from Aki's watch. Zay had a hunch that they were about to leave. Sure enough, after reading the message, Aki said to Zay with a happy face, "Let's go. My second brother has finished choosing. It's my turn. After we finish choosing, we'll take him directly to Taii and let him choose." After that, he stood up impatiently and walked out, urging Zay to follow. Zay shook his head helplessly. Young people are so impetuous. He followed Aki out slowly. The two quickly walked to the back of the villa area, where there was a well-equipped breeding house. Pushing the door open, they saw dozens of Ibrahimovic running around on the ground. Wow. ZHE couldn't help but sigh. Even if he had known that it was a big dog owner, there were too many. You know, Ibrahimovic is still very popular and valuable. After all, it is so cute. It is brown overall, with the tip of its fluffy tail and the fur on its neck in cream color. Its short and thin legs look quite sensitive. Its brown eyes blink at you from time to time. Its long ears like a rabbit and its small black nose are constantly twitching to sense the environment. ZHE leaned down and began to stroke the Ibrahimovic. The soft fur has an extremely comfortable touch, which is great. "Then I'll trouble you next." Aki put his hands together and asked ZHE, "Okay, give me some time." ZHE responded and then observed each Ibrahimovic. This is not a simple matter. The personality of a Pokémon is often reflected in its daily activities, movement characteristics, and hair condition. It is difficult to judge the personality of a Pokémon in a short time without a huge amount of knowledge. Moreover, in many cases, the external performance of a Pokémon is very different from its internal personality. This depends on the experience of the breeder. Especially here, with so many EVs, the workload and difficulty are even greater. If ZHE did not have the ability to remember everything he saw, he would have been dazzled. ZHE also observed silently and recorded a certain EV from time to time. "I will try my best to update more on Fridays and Saturdays. I guess I will be busy in the next 2 days." Chapter 164. The Pharmacist in Sangzao Town. Aki was teasing Ibrahimovic on the side. As the third young master of the Ibrahimovic family, he was naturally familiar with these little guys, and even often came here to play with them. "Okay." Zay's sudden voice obviously startled Aki, and his body trembled. "Huh? So fast?" Aki made an unbelievable sound, and felt a little rude, so he explained, "I mean, do you want to take a closer look? Don't worry, it's definitely suitable." Zay spread his hands to him, and the confidence in his words convinced Aki. "Okay, which one?" Aki asked. I saw Zay picked up an Ibrahimovic from the group of Ibrahimovic by the back of its neck, and pulled it out. It seemed as if its fate was pinched, its eyes were a little wide, and it was quite at a loss. It was because Ibrahimovic was gentle and not wild, so it could do this. "Buai." The little Ibrahimovic made a weak cry. "Why did you pick me up? This little guy seems to be sociable and playing with other EVs, but he is actually very alert and keeps walking around me. And judging from his walking movements and leg development, his characteristics are most likely to be escapism rather than adaptability. In addition, judging from the glossiness, length, and fineness of his hair and the attitude of other EVs towards him, he should be a little guy in the group, or in other words, he is relatively introverted, so he gets more care. After all, Pokémon like EV don't bully their own kind. In addition, the mane on the neck of this EV is very carefully trimmed by itself. The same is true for the white hair at the tip of the tail. From this point of view, it is possible. Although Aki believes in Tetsuya very much, necessary explanations are still indispensable. Aki looked at Tetsuya blankly, raised his hands to surrender. "Okay, I give up. This is too troublesome. You have the final say. Wait for me to notify my eldest and second brothers first, and then we will go to Teichi's room and choose directly for him." As he said that, he picked up the watch and started sending a message. Tetsuya brought the EV in front of him and looked at it. EV shyly covered its face with its two front paws, but unfortunately, they were too short and useless. Just as Tetsuya continued to tease it, Aki also sent a message. Let's go directly to Teichi's room. My eldest brother and second brother have already set off. He grabbed Tetsuya's other free arm and pulled him out. Tetsuya had to change the way he held EV. As for TGP, he put it in a luxury ball to sleep when he first entered the town. Teichi, your third brother is here. As the two came to the door of an independent house, Aki pushed the door open excitedly. Aki, you are still so impetuous. A man with golden needle-like hair chuckled and said to Aki, yeah, don't worry, it depends on Teichi's own choice anyway. Another man with blue hair like fish fins also smiled. It seems that the two have been here for a while. What kind of non-mainstream is this? Tetsuya sighed in his heart, but it is easy to recognize people. The one with yellow hair must be the eldest brother Eizo who has a thunder spirit, and the one with blue hair should be the second brother Mizuki who has a water spirit. I'm afraid that their hairstyles are all styled according to the appearance of their EV evolution forms. This is Tetsuya Tamaki. I have heard of you for a long time. However, compared to the irritable Aki, as the eldest and second brothers, Reizo and Mizuki are indeed much calmer. When they saw Tetsuya, they greeted him in a friendly manner. For them, the first thing to know is the outstanding descendants or investment targets of each gym. The extremely outstanding Tetsuya is naturally in this line. Tetsuya also smiled and greeted him. What kind of fame can he have? It's too rude to bring guests here, Aki. People come to help you, and you don't let them have a good rest. Reizo here is still teaching his third brother a lesson. Aki is timid and can't see the irritable look of the fire type at all. We just picked it, and Aki couldn't wait, so he pulled me over. Seeing Aki's pleading look, Zay's mouth curled up a wicked smile. Aki looked at Zay in disbelief. HMPH, I'll deal with you later. Reizo looked at Aki, snorted coldly, and then walked into the house, looking as if he was just talking. How can you cheat me? This time I'm done for. Big brother will definitely give me a good lesson. Aki and Zay followed behind Reizo and Mizuki, complaining to their bad friends. Ha, I helped you out. Zay retorted with a chuckle. Aki rolled his eyes. Thank you so much. Ibrahimovic was held in Zay's arms, looking at the two strange people in confusion. Is Teichi still in the room? Reizo asked the butler next to him. Master, he has just finished studying for the day, and he should be eating in the restaurant. The butler replied. The group of people changed direction. It's so big. Tetsuya felt that the house, where his fourth brother Teichi lived, was bigger than his villa in the wilderness of Viridian City. It's good to be rich. Tetsuya sighed in his heart, but I seem to be a rich man too. Teichi, today is the day for you to choose Eevee as your Pokémon. It was still Aki who rushed to the front and opened the door. Big brother, second brother, third brother, and this big brother, hello. A boy with a hairstyle that looked like the hair on Eevee's neck greeted him timidly, very politely. Tetsuya smiled at him. Hello, little brother Teichi. Reizo and Mizuki were not vague either. They directly released the Eevee they had prepared from the Pokeball and placed it on the table in front of Teichi together with the Eevee in Tetsuya's arms. The three Eevees lined up in a row, squatted on them with their legs folded, and their tails kept sweeping. Come on, Teichi, choose. Reizo said imposingly. Tetsuya felt that this scene was familiar, but it was strange. If Eevee was turned into a girl. No, he shook his head. His mind seemed to have gone astray inexplicably. Just, this little Eevee. After just a glance, little Teichi made his own choice, which was exactly what Tetsuya picked. Yeah. Aki excitedly waved his fist. Reizo and Mizuki advised, do you want to take another look? Teichi, you are too hasty. No. The first glance can establish a bond. That's enough. Aki said anxiously, and seeing Teichi nodded firmly, because of his words, he was even happier. Reizo and Mizuki looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. The two little Eevees were on the stage for only 3 minutes, and just as they reacted, they were taken back again. Please give me more advice. Teichi stretched out his hand to the only remaining Eevee. Bowie Eevee narrowed his eyes and jumped into Taichi's arms. The two introverted children played happily on the side. The three brothers were also very happy to see the scene in front of them. Let's go. There is a small dinner party in the evening. Come together. Reizo called Tetsuya. Okay. Tetsuya realized that it was dark outside without him noticing, and he spent too much time on the road. He was hungry, so he agreed without hesitation. The next morning, in a room filled with sunlight, Tetsuya woke up and covered his head, feeling a little dizzy. A burst of green full of vitality came. This was the daily morning training of the Fujimoto snake on the green grass field. He immediately felt comfortable. Last night, at the invitation of the three Eevee brothers, Tetsuya was forced to drink a lot of wine when he attended the dinner. Speaking of which, this was the first time he touched wine in this world, and it was red wine, and the after effect was a bit intoxicating. He was still quite clear-headed, but he hadn't finished his daily study last night. To be honest, it feels good to relax once in a while. Zay leaned on the bed and stretched. He climbed up from the bed with difficulty, went into the bathroom, took a simple shower, packed his luggage, collected the few elves that he had trained, and prepared to leave. He still had things to do next. Are you leaving now? Aki, who received Zay's message, hurried over with messy hair. It seemed that he didn't feel much better last night. Let's go. We still have to go to Sangzao town. Zay hugged him and said casually, oh, to find Grandma Lazy, right? Aki was not surprised to hear this name, and replied very familiarly. Zay nodded. Let's try our luck. There should be some quota for this year. There should be fewer of the three types of fire, thunder, and water, because we went there last time and bought some, but I know there are still some for other types. Aki brought Zay some good news. The two walked to another exit of the town together. Taichi also said goodbye to Aki again and left. Next time Taichi becomes an adult, I will definitely notify you to come. Aki shouted from behind. Taichi also raised his hand to indicate that he understood. The next destination is Sangzao town, and the target is the pharmacist in Sangzao town, Grandma Lazy. Taichi also said so in his heart. He recalled Jiro's reminder to himself. South of Stone Town, on the left side of Dark City, there is a small village called Sangzao town. It is a remote town dominated by farmland, most of which are forests and crops, and the residents are self-sufficient. There lives a person who can be called an old senior in all aspects, Grandma Lazy. She is best at making various potions, which have many functions. Some can improve the elves' mastery of energy, and can also improve the perception of energy. There are even better recovery potions than the wound medicine sold by the Joai family. Therefore, she is also respected as a pharmacist. Thank you for the 100 starting coins rewarded by. Thanks to Jumunganda_Chen for the 5000 starting coins. Thanks to Beishilangjan for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Teguzuze for the 201 starting coins. Thanks to ZUOAI for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 165 Grandma Lazy's Pharmacy. However, Grandma Lazy is old and lives in seclusion in Sangzao town, so if you want to get the potion, you can only go there to buy it yourself, and there is only a small amount of quota every year, and it depends on luck. I remember that your route should pass through there. You can go there to have a look. After learning this news, they naturally didn't mind taking a detour, not to mention that after Aki clearly told him that there was still potion there. They walked along the path in the mountains and forests with Tajipi in his arms, followed by Blaziken and Pangolin. Vine Snake used the Vine Whip to continuously move forward flexibly between the trunks and branches to train himself. Vijayat had already scouted the location of Sangzao town and led his companions in the sky. In the wild, you still have to do all the protective work and can't take it lightly. Every year, many trainers disappear because of their own carelessness. You must know that when a wild Pokémon jumps out to attack you, it takes time for you to temporarily release your partner, or for the Pokémon to jump out, to protect you on its own, which is far faster than staying outside. Ring, ring, ring. The wind blew on the people and the elves, and the soothing bell on Tajipa's neck made a crisp sound, which immediately calmed down the impetuous mood of walking in the complex terrain. Chakoyi. Tajipa excitedly shook his little body to let the bell continue to ring. Passing through rows of trees and bushes, they saw a small town surrounded by two small mountain ranges. The houses were built irregularly in the village. Presumably, that was his destination. He took back Pidgeot and Gorgon. The size and weight of these two big guys were not suitable for bringing into ordinary towns. They and the three elves walked into the village along the dirt road. In the farmland next to them, many people were working. "Hey, young man, you are a trainer from afar." An old man wearing a straw hat wiped his sweat and stood up straight, shouting to Zay. "Yes, old man, is this Sangzao town?" They asked politely. "Yes, you are here to find Rixie, right? Go inside, turn right at the third intersection, and the third house is her home." The old man responded with ease, and it seemed that many trainers had come here because of her reputation. "Okay, thank you, old man." Tetsuya put his hands together to express his gratitude and walked along the road indicated by the old man. That big red Pokémon should be Blaziken, and the small green one seems to be Snake. It seems to be another powerful trainer. Someone looked at the Pokémon around Tetsuya and sighed. As the 3 starter Pokémon, these 2 Pokémon must be well known. Even if the children don't know, the adults must know. Yeah, it's a pity that our family can't afford to pay so much tax to prepare one for our grandson. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't the league come up with a new rule recently? You don't need so much money to get a good Pokémon. It's enough for the initial Pokémon. It's enough, but if the kid wants to really become a trainer, that's not an easy thing. Trainers are good, but they are dangerous and cost money, too. By the way, what's that thing he's holding in his hands? It looks so cute. It seems like a good pet. I don't know. I haven't seen it. It's really cute. Find time to go to Dark City and ask Miss Joy. I've taken note of its appearance. Okay. Remember to tell me when you come back. If possible, I want to keep one, too. The residents started another wave of discussion because of Tetsuya's arrival, but it soon calmed down and they continued to do farm work. For them, they would sigh like this almost every time a trainer came, and what they said was also the same old stuff. The only difference was that this time there was more discussion about the GP. Of course, if they knew that the cute Pokémon they were discussing was even rarer than some dragon Pokémons, they would have given up the idea of raising one. They soon arrived in front of a shop-like house and was dazed when he saw the words on the plaque, Chinese medicine shop. The reason for the daze was not because of the name, but because the 3 words were written in traditional Chinese, not the Alliance language he had learned since he came to this world, a language with pronunciation, structure, and font that was different from any language in his previous life. Although there are still languages like English and French in this world, in cognition, these are more like local dialects, and the common language is still the Alliance language. As for Chinese, he had never heard of it before, let alone traditional Chinese characters. At first glance, it gave him a great shock. Resisting the urgent desire to learn, Zay pushed open the door of the store. "Hello, is Senior Lazy here? I'm here to buy potions." The store was empty. He had no choice but to repeat it loudly. "Young man, don't be anxious. You are too impetuous." An old woman dressed like a witch came out from the back, holding a grinding tool in her hand. "Sorry, I'm rude." Zay calmed down and bowed slightly. "You must be Senior Lazy." "Yes, I am. I'm a polite little guy." The old woman walked to the counter and put down the tools. "Don't call me Senior. It sounds bad. Just call me Granny Lazy. Tell me, what do you want?" Granny Lazy, I wonder what kind of potion you have." They changed the address and asked. Granny Lazy slapped her head and said, "I'm old, and I have forgotten. This is the list. You can take a look at it yourself, but there are not many things. Each person can only buy one of each thing." As she said, she threw a piece of paper to Zay from under the counter. Zay took it and began to check it. The names on it are very simple, such as Energy Boost Potion, various attributes, Energy Recovery Potion, various attributes, etc. Just from the name, it is easy to guess what it means. Grandma Lazy, I want potions and enlightenment potions for the 7 attributes of general, flying, fire, fighting, rock, grass, and electric, as well as vitality powder and resurrection herb potion. ZHE also selected and told Grandma Lazy what he wanted. She took out various potions from under the counter very skillfully, put them in bags, and handed them to ZHE. The total is 590 W. Thank you for your patronage. How do I pay? It's really expensive. Although he was prepared, ZHE was still secretly surprised. You know, these are all in one portion, which means they can only be used once. If it wasn't for Jiro saying that it was worth the money, he wouldn't have spent so much money to buy it. He took out his bank card and indicated to pay by swiping the card. After the transaction was completed, ZHE put the things into his space backpack and then stopped Grandma Lazy, who wanted to go back to the back room. Excuse me, Grandma Lazy, I want to ask what the words on the plaque at the door mean. I have never seen them before. ZHE smiled, and the image of a sunny and knowledgeable boy emerged. You look good, kid, but why are you so silly? What's my nickname? Granny Lazy slowly ground the herbs, turned around and asked ZHE. Pharmacist. ZHE was very surprised. That's right, doesn't the outside mean a pharmacy? Granny Lazy was even more surprised. This. ZHE fell into silence. As for not having seen it, of course, this is an ancient text I got from a relic, and the recipes of these medicines are placed next to it. Granny Lazy explained to ZHE to herself. This is not a secret, and basically many people know it. However, the words on the formula of the medicine are also ancient characters, which she actually can't understand. Fortunately, there are pictures. It took her many years to find the corresponding herbs to make these medicines, so the price is so expensive. It's her own hard work anyway. I see. Thank you, Granny Lazy. ZHE's sudden realization made Granny Lazy shake her head. A handsome boy, why doesn't his brain seem to be very bright? She muttered and walked to the back again. Zay's mind was surging, and he walked out of the shop and looked at the plaque again. He clearly recognized that these three words were indeed Chinese medicine shop, not the pharmacy that Grandma Lazy said. In other words, the other party did not recognize these words, but simply called it according to the habitual name of the alliance today. Ruins. Zay thought about Grandma Lazy's words. The history of this world is actually discontinuous. He discovered it when he was studying. It may be because of the existence of elves. Many histories in many countries disappeared suddenly, and there is no record left. Putting down the thoughts in his mind, Zay knew that his current strength was far from enough. You know, many people in this world are exploring history, and they are all extremely powerful. Compared with the dangers that ordinary elves in the wild bring to humans, if you want to explore the ruins, you need more strength. Because you don't know what kind of mechanism is left inside, and what kind of elves survive. You know, for some elves with a long lifespan, or ghost elves, living a long time is not a big deal. As for how to preserve strength over a long period of time, the wisdom of the ancients plus the special nature of the elves, this is not even a big problem. Moreover, most of the ruins are in sparsely populated areas, otherwise they would not have been discovered. You know, the more powerful the Pokémon are, the more they like to stay away from human gathering areas. ZHE also clenched his fists, so he still had to become stronger. As long as he was strong enough to go to any place in the world, he could know more about the history and mysteries of the world. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have a clear goal. Compared to becoming stronger in vain, finding a good job in the league, to spend the rest of his life, pursuing history is more interesting to him, and it is also closer to the truth he desires in his heart. Flame Chicken looked at its trainer. Just now, its wave guide told it that the trainer's psychology has changed a lot. There can be more updates today, and it should be posted at 9 o'clock in the evening. I'm not free during the day. Chapter 166 Coconut Egg Forest. It's okay, I'm fine. Tetsuya smiled at Blaziken. Chaco. Tajipi also raised his hands in agreement. Although it can't perceive emotions as detailed as Blaziken's Wava guide, as a Pokémon that can naturally feel warmth and joy, it can sense Tetsuya's inner happiness. Blaziken nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Tetsuya was thoughtful. Speaking of which, Togekiss also has the ability to master Wava guides. Later, he can let Blaziken teach it. Tang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Vine Snake looked at the man and two Pokémon with big eyes, puffed up its mouth, and the vine whip was wrapped around Tetsua's legs. Last time it saw Blaziken use Suava Guide, and later asked the trainer out of curiosity, but it couldn't learn it, so it was unhappy. Tetsuya squatted down, and smiled and touched its head. After a while, Tajipi jumped out of his arms, and started playing with Vine Snake. Because the two little guys are close in age, they are still very happy to play. Walking on the small road in Sangzhou town, they opened a nearby map, and began to plan the next route. On the right side of Sangzhou town is the Dark City, where the Dark Gym is only an informal gym, and the badge is of no help to him in participating in the conference. And although it is a city, in fact, the Dark City does not have any special industries, and its ranking is also very backward. If it were not for the current Dark Gym Master's strength, the city ranking would be almost at the bottom. They remembered very clearly that the Dark City in the future would be even more depressed, and the current Dark Gym would probably disappear and be replaced by two other privately established gyms, Kazi Gym and Yas Gym. This is really normal. After all, unless you are an official gym, the informal gym still depends on the gym master to develop himself, and it is inevitable to go to the wild to explore and do tasks to raise funds. If you are not careful, everyone will be prepared to be buried in the wild, but it is the local residents who suffer. Zay shook his head. What does this have to do with him? He can't be a prophet, and he knows very little. As for Sangzhou town, to the left is a fishing resort, Hakron Lake. Of course, the name is just a gimmick. Anyway, since its establishment, no one has ever heard of anyone catching elves such as Mini Dragon and Hakron. The reason why it is famous is that, because this lake connects many waters in other regions, it can occasionally catch many elves that are not seen in Kanto. For example, lanternfish of the hydropower system, lotus leaf boy of the water weed system, or lobster soldier of the pure water system. At Zay's current time, the connection between the alliances in various regions is far from as close as in the future. It may be necessary to wait until the transportation is convenient enough in the future and the exchanges are more frequent, so that ordinary residents can also know the common elves in other regions. What's more, introducing elves from other regions is also a troublesome matter. You have to consider the problem of the wild ecological chain. It's okay to capture a few occasionally, but if you really want to develop them into a group in the wild, many problems will follow. And for people who love elves, what is more tempting than seeing rare elves? So it is normal that this place is very popular. But for Zaya, there was no need to go there. The north was the direction of Stone Town, where he had just come from. From this point of view, Zaya seemed to have only one choice left. He swiped his finger across the map and pointed to a city, Nameless City. There was also a bracket next to it, marking the characteristic attractions, Coconut Egg Forest and Magic Troop Performance Area. So the next target should be here. After making a happy decision, Zaya put the map away. The real name of Nameless City here is this, not that it has no name in the sense of no name, so don't be too surprised. Zaya snapped his fingers towards the sky, and Pidgeot ran out of his luxury bowl very respectfully. It understood. After taking back the other three elves, he sat on Pidgeot's back and patted it to indicate that it was time to set off. Yes, Zaya has made progress. Now he doesn't have to lie on Pidgeot's back, but sits instead. It is really a very gratifying thing. If the armored bird hadn't picked him up with its claws and flew without saying hello last time, he wouldn't have lost his composure. Beep Pidgeot chirped softly, and its slightly large body flew steadily into the sky, attracting the attention of the people in the village. While the children opened their mouths wide, what a big bird. A little girl stood in front of the pharmacy that Zaya had just visited, and was also curious. King Mui, don't look outside, come back to grind the herbs. Grandma Lazy's voice came. The girl responded crisply, I'm here, Grandma. Then she ran in. Wuming City is not as small as Sangzhou town. After flying for a while, Zaya looked down in the air, and a relatively prosperous city came into his sight. Pidgeot slowly landed outside the city. Okay, you've worked hard, take a rest first, and it's time to eat soon. Zaya slid off Pidgeot's back and patted it. Pidgeot's head also rubbed against him, and with a flash of red light, it returned to its luxury ball. Arriving at the Pokémon Center in Wooming City, he still solved his own personal meal problem first, and then walked to the training ground at the back to feed several Pokémon well. Do some post-meal digestion exercises. After this series of processes, the time has quietly come to 1:30 in the afternoon. Zay led his companions to the Coconut Egg Forest. Coconut Egg Forest, currently, the forest with the most egg and its evolved form Coconut Egg Tree in the Kanto region. Because of the psychic system, many people are still very interested in Pokémon such as Coconut Egg Tree, so this place has attracted many trainers to come, and by the way, it has also driven the overall development of Nameless City. However, because of the special psychic system, the Alliance and the city dare not control this forest, for fear of causing a riot of the Coconut Egg Tree, impacting the city, and bringing unpredictable disasters. Fortunately, Egg and Coconut Egg Tree are also gentle Pokémon, and they can coexist with humans under certain protection. In addition, the most noteworthy point here is that there must be a lot of leaf stones in this forest. This is something that everyone can guess. Because egg must evolve into Coconut Egg Tree through leaf stones. If there is no leaf stone produced here, how can there be so many Coconut Egg Trees? But again, Pokémon with superpowers are still too dangerous. Although you may be able to defeat them through Pokémon battles, you cannot stop them from posing a direct threat to trainers in groups. Therefore, it is still very dangerous to enter the Coconut Egg Forest to find the leaf stone. At this time, Zay, accompanied by Panyan and Blaziken, carefully shuttled through the woods. Dan Egg rolled past Zay without even looking at him. Humans, after seeing too many, are boring. The essence of the egg is more similar to a creature composed of plant seeds. Rather than what it looks like, it is composed of 6 eggs of different creatures. In particular, one of the 5 eggs surrounding the intact smiling egg in the middle has a yolk exposed, which is more like a creature's egg. Don't look at the cracks on the eggs, but they are all very hard and difficult to separate. Generally speaking, when there are too many cracks, it is the best time for them to use the leaf stone to evolve. There is a strange telepathy between each of its individual eggs, and they will inevitably gather together in groups of 6. This may also be a proof that they have superpowers. Ignoring the egg, ZHE continued to grope forward in the forest. He came here to try his luck and see if he could find 1 or 2 leaf stones. Although he was not particularly short of evolution stones, no one would dislike having too many assets. Nashi 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 in the distance, the voice of the coconut tree could be heard. These were its 3 heads expressing their own ideas, and the voice was very harsh. However, unlike the common Pokémons with multiple heads and independent thinking, such as Doodly or Diplodocus, the relationship between the 3 heads was very good, and they would not quarrel, but their thinking was quite divergent. It was said that when the coconut tree developed well, one of its heads would fall off and turn into one of the 6 eggs that made up the egg. After that, it would look for the egg that was missing an egg and piece it together. This could also explain why some eggs in the wild would definitely return to their original state the next morning when they were missing an egg. Of course, this was just hearsay. Anyway, most normal eggs still came from the eggs laid by the coconut tree and other Pokémons. Spray flames. ZHE commanded the flame chicken to knock down a coconut tree that was blocking him. This was probably the one with a bad temper in the group. Under the influence of the level difference and the restraint of attributes, the coconut tree quickly lost its combat ability. This is why ZHE did not choose to subdue a coconut tree. After all, it is called a walking tropical rainforest. The grass and psychic dual type Pokémon, and because of the unique 3 heads that think independently, the power is doubled when using some skills. The coconut tree is still very strong. Not to mention that it can also master the auxiliary skill of the green grass field. The psychic type is more useful in many places. However, its attributes are too restrained. Counting the steel and evil types that have been discovered so far, the coconut tree is restrained by 7 types, and the restraint of the insect type is extremely exaggerated. Even though there are many restrained types, the coconut tree is not a Pokémon that excels in defense, and it is undoubtedly at a disadvantage in the process of fighting. Sure enough, if it is a psychic type Pokémon, Gardevoir or Alakazam would be better, and ZHE still thought about it. Chapter 167 Conjecture. Panyanga, Quicksand Hell, Gravity, and then Power Gem. ZHE commanded Panyanga, not too fast or too slow. Blazing Chicken, Flame Vortex, then stick to Flame Fist, Pidgeot, Storm Preparation, Shadow Clone, then Swallow Return. Of course, this series of commands also indicated that his situation was not as good as he imagined. One person and 4 pets were surrounded by 7 coconut trees. But ZHE was not panicked at all. He even felt that he could shout out the words "you have been surrounded." If it weren't for the fact that Tajipa's self-protection ability was still relatively weak, he would have wanted it to come out and move around. 7 2-meter tall, tree-like coconut trees, with 3 heads and leaves on their heads, almost blocked the surrounding light tightly. For a moment, even the sky became dark. Unfortunately, their strength was not enough. Among the 7, only 3 reached the elite level, and the others were ordinary. For ordinary trainers with the same Pokémon as ZHE, they naturally couldn't deal with it. Unfortunately, his Pokémon were generally more qualified. At this stage, high qualifications mean better mastery of skills, higher energy intensity, and greater power. And don't forget that the Flame Chicken has a very effective item on it, charcoal. ZHE is also very confident. He said that he has a cheat. Of course, even so, he still hid behind the giant rock monster. The superpowers of these coconut egg trees are not strong enough to target enemies that are not in the field of vision. The huge body of the giant rock monster is enough to completely cover him. Full of security. The giant rock monster is also the busiest. Sometimes he adds a quicksand hell on the ground, and sometimes he senses whether his gravity arrangement has lasted. Intermittently, he also condenses light from the energy crystal on his forehead, and uses the power gem skill to attack. Fortunately, the coconut egg tree is not as resistant to rock skills as the ground skills, so the damage is still quite good. As for the fact that the physical attack ability of the giant rock monster is far superior to the energy attack, ZHE also said that it is better not to let it rush up for now. Pidgeot and Blaziken were attacking the 7 coconut trees from both the sky and the ground. The tacit understanding they had developed through long-term adventures allowed them to quickly target the same coconut tree together and then destroy it one by one. Oh, and there was also the rattan snake. The little guy was sitting on Tetsua's shoulder, using magic leaves to harass it from time to time. It could only be harassment. Although the rattan snake's attack ability was not weak, and its level had been raised to level 15 in the past month, and it was about to evolve, there was still a big gap between it and the 7 coconut trees in front of it. Moreover, as a grass type, its attack was a bit weak compared to its predecessors under the same attribute resistance. When the first elite coconut tree fell first, there was no suspense in the following battle. One coconut tree after another fell down, and there were 7 of them, covering the nearby ground. Zay showed a villain-like smile. That's it? At the same time, he carefully instructed his little cute vine snake to use the vine whip to attack each coconut tree again, making sure that they were indeed unconscious, and then walked out from behind the giant rock monster. The vine snake sat on his shoulder and shook his head helplessly. Why bother? I tell you, little guy, this is called caution. Zay crawled through the gap next to the fallen coconut tree and signaled the other elves to follow. Soon, they came to the rather strange rock he had just seen. The rock in front of him was very huge, half the height of Zay, and not only that, its surface was covered with a layer of moss. In this world, where attribute power exists, it is rare to see such a large rock covered with moss. Even in the river, the unique energy of the rock will prevent the growth of moss, which is completely different from the stone in front of him. Tetsuya stroked his chin. He always felt that this thing was very similar to the rock that he knew in his previous life, which allowed Eevee to evolve into Leafeon. He temporarily marked this place on his map. He decided to find a place to catch an Eevee and try it here. Then he walked to the side of the rock and picked up a leaf stone. He took a look and found that the quality was 66, which was better than nothing. And it was probably absorbed a lot by the coconut trees living around it, so the energy inside was not so sufficient. He casually replaced a piece for the vine snake. He should use up this one first. He should learn to live frugally. Vine snake gently whipped Tetsuya with the vine whip. Man. He touched the little guy's head to signal him to stop making trouble. It quickly stopped and placed itself on the leaf stone. It used the green grass field in a familiar way to restore the physical strength of several of its predecessors. ZHE also stretched and looked at the time. It had been more than 2 hours. He had almost defeated 3 small groups of coconut trees like the one just now, but he had only just found this one leaf stone. And looking at the appearance of his own Pokémon, even the vine snake, who was responsible for recovery after the battle, was exhausted. He immediately decided to go back first. Let's go back and rest. After the duration of Vine Snake's green grass field was over, ZHE also spoke. The 3 Pokémon led by Pidgeot also relaxed visibly. Even if the coconut trees were not too strong for them, they had to pay attention to the sneak attacks of superpowers at all times. Otherwise they might overturn, which was also a very tiring thing for Pokémon. Since his trainer wanted to go back, it couldn't be better. Without hesitation, ZHE took back Pidgeot and took the other Pokémon back to the Poké Center in Nameless City along the way they came. Then Miss Joy, thank you for your trouble. He held to GP and put the other 4 luxury balls on the tray handed over by Miss Joy. Please wait in the rest area for a while. I'll let you know right away. Miss Joy nodded with a smile and reached out to tease the GP that kept moving in Tetsua's arms. Jilly Jigglypuff on the side called out, sighing helplessly. Come on, don't rush Jigglypuff. Miss Joy smiled at Tetsuya embarrassedly and quickly turned around and left towards Jigglypuff. You're really eye-catching little guy. Tetsuya also teased GP with his fingers. Chaco GP smiled and his eyes curved into a crescent. He held it and sat down in the rest area. A bunch of trainers couldn't help but follow Tetsuya all the way. Tetsuya smiled bitterly in his heart. Good guy. GP is too eye-catching. He remembered that Zyuksha's one was not so exaggerated. Is it because it didn't show it? Or is it because Zyugang and Zyuksha are both gym trainers? Hello, my name is Shiro. Can I hug your Pokémon? Finally, when Tetsuya ordered some desserts to feed Pokémon, someone came up to chat with him. It was a girl. Seeing Tetsuya looking up at her, she smiled brightly. My name is Shiro. I'm from Hone, and I'm currently traveling around with the goal of knowing all Pokémon. She repeated her words again, and then to show that she had no ill intentions, she took out her green Pokémon illustrated book. Not everyone in this world travels to the regional conference or becomes a Pokémon master. The girl in front of Tetsuya is one of them. However, knowing all Pokémon is a very ambitious goal. Tetsuya sighed. You know, knowing here is not just seeing, but also touching. At the same time, he smiled and showed his red illustrated book. After all, they are both direct trainers. Although they are not in the same regional alliance, they are colleagues anyway. And from the looks of it, she just wants to touch Pokémon. The group of people next to her probably also want to, and are eager to make a move, but they are ahead of the girl named Shiro. Seeing Tetsuya's kind gesture, she smiled and looked unusually sunny. It's a pity, it's not going to work. But the next moment, Tetsuya's words made her a little stiff. If Pokopi doesn't mind, it's fine. Tetsuya paused, but if it's here, with your president, other people will probably rush over and scare the kid. Bailu blinked and touched her chest. Fortunately, she didn't completely lock the opportunity. Pokopi is really rare. For her who is motivated to know all Pokémon, it is a Pokémon she really wants to touch. Then, let's make friends. She stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Tetsuya. Tetsuya Tamaki, from Kanto Tokiwa, is traveling with the Kanto tournament as his goal. Tetsuya smiled, shook his hand very gentlemanly, and then let go. Bailu sat down opposite him naturally. By the way, where did you meet Pokopi? So cute. As she spoke, her eyes kept following Pokopi's movements. GP looked at her, then at the puff in his hand, turned his body, and faced Tetsuya's chest with his face and hands, and began to eat the puff. In the hunting zone of Crimson City, this little guy likes to eat desserts, especially ice cream. Tetsuya touched GP's head and said, and blinked at Bailu. Bailu understood. Hunting zone. There is also one in Hone, on Route 121 near Shujing City. I haven't been to the hunting zone of Crimson yet. Are there many elves there? As he spoke, he placed an order for ice cream through his watch. A lot. You can see most of the elves in the Kanto region there. seeing the two people chatting enthusiastically. Gradually, the people on the side also extinguished their thoughts, but occasionally looked at TGP, who was slightly exposed. Soon, the ice cream ordered by Bailu arrived. Crimson, do you want ice cream? Bailu smiled and tempted with the ice cream. A type of rock that exists in each region. A specific Pokémon can evolve when it levels up within the range of this rock. In the Galar region, where there are no rocks covered with moss, you can use Leaf Stone to evolve this Pokémon. This is the introduction, which explains. 1. This special rock exists in each region, but it has not been discovered, because no one would release EV in such a place. Just like to GP2. There is no such rock in the Galar region, and it is also quite special, so only there can EV evolve with Leaf Stone. Whose is the extra? Chapter 168 Busy Life. Chaco. TGP turned around subconsciously when he heard that there was ice cream to eat, and didn't forget to stuff the last bite of the puff into his mouth. It was still that female human. She wouldn't want to give me the ice cream and then take it back, right? Is she a demon? TGP tried to raise his head, which was almost neckless, and looked at his trainer. Don't worry, it's okay, eat it. They naturally knew a little bit about what his little guy was thinking, and said to it helplessly. After getting along with him for a few days, he understood TGP. Although he looked very cute, his own personality had some demonic attributes, so he would unconsciously think that other people's behavior was demonic. TGP jumped onto the dining table with relief, took the ice cream from Bailu's hand, and began to lick it. Bailu subconsciously touched its body, but didn't dare to touch the crown. TGP looked at it with disdain. Forget it. For the sake of ice cream, I'll give you a chance. After a few seconds, it decisively jumped back into Zay's arms. Woman, the time is up. Zay held TGP and smiled apologetically at Bailu. This child is a little shy. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm happy. Bailu's face was full of excitement. Ring Zaya's watch rang. My Pokémon has recovered. I'll leave first. Zaya looked at the message, stood up and prepared to leave. Add a friend. Bailu made an invitation. Zaya had no objection, and after exchanging contact information, he went to Miss Joy to retrieve his companions. Hey, Aki, do you know where there are EV living in Kanto? I'm in Wooming City now, the one nearby. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Zaya called Aki. After all, they are the EV family, and they must know a lot about this. Huh, you want to breed EV? Let me tell you, Fire Spirit is the best. Its special feature is to attract fire, and it is very powerful in civil wars. Also, its flame temperature can reach a high temperature of 1700 degrees, which can burn everything, and more. When Aki heard this, he didn't care about anything, and started to yell. No, I have a party to attend. I'm thinking about finding a place where Eevee lives, and finding an egg as a gift for them. Tetsua's words were half true and half false. Oh, Eevee egg, just ask me, if you want it. It's not a precious thing anyway. Hearing that it was not Tetsuya who wanted to breed it himself, Aki's interest suddenly became much lower, and he answered casually. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Just tell me where to find it. Tetsuya rolled his eyes. It's okay if it's not precious, but your family doesn't treat Eevee as Eevee. Nameless city, right? Let me think. Aki was obviously searching for something. I found it. If you go out from the west entrance, there is a forest. It is deep over there. To the west, Zay looked up. Isn't that the Coconut Egg Forest? Oh, that's the name. Our family caught a nest there before. It seems that there are still many, but the qualifications are generally not high, so we didn't go there again. Aki said. Okay, I know. Let's continue playing later. Zay chatted with him for a few words, and hung up the phone. As a result, it was in the Coconut Egg Forest, where he just came out. It turned out that he came back for nothing. Zay sighed. It's just right to recover, and it seems that there is more room for operation. He scratched his bangs and thought so. In the Coconut Egg Forest, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and the sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, forming a series of light spots on the ground. Zay, Pangyanga, Flame Chicken, and the vine snake sitting on his shoulders walked cautiously through the forest. At this moment, they were gradually approaching the deeper part of the outer perimeter of the Coconut Egg Forest. In front of him, there was a strange path. It should be here, ZHE said to himself, and compared it with the photo sent by Aki, nodded, and affirmed himself. The road here looks like a key. At the end of the straight road, there is a circle. In the middle of the circle, about 40 or 50 towering trees formed a small forest. There seemed to be no vitality in it, except for the strange shape. There was no feature. Dangoro. Pang Yanguo's low voice sounded. Hidden? No wonder. ZHE nodded slightly. According to Pang Yanguo, there are indeed EVs living in it, but they are very vigilant and hide far away, creating the appearance of a small forest without vitality. But Pang Yanguo's perception is through the ground. As long as the other party can't fly, there is no problem. There are more than a dozen. After Pang Yanguo explored more carefully, ZHE sighed. This small forest can actually accommodate so many EVs, and it is completely invisible. After thinking about it, ZHE decided to be a demon. Flame. Use jet fire on that forest to drive them to the moss-covered rocks. After walking around, he instructed Pang Yan, set up a gravity field here to prevent them from running away from here. The two Pokémon nodded, indicating that they understood. Limited by their own abilities, it is difficult for EV to surpass the elites if they do not evolve, not to mention that they grew up in this small forest. Tetsuya estimated that they were generally average in strength, so he was not worried about not being able to beat them. TGP and the luxury ball looked at the scene outside with wide eyes. As a hot red flame sprayed into the forest, the EVs that had been hiding well immediately ran out. Driven by the double pressure, most of the EVs began to flee according to the route Tetsuya had originally planned for them. Tetsuya followed silently with the Pokémon, only occasionally launching attacks to stimulate them. It is not required that all EVs go near the moss-covered rocks, as long as there are 2 or 3. Fortunately, maybe because the EV tribe is a frequent visitor here, they bypassed the coconut tree tribe along the way, and only a few fell behind. However, as the distance increased, they became a little confused. Even with Tetsuya's intervention, only 5 of them finally reached this area. The rest had already escaped and disappeared. The coconut tree near the rock had disappeared, which was also confirmed by Tetsuya in advance, just in case. As soon as they stepped into the rock range, one of the 5 EV glowed white, representing evolution. EC. Tetsuya clenched his fists and cheered, and then turned on the video recording function of the illustrated book. It starts recording halfway through the evolution, which is reasonable. Soon, the white light dissipated, and a Pokémon with the appearance of both a cat and a fox appeared in front of Tetsuya and several Pokémon. Its body is brown, with docker claws. The color between the eyes and ears is similar to claws. The ears and tail are more like leaves. There are also leaves scattered on its body, and the leaf in the center of the forehead is particularly long. The remaining 4 EVs stared with wide eyes. They had never seen such a fellow EV before, but the smell coming from the other party was the EV before it evolved. Blazing chicken, use flamethrower on that green EV. Tetsuya remained calm and directed Blaziken. At this moment, he was still recording, so he couldn't just call out Leafian. The EVs quickly fled in all directions. As for that strange fellow EV, they could only wish it good luck. However, although it looked strange after evolution, it seemed to have become much stronger. Let's ask the tribe members to come here and take a look. Their little brains are also very smart. The stronger it is, the easier it is to survive in the wild, and the tribe will become larger and larger. This is a virtuous cycle. Leafian, which had just reacted from the evolution, had not yet adapted to its new body, and was hit by flamethrower, a fire skill that restrained it. It screamed in pain, but did not lose its ability to fight. ZHE also raised his eyebrows. Before he could say anything, Flamel fired a second jet of flame. This time, Leafian lost its ability to fight and fell to the ground. ZHE also threw out the Pokeball. The red light flashed, and this time it swayed on the ground for 2 seconds before Leafian was officially captured. ZHE picked up the Pokeball, closed the Pokémon book, turned off the video recording function, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned around and left this area without any regrets. As for the EV egg, how could he have the energy to find this never before seen evolution of EV? Moreover, ZHE also had a better gift for the person who was going to attend the party later. ZHE almost trotted all the way back to the Pokémon Center in Wooming City. ZHE hummed a song and went straight to the video phone inside the center without paying attention to other people's surprised eyes. Just as he was about to start the video call, his watch received a message. Dear trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, hello. The Sasaki family sincerely invites you to participate. This is an invitation, followed by a notice from his teacher. According to your route, you are very close to here. Remember to come quickly. Tetsuya naturally replied okay immediately. The excitement that had just been brewing was destroyed in an instant. He smiled and continued to make a call. Beep hello, this is Professor Oak. Who is it? On the screen, there was a bowl of cup noodles, but it was Professor Oak's voice that echoed in the Pokémon Center. The trainers who heard this unique voice couldn't help but look at the remote corner. It's me, Tetsuya. Professor, you pointed the screen at the cup noodles again. Tetsuya didn't care about other people's eyes and complained about Professor Oak. Oh, it's Tetsuya. What do you want to talk to me about? The screen shook and Professor Oak's face appeared in the video. Only a burst of exclamations from the people around were heard. Tetsuya's expression remained unchanged. Drive Oak, please take a look at the video I sent you first. Video? Dr. Oak asked in confusion. Wait a minute, I'll go take a look. He suddenly had a hunch that, since the last discovery of the Craniophagus fossil, Tetsuya, this little guy, will give him another surprise. Thanks to Amasyang for awarding the character Pidgeot with 100 starting coins. Thanks to Yinayan Mones for awarding the character Monarch Snake with 500 starting coins. Thanks to King Ming Yuksha for awarding 1500 starting coins. Thanks to Kyushin Handy for awarding 100 starting coins. Speaking of rewards, I will post a message later to talk about it. There is still a difference. By the way, there is also Nancy. Her ability to predict the future is not as exaggerated as you think. There are hints. I heard from the big guys in the reader group that you all like the following. Chapter 169 Leafian. Oh. What is this? After a while, Professor Oak on the other end of the phone made a surprised sound. Then, his big face immediately stuck to the camera of the video call, blocking all corners. Tetsuya was startled. Tell me, Tetsuya, where did you take this video? This is a great discovery in the history of Pokémon evolution. This is EV. Professor Oak's loud voice made Tetsuya's ears buzz for a while. It's in a place in the coconut egg forest, Professor Oak. Tetsuya hurriedly explained. He felt that Professor Oak wanted to eat him. I originally wanted to go there to prepare a birthday gift for the young master of the Sasaki family, but during the chase, one of the EVs suddenly emitted the light of evolution. It is incredible that EV suddenly evolved without an evolution stone, so I took a video. He briefly explained the source of the video. Professor Oak calmed down. After all, he is one of the most knowledgeable researchers today. Someone once took a picture of this Pokémon in Synopsis, but it disappeared soon, and no one knows what it evolved from. Some people speculated that it was an evolved form of EV, based on its appearance, but they couldn't prove it. Now, judging from your video, it should be a new evolution of EV that has not been discovered. Dr. Oak's tone was very happy. This is a big deal. Although the academic community has always speculated that the unstable genes in EV can be changed by external factors and evolve into different forms, there have always been only 3 evolution stones, thunder, water, and fire, that can allow them to evolve. No one has ever actually seen EV evolve into a 4th evolutionary form other than these 3. Your video is enough to fully prove that EV still has a lot of evolutionary potential. ZHE also nodded and added, there is nothing special about the location of that piece, and there is not even a leaf stone nearby, but there is a very special rock covered with moss. I guess, if it is not related to the living environment of the area, it is related to that rock. Dr. Oak nodded thoughtfully. It should have little to do with the living environment. Of course, it may also be because there are too many leaf stones there, and the energy fluctuations are too large. As for the moss-covered rocks, they are indeed rare. I remember that there have been related reports in other areas, but no energy fluctuations were detected. I just thought it was a very rare special phenomenon in nature. Now it seems that it cannot be ruled out that this special rock caused the evolution. So, you send me the exact location of the place, and I will rush over to do an experiment now. Zaire opened his mouth wide. This is too swift and decisive. And is it necessary to rush so much? He thought that they would send people to come slowly like before. What? I'll come to Wooming City now, very quickly. It just so happens that I have received an invitation from the Sasaki family. I will go there to celebrate. Dr. Oak smiled. Zaire had to send the recorded location directly to Dr. Oak. Okay, you go there and wait. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Dr. Oak hung up the phone. Tetsuya looked at the black screen of the phone in front of him and sighed helplessly. Others visited the thatched cottage 3 times, but he visited the forest 3 times. He stood up and ran back in a hurry. As for whether Professor Oak could arrive quickly, not to mention the relationship between Professor Oak and Celebi that no one else knew, just Professor Oak's Dragonite, Tetsuya felt that it might be stronger than water is. The average Dragonite has a flying speed of about 2,500 km per hour, which is faster than Pidgeot, not to mention the strong ones. And Professor Oak should not be afraid of heights. Tetsuya stood in front of the moss-covered rock, thinking about the problem of Eevee in his mind. It is normal for Leaf Eevee to be photographed, and it is not surprising if Glaceon has been captured. After all, the wild is so big, there will always be 1 or 2 lucky ones. As for Sun Eevee and Moon Eevee, it is almost impossible, not to mention Sylveon. All 3 should require a high degree of intimacy or similar needs to evolve, which is extremely difficult. After all, if the intimacy is very high, the time of cultivation will certainly not be short. Most trainers will still choose to use the evolution stone as soon as possible to let Eevee evolve into the 3 known forms, which are still quite powerful. This can also quickly improve their own strength, otherwise the pure Eevee's ability is still very insufficient. And when it is raised as a pet, the intimacy is estimated to have an upper limit. Overall, there should be no problem with this plan. If it goes well, it can add a lot of credit to the alliance. Tetsuya's eyes flashed. Although he had decided not to climb up the official level within the alliance step by step, this kind of credit is beneficial to him. Many benefits, including the opportunity to get a quasi-god, especially those quasi-gods with good talents, still rely more on the alliance. In a dragon roar sounded, and a huge orange-yellow Dragonite carrying Professor Oak on its back swooped down, and then flapped its small wings, and stopped perfectly about 10 centimeters above the ground. Only a trace of dust was stirred up. Tetsuya instantly made his own contribution to world warming. With Pidgeot, he naturally knew what this flying ability meant. Your surprise is too big. Professor Oak turned over and landed on Dragonite's back. He walked at Tetsuya and half sighed and half praised him. It's just that I'm a little bit lucky, Tetsuya said. Ordinary people don't have your luck, otherwise the study of Pokémon evolution wouldn't have become such a big topic. Professor Oak shook his head. I also came here in advance to verify it. If it's really correct, we still need to rely on Senior Yamanashi to analyze it. He is an expert in evolution. As he said that, he took out 6 Pokeballs from his waist. As a doctor, the general Pokémon carrying restrictions are not a problem for Professor Oak at all. Little guys, come out. As Professor Oak threw out all the Pokeballs, 6 Eevee appeared in front of him. We had the idea of setting up an Eevee Evolution Research Institute before, but unfortunately it has never been successful, because we can't find the exact way to evolve the 4th evolution type. If this thing succeeds, you will have made a great contribution. Professor Oak seemed to be talking to himself, and said the second half of the sentence to Tetsuya, and then frowned. The 6 Eevees in front of him did not show the white light of evolution without exception. He didn't think Tetsuya was deceiving him, not to mention whether the video taken by the illustrated book could be faked. Tetsuya didn't have to do this. Hey, as expected, evolution is not that easy. Professor Oak sighed. Tetsuya also felt puzzled. The probability of 6 Eevees not being able to evolve was too low, right? It's okay, it's normal. Seeing that Tetsuya was also bitter, Dr. Oak smiled and comforted him. As long as there is your video, it proves that there must be something strange in this area. Otherwise, why don't other Eevees evolve into this way in other places? No, Dr. Oak, look. Tetsua's eyes suddenly lit up, and Dr. Oak suddenly felt a burst of light coming. Turning his head, he saw an Eevee running around standing on a moss-covered rock, emitting the light of evolution. The remaining 5 were curiously surrounding the rock, without any reaction. Both of them were trembling with excitement. Of course, Tetsuya was half pretending, and the other half was also, because he was relieved. The white light dissipated, and a Leafeon appeared in the same place. Professor Oak ran up excitedly and hugged Leafeon. Oh, the fragrance of this grass. Leafeon was stiff all over, and just when it wanted to resist, an indescribable power pressed on it. It decisively chose to remain motionless to show its friendliness. Tetsuya was still worried about whether Professor Oak would be injured. Seeing Leafeon's obedient appearance, he sighed. It's worthy of Professor Oak. He is so friendly to Pokémon. Leaves, green, and fragrant. Professor Oak took out a magnifying glass from somewhere and observed Leafeon. Although from the appearance, the evolution of this Eevee should be grass type, but to confirm it, we still need to observe further, he said to Tetsuya, who walked to his side. As the discoverer of the new evolution, you can name it. What do you think is a better name? Leaflet. It has so many leaves on its body. Tetsuya blurted out. Leaflet? I thought it would be called Grasslet, but it's very good. Professor Oak seemed a little regretful, but he also felt that this name was more suitable. Tetsuya wiped the sweat from his heart. Grasslet, it's a bit too much. Professor Oak naturally didn't know what he was thinking. He took back all the EVs, including Leaflet, and picked up his Pokédex to operate. A white light flashed, and the 6 Pokéballs disappeared in the place. This is a new function developed by researcher Masaki. It is still being perfected. It will probably take some time before it is released. Looking at Tetsuya's curious eyes, Professor Oak explained. Tetsuya pretended to be enlightened and nodded. There's no rush. Anyway, this stone won't grow legs and run away. It will take some time to analyze the results. Let's go to the Sasaki family to attend the banquet first. Dr. Oak smiled and was in a very good mood. Dragonite, you stay here for a while. Old friends will come later. Then you can go back to the back mountain of the institute. He instructed his old friend. Dragonite nodded with a smile on his honest face. ZHE also looked at it enviously. This is Dragonite. Thank you reader 1352862946558128128 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you book friend 202107040800247991 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you for the reward of 100 starting coins from. Thank you for the reward of 100 starting coins from. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Bakuzoku. You will have a chance to. With your luck, I think you will be able to exchange eggs of Pokémon like Dragonite from the Alliance soon. Professor Oak joked. Of course, half of it was serious. He really thought that Tetsuya had a great chance. Tetsuya nodded slightly. Let's go. Professor Oak turned around and led the way out of the forest, and Tetsuya quickly followed. The surrounding coconut egg forest was quiet, completely without the usual noise, filled with the screams of coconut egg trees. So, there is another kind of rock covered with ice? Tetsuya asked while walking on the road. Along the way, Professor Oak has been talking about the issue of Eevee's evolution. It can only be said that he is worthy of being Professor Oak. From all kinds of legends to data discussions in papers, he can easily pick them up. Coincidentally, he also mentioned another kind of rock that Tetsuya knew was needed for Eevee's evolution. Yes, according to the situation just now, if the moss rock has this function, the similar ice rock must also be able to do so. Dr. Oak explained in abbreviated form. Unfortunately, no one has ever thought about this before. The evolution of elves is actually the same as the scientific research in the previous life. You may have done a lot of data analysis and drawn many conclusions, but the core is always just a step and a flash of inspiration away. Of course, once you have this step in this flash, the previous data will definitely speed up the research. If it really works, then your contribution is huge. Dr. Oak sighed. Is it big enough to have enough authority to exchange for a quasi-god egg? Zaya asked excitedly. Dr. Oak glanced at him unhappily and said, how is it possible? Even with these two evolutionary types, it is not enough. Unless there are 3 or 4 more, this time you are just too lucky. Otherwise, how can it be so easy to find? Of course, ordinary people can't do it, Zaya said to himself, but he seems to be able to do it. If it really doesn't work, don't you still have the big head of the fossil elf? This is definitely enough for him to exchange for a quasi-god egg, or even 2. However, he didn't really want to expose the existence of the fossil elves at the moment. Woohoo. A group of common bikers passed by the two of them quickly on bicycles. Hey, big sister, don't you care about those 2 people? A bad character who was obviously a younger brother asked the red-haired woman who was riding a bicycle and waving the iron chain in front. What's there to care about? Too old, weak and disabled people, I tell you, we also have to have dreams, understand? The red-haired woman said carelessly without turning her head. But big sister, today is Kajiro's birthday, don't we need to prepare a gift for him? Another younger brother asked. Prepare? Prepare ahead. The red-haired woman looked very irritable. Several younger brothers shrank their heads. The big sister was still so fierce. By the way, have you seen the recruitment information of the rocket group recently? The woman called the big sister asked, while waving the iron chain. Yes, they have good benefits, but it's a pity that we don't seem to be able to. The younger brother's words were full of envy. Big sister, you are so good, you must be able to do it, and there is big brother Kajiro, said the clever little brother. Yes. Several people echoed. Big sister snorted coldly, but did not speak. Tetsuya was completely unaware that there was a familiar figure in the group of bikers who just passed by, and was still discussing enthusiastically with Professor Oak. Speaking of which, I have heard of Kajiro. He was recently persuaded to drop out of the Pokémon school. Professor Oak shook his head. What he disliked most was this kind of child who didn't like to study. Or it was not that he disliked it, but he felt sorry. No wonder Teacher Kota seems to be in a bad mood recently. By the way, Professor Oak, are you familiar with the teacher? Tetsuya asked curiously. He was still very curious about the stories of the previous generation. Kota, his knowledge of elves is very powerful. Professor Oak sighed. As for the further story, it seems that he has no desire to narrate. Tetsuya also consciously did not ask again. The two walked along the main road and soon came to a luxurious manor area. Tetsuya secretly wailed in his heart. Why did he feel that the people he had seen during this period were richer than each other? Hey, excuse me, make way, make way. A man with blue-purple hair riding a bicycle with 2 wheels at the back hurriedly passed by the right side of the 2 people and rushed straight into the manor. This. Tetsuya and Dr. Oak looked at this scene in shock. Master Kajiro is back. Master Jiro is back. La. Only the shouts of the housekeepers and servants could be heard inside the manor. The two then realized that the man who had just rushed over was actually the only son of the Sasaki family of this generation, Sasaki Kajiro. Of course, Tetsuya was even more shocked by the appearance of the bicycle that Kajiro rode. My goodness, this was too much of a beginner. Let's go in. Although Dr. Oak was also a little speechless about this, he quickly reacted and took Tetsuya to the manor. Arriving at the door, he showed the invitation to the butler and was welcomed in with great respect. Only Tetsuya showed it, who would not know Professor Oak. With respect, not many people would pretend to be Professor Oak, even if they were from the black organization. Not to mention the cost of being exposed after the disguise. Tetsuya followed the butler, looking here and there. Although this manor is not as big as the Ibrahimovic families, the difference is that in addition to the servants, there are only 3 people living in this manor, Kajiro and his parents. Excuse me, what is the 2-story villa over there used for? Tetsuya asked the butler. He had some feeling in his heart, but he still wanted to confirm it. Maybe he wanted to make himself bored. Villa. Who would have thought that the butler asked back and then looked in the direction that Tetsuya pointed. Oh, that is. Before the butler could speak, the sudden voices of men and women interrupted him. Since you asked sincerely, we will be merciful to tell you. This is Zioka's residence. It is my son's best friend. The couple who suddenly appeared in front of them answered Tetsuya's question in unison. Oh. Very good rhythm, Mr. Sasaki and Mrs. Sasaki. Dr. Oak praised familiarly. Only Tetsuya stood there awkwardly. Is this set of rhetoric inherited from his ancestors? But he also greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Sasaki, Mrs. Sasaki. I'm Tetsuya Tamaki, a student of Mr. Kota. Hello, Dr. Oak. Your arrival is an honor for our Sasaki family. As for this young man Tetsuya, we also welcome your arrival. I hope you have a pleasant night. Haha. The Sasaki couple responded very elegantly, as if they were not the ones who just said that. Tetsuya was a little dazed for a moment. Butler, you go to the door to continue receiving guests. These two distinguished guests will be entertained by my wife and me. Mr. Sasaki, who was wearing a blue suit, instructed the butler. The butler bowed slightly and left. Soon, the four of them arrived at the banquet hall. After chatting for a while, Dr. Oak said, you two have been very dedicated to the young master's coming of age ceremony. I believe there are many things to deal with. There is no need to be polite here. The Sasaki couple seemed to be relieved. Okay, then I won't bother you. Please do as you please. Then he turned to the transparent Tetsuya and said, I remember that my uncle often praised this Tetsuya. After meeting him today, he is indeed quite good. If you are interested, you can also chat with my son. I believe you, who are of the same age, should have a lot of topics to talk about. Tetsuya naturally thanked him, and didn't talk about it. The two left quickly. Okay, you also go find someone you know. I don't have time to take care of you. Dr. Oak looked at Tetsuya who was moving his feet and said unhappily. Tetsuya was not embarrassed. He and Dr. Oak were very familiar with each other, but the eyes of the people around him looking at Dr. Oak were really unbearable, so he hurried away. As soon as Tetsuya left, a group of people surrounded Professor Oak. It was just as he said, there was no time at all. Hey, why are you here too? Several people behind him greeted. Long time no see. Tetsuya picked up the red wine on the tray of the waiter next to him, and raised his glass in response. It was Onahayizo, Fenglin, Tinan, Shunta, Kageyama and others. As a very famous big family in Kanto, the Sasaki family naturally has to build good relationships with the descendants of the king, the descendants of the heirs of various gyms, and the investment facades. Kajiro's coming of age party is a good opportunity, so they will naturally be invited to come. Hurry up, find time to fight again. However, even between the strong second generation, there is a clear gap. The first to speak was Onahayizo. Go play aside and talk about it at the alliance meeting. Tetsuya rolled his eyes and decisively refused. Although fighting is also conducive to setting off the atmosphere of the banquet, and the Sasaki family is more than happy to see Yizo appear, but he doesn't want to. Isn't it nice to slack off? Several people were talking and laughing. Being of the same age, they still had common views on many things they couldn't discuss with other middle-aged people. Next, let's welcome the protagonist of our banquet, Sasaki Kajiro. The Sasaki couple came out on the left and right, accompanying Kajiro in a black tuxedo. This was not at all like the biker gang outfit just now, and there was also a rocket team uniform. Tetsuya sighed. As the heir of a large family, it must be said that Kajiro was still very stylish in this occasion. Kajiro, when you come of age, you will be mine. A red-haired woman not far from Tetsuya made the following oath. Chapter 171 Kajiro's Life. Tetsuya looked at the red-haired woman holding the whip and thought that this must be Kajiro's fiancée Rumigia, who was hot-tempered and looked like Musashi. I have to say, she looked a little scary. No wonder the future Kajiro couldn't stand her forced marriage and chose to run away from home, even though he fell in love with Rumigia first. The Sasaki couple up here were constantly giving speeches, and Tetsuya just mechanically followed the people around him and applauded. Well, thank you all for coming to attend my son Sasaki Kajiro's coming of age ceremony. It's a great honor. With the summary of the three people on the stage, the boring time was finally over. Tetsuya breathed a sigh of relief. Hahaha, why are you so stiff? No way, no way. There are still people who haven't attended the banquet these days. Yi Zhang's sarcastic words made Tetsuya's forehead veins pop up. You guy. Aha, there's an elder over there. I have to say hello. Yi Zhang immediately ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. He felt that if he continued like this, he might be beaten up by a group of people. Hayato slapped Tetsuya's shoulder heavily. Whoever meets him at the conference will teach him a lesson. Kageyama also nodded with gritted teeth. This guy, Yizo, is indeed a man who aims to be a master of evil. He is really good at disgusting people. Several descendants of the gym on the side looked at each other helplessly and shrugged. Although their talents and abilities are already outstanding compared to ordinary people, the three in front of them are still better than them. At least they have no hope of defeating Yizo. After all, even if they are the heirs of their own gyms, they are not a big advantage in front of these three people, let alone Yizo. Speaking of which, where is that young master Kajiro? How come he disappeared as soon as he stepped off the stage? Feng Linyi looked around, raised his doubts, and changed the topic just now. I don't know. My family is not very familiar with the Sasaki family. Several people said they didn't know. It is said that it is because of rebellion. Hayato secretly shared the gossip he knew. The eyes of several people suddenly lit up, and they gathered around Hayato. Tell me about it. Haha, they are just like rats in a melon field. Zhe also laughed disdainfully. Seeing them walk to a corner, he also hurriedly followed. How could he be absent from such a thing as eating melons? Although he roughly knew Kajiro's situation, by combining the information of this life and the memory of the previous life, the gossip told by others was more interesting. It is said that Mr. and Mrs. Sasaki do not really want Mr. Kajiro to become a trainer. Instead, they hope that he will take over the entire business of their family in the future. This is quite normal. After all, trainers are relatively dangerous, and they do not have the energy to manage such a large business of the Sasaki family. This is not a bad thing. Mr. Kajiro does not seem to be very opposed to it. The key point is that I heard from several seniors that Mr. and Mrs. Sasaki have exploited their son to a terrifying level. There are 20 to 30 private teachers alone, covering everything from reading, etiquette, violin, and piano. You also know that the ancient aristocratic etiquette requires etiquette even when holding a spoon. I guess I can't stand it. Then Mr. Kajiro often skipped classes and was persuaded to drop out of the Pokémon research school. Zhe probably knows this because his teacher, Senior Gangster, is the principal of the research school. Not only that, his girlfriend is also very scary. It is said that she likes to use a whip. You know, right? That kind of style. Or it is said that the young master Kajiro often hangs out on the bicycle path outside as a biker gang, with a bunch of younger brothers under him. Hayato lowered his voice, and during the narration, he kept emphasizing that he had only heard it from others. He also asked Tetsuya to testify for him. As for the private information contained in it, it was naturally ignored by everyone. How miserable. This is what Kageyama said. It's not easy for anyone. This is Feng Linai's sigh. The rest of the people nodded in agreement, but there was not too much sympathy. After all, for them, their lives might be more boring without the elves. Every day is nothing more than training, supplementing nutrition, studying, fighting, and so on. This is not the script and life I want. A faint voice sounded. Turning around, it was Kajiro. Everyone was a little embarrassed. It was not good to be found out when talking about someone's gossip behind their back. But Kajiro obviously didn't care. To be precise, there are 23 teachers. Not only etiquette, but all matters are prepared for me. And Lumigia. Kajiro was silent for a while. She is actually a very good person, but sometimes she is too eager to pursue, and too persistent in pursuing nobility. Everyone laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. And he didn't deny that he was a biker gang, which didn't match the noble status at all, and it was indeed a bit rebellious. Let's not talk about my unfortunate life. I'm glad you all came. Kajiro pulled out a professional smile and greeted everyone. This is Tetsuya Tamaki, right? Just now, my father and mother mentioned you specifically, saying that you are a very good trainer. The other should be Feng Linyi of the Dead Leaf Gym, Hayato of the Golden Gym, Kageyama, the apprentice of the owner of Zabo, and Kojiro listed them all. In the gap between the chats, a female voice came in. Sorry, everyone. I'm really sorry, but I really have to bother you. Uncle and auntie have something to do with Kojiro, so he has to leave for a while. It was Lumigia, who put her hands together to express her apologies to Tetsuya and his group, looking very much like a lady from a noble family. It's okay, just take care of things first. Everyone responded with a smile. I'm very sorry, then I'll take Kojiro and leave first. Lumigia, wearing a dress, apologized to everyone again, and pulled Kojiro, who was smiling bitterly, to go deeper. That Lumigia, it seems that she is not as violent as Hayata said. Several people sighed. Hayata was also embarrassed and scratched his head, thinking that it was his misunderstanding. Only Tetsuya rolled his eyes in his heart. Everyone is an actor, and acting is also one of the scopes of tutoring. Oh, by the way, what gifts have you prepared? Several people started a meaningless discussion on a new round of topics. On the other side, Kojiro and Lumigia walked in the corridor and broke out into their daily quarrel again. I've said it many times, Kojiro, you have to be a noble gentleman. Pokémon like Growlithe are totally incompatible with your status. Only Cattail is elegant enough. Lumigia persuaded her boyfriend who was about to become her fiancé, and she didn't take the extremely rare Growlithe seriously. I've said it many times, this is impossible. Growlithe is my best partner. Don't say such things anymore, Lumigia. Kojiro, who had no idea why his parents were looking for him this time, was still resisting fiercely. This was not the first time they had quarreled over this matter. However, although she didn't take Growlithe seriously, Lumigia was still quite afraid of the Junsha family behind it. So if Kojiro, as a trainer, hadn't taken the initiative to propose it, she wouldn't dare to do anything to Growlithe. They came to a room where Kojiro's parents were and told Kojiro who came in their thoughts. What? Getting engaged to Lumigia? Kojiro still couldn't accept it. He just became an adult today. It was too fast. You don't want to? Lumigia was beside him, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. No, of course not. Zyajiro answered immediately. On the one hand, it was out of his fear of Lumigia, and on the other hand, he really liked Lumigia now. Hearing Zyajir's answer, both his parents and Lumigia showed a satisfied smile. I still have to entertain the guests outside, so I'll leave first. Father, mother, and Lumigia. Without waiting for a reply, Zyajiro turned and left immediately. After closing the door, I could still vaguely hear my parents talking to Lumigia. Zyajiro, as a gentleman, he is still not elegant enough, not perfect enough, and he still needs Lumigia to educate him well. Zyajiro's eyes were full of haze. Instead of entertaining the guests as he said, he went straight to the back garden. Gentleman, elegant, huh? No one cares about my thoughts and hobbies. He clenched his fists and hammered on the tree. Who's there? Suddenly, Zyajiro suddenly turned around and looked in one direction. Sorry, I just came here to sober up. Zaya walked out from behind a tree helplessly. How could Kojiro be so perceptive? He thought he would not be discovered. Kojiro did not reply. In the back garden, except for the occasional conversation and laughter coming from the banquet hall, it was extremely quiet. Sorry, I'm rude. Kojiro still spoke first and expressed his apology. No, it's normal. Everyone has unhappy times. Zaya comforted, although he felt that Kojiro did not need his comfort. When you are unhappy, this thing is not something I should have. Kojiro laughed helplessly. This should not be complained to Zaya who just met, but his mood today is really too bad. Zaya really didn't know how to answer. He was silent for a while and took out his imagined gift from his pocket. It is said that you like to collect this very much. It is a personal gift. Accept it. Maybe you will feel better. As he said, he flicked the thing and flew towards Kojiro. Kojiro was stunned and subconsciously stretched out his hand to take it. He opened his palm and looked at it. What is this? A collectible bottle cap in the style of a wind chime. You should like it very much, right? Zaya touched the back of his head. He remembered that Kojiro really liked collecting bottle caps. However, what Zaya didn't know was that the wind chime had more meaning to Kojiro. Ah, thank you very much. Kojiro tightly grasped the bottle cap in his hand, and his palm was a little sore. He looked at Zaya deeply. For so long, he had never mentioned his unique hobby to anyone except Zyaoka. Even his parents have not discovered it until now, because they don't care. But no matter what, you are my friend. Kojiro thought so. Please automatically subscribe and ask for monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. A new month, I ask for everything! Exclamation mark. Thank you ZUOAI for the 100 starting coins. Thank you One Yunkin 1 for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 172 Yuan King City. It was strange, but very real. Because it was the first time that Kojiro felt himself from someone else, and what was even more ridiculous was that this person was a very familiar stranger who had only known him for more than 10 minutes. Let's exchange contact information. It's nice to meet you, Tetsuya. Kojiro stretched out his hand. Tetsuya looked at Kojiro, who had become unusually friendly for no reason, and was somewhat confused. It was just a bottle cap, how could it be so powerful? Even the address had changed. But he also stretched out his hand and shook it in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you, Kojiro. A sincere smile passed through the corner of his mouth. To be honest, this feeling of becoming friends with the childhood of the previous life was unusually good. The last time I had this feeling was when I first met Zio Gang. The next day, Tetsuya held to GP and carried Vine Snake on his shoulder, walking on the Alliance Avenue to the next city. He naturally rested in the guest room of the Sasaki family last night, and thanks to his new friend Kojiro, he was treated very well. Young man, would you like to have a Pokémon battle? 1v1, 1000 Alliance coins. A middle-aged man dressed in mountaineering clothes came over and smiled at the Vine Snake on Zay's shoulder. Sure. Zay nodded readily. He had accepted similar challenges nearly 4 or 5 times along the way. Or rather, this was the purpose of him releasing the Vine Snake. The Vine Snake was already level 15 and urgently needed combat experience to push it to the next stage of evolution. The record along the way was naturally a complete victory. Of course, a large part of the reason was that for such a roadside challenge, most people would choose to send out opponents who looked similar in strength to themselves. For a standard novice Pokémon like Vine Snake, most of them were battles between novices, and they would not send out the Pokémon that had matured in their own team. After all, everyone's purpose was similar. For example, this mountaineering uncle now. Then, go. Monkey Monster. Hoga, a familiar Pokémon, appeared on the ground. This was the second time they had fought against such a Pokémon today. Then, my spirit will be you, Vine Snake. Tang Tang. Vine Snake, who had been eager to try on Tetsuya's shoulder, used the Vine Whip to control his body and jump down, standing in front of the Monkey Monster. His big eyes were full of fighting spirit. The Monkey Monster scratched his head and his eyes were full of irritability. The two looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and issued instructions at the same time. Monkey Monster, rush up and use random grabs. Vine Snake, use the Vine Whip. The jumping Monkey Monster kicked the ground with both feet and rushed towards Vine Snake quickly, with light flashing on the nails of his claws. The tacit understanding between Vine Snake and Tetsuya was also quite high. It would not be like the beginning, where one person and one spirit had different ideas, and Tetsuya did not need to shout out such detailed instructions. Vine Snake stood still, and 2 green vine whips flew out from the side of his body along the ground, grabbing the feet of the running Monkey Monster. Pull it hard in the opposite direction. Under the effect of inertia, the movement trajectories of the upper and lower parts of the Monkey Monster are completely different, and it eventually fell face down on the ground. Although he did not master the skill of making grass knots, he could still achieve a similar effect by using the Vine Whip, but the damage was not that high. Follow this posture. Use the headbutt to rush at the opponent. The mountaineering uncle shouted this sentence with great momentum. The Monkey Monster, which had just hit the ground hard, slapped the ground with its limbs, and the whole elf flew into the low sky. Its head stretched out straight, with white light on it, and hit the Vine Snake. Pull the Vine Whip and tighten it. With Tetsuya's order, the Vine Snake also responded quickly. Although the Monkey Monster flew over, its Vine Whip was still wrapped around the Monkey Monster's feet. The Vine Snake had a serious expression on its face, and it was obvious that it was trying its best. As a fighting elf, the monkey monster is not much different in size from the vine snake, but its body weight is far greater than that of the vine snake. The monkey monster in front of him was well developed. According to Tetsuya's estimate, its weight was about 30 kilograms, slightly higher than the average of 28 kilograms. Moreover, its fighting power was more advantageous than that of the vine snake. The vine snake first used its vine whip to pull back hard, and the monkey monster's speed slowed down slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it controlled another vine to wrap around the monkey monster's body, and then used force to bind the monkey monster with the vine whip, tightening it madly. Hojia the monkey monster howled in pain, but it only slowed down slightly. Its white hair still hit the body of the vine snake hard. Tang tang. The vine snake also loosened the two vine whips in pain, rolled back a circle to relieve a little strength, and stood up again. The monkey monster was not in a good situation either. On its white body, the red marks left by the vine whip were clearly visible. Vine snake, use sweet fragrance. This time, Tetsuya gave the order first, because the vine snake recovered faster. A pink sweet scent came out of the vine snake, and followed the wind, to diffuse towards the monkey monster. The monkey monster standing in place smelled the smell, and his head was a little dizzy. His feet, which were already injured by the vine whip, began to lose strength, and the whole elf staggered. Monkey monster, cheer up, use the stair. The mountaineering uncle shouted loudly, trying to use the stair skill to slow down the next attack of the vine snake. Vine snake, use the magic leaf to deal with it. But Zhe was unwilling to give him this opportunity, and immediately commanded the vine snake. The vine snake nodded its head, concentrated, and jumped up, and threw out 7 or 8 purple magic leaves from its tail, to attack the monkey monster. Get out of the way, monkey monster. The mountaineering uncle's command sounded so powerless. Under the effect of the sweet fragrance, the monkey monster had lost the basic ability to dodge, and it was difficult to control his body perfectly, not to mention that the magic leaf also had a 100% tracking effect. All the magic leaves hit the monkey monster's body one after another, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a few seconds, the dust dissipated, revealing a monkey monster with scars all over and swirling eyes. Thank you for your advice. Zaya nodded to the mountaineering uncle in a friendly manner. Vine snake also returned to Zaya's shoulder. What a powerful little guy. The mountaineering uncle smiled, and took back the monkey monster, and handed Zaya 1,000 yuan alliance coin. May your martial arts be prosperous. May your martial arts be prosperous. The two blessed each other, then staggered past each other, and walked in different directions. Normal Pokémon balls have a weak recovery effect. Injuries caused by simple battles like this can be awakened in a short time in the Pokémon ball, but they still need to go to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Zaya took out an orange fruit, and handed it to Vine Snake to restore his strength. Don't bite the juice everywhere. Tang tang. What do you mean by no juice? Last time, you bit my shoulder, and made juice everywhere, and you used my clothes as a towel. Chaco. Look, even Tajipi said that. Tang tang. What? It was Tajipi who spilled my water on the bed last time. The road was filled with the laughter of one person and 2 elves. Kanto, you in King City. Zaya was taking over his little cuties from Miss Joy at the city's elf center. Very good kids. That vine snake is about to evolve, so be sure to pay more attention. Miss Joy gave her advice with a sweet smile. Oh, I see. Thank you very much, Miss Joy. Zaya responded with a bright smile. Arriving at the restaurant, he began to eat lunch. Well, curry pork chop is much better than curry beef, and synthetic pork doesn't seem to be so expensive recently. Ding dong at this time, a message prompt came from the watch. While eating, Zaya read the message. It has been confirmed that rocks covered with moss and rocks covered with ice can both make Eevee evolve. The naming of Leafeon is up to you. The other one is a vice attribute, and I named it Glaceon. Do you have any objection? Dr. Oak, of course not. Tetsuya replied quickly. Soon, Dr. Oak's second message came. I hope you can complete the paper on the 2 types of Eevee evolutions. If you don't mind, I can put it on there as your second author and publish it through the Oak Research Institute. This is another good news. Although I don't plan to become a Pokémon doctor by relying on this, it is beneficial to me. It's just that I'm a little tired when writing the paper, and the evaluation of the Master of Cultivation is also related to this. As for Dr. Oak as a second author, this is equivalent to endorsement and an excellent publicity. Otherwise, with Tetsuya's current fame, no one would care about him at all. Even as a discoverer, he will soon be forgotten. And he can also ask Dr. Oak for knowledge with a legitimate reason. I don't know how many people are eager for this opportunity. Thank you very much, it's Milner. At this time, Professor Oak, who was far away in Pallet Town, said to his senior, this little guy you are interested in is really good. Professor Yamanashi smiled. You only went out with him for half a day this time, and he is good. Information can deceive people, but conversation cannot. Professor Oak smiled. The two looked at each other and laughed happily. After lunch, Tetsuya took to GP and Snake, and walked around the forest around the city with a purpose. But in an afternoon, he didn't see any gains. Sighing, but not disappointed, he took the two little guys back to the Pokémon Center. Recently, that will happen again. Yes, I wonder if there will be any lucky people who can get in this time. Difficult. The Pokémon Center in Yuanking City is full of such voices. Please automatically subscribe and ask for monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. A new month. Everything is requested! Exclamation mark. Chapter 173 The Legend of the Mysterious Garden. Zaya sat in the rest area, drinking a drink, and listening to the conversations of the trainers around him. It would have been more stylish to drink tea at this time, but that thing was really not in his hobby range. So, it depends on luck. He thought helplessly in his heart. His purpose in Yuanking City this time was the same as that of other trainers. Yuanking City is a very unknown small city, at least it was like this more than 10 years ago, but as the scale of information exchange gradually expanded, its fame was gradually spreading, especially among the trainers who mainly focus on grass-type Pokémon. Legend has it that there is a place where, as the moon phase or the stars continue to change, at a certain point in time, Bulbasaur will continue to pour in from various places and hold their own festival there. During the festival, the participating Pokémon will undergo extremely wonderful changes. This mysterious and strange existence is called the Wonderful Garden by people. The real Wonderful Garden has never been discovered, so it is also believed to exist only in fantasy. However, near Yuanking City, there is an area that is believed to be extremely similar to the legendary Wonderful Garden, except for the fact that there is no festival held by Bulbasaur. Everything is in line with people's imagination. It is said that grass-type elves who enter it will get great benefits. As for what it looks like there, and what benefits there are after entering, those lucky ones are tight-lipped, and only they know what they have gained. Even so, this place has aroused the curiosity and crazy exploration of many people. After all, the grass-type elves of the few trainers who have openly revealed that they have entered that area are all extremely powerful. Unfortunately, in the past 10 years, only these very few lucky ones have entered there. Most people searched in vain and left sadly. Of course, there are also many people who still insist, and even live in Yuanking City, just to enter that area once. As a result, Yuanking City has gradually developed. Now this time period is the annual opening time of the unique flower species Halo flower near Yuanking City, and only at this time will that area appear occasionally. Halo flower only blooms once a year and lasts only 3 days at a time. If it were not for the obvious signs before it blooms, many people would miss the beauty of seeing it in full bloom. It is precisely because of this that, even though its flowering time varies from year to year, people can still use it to know the opening time of that area. Every year, this irregular time is the most prosperous and bustling time in Yuanking City. Just like now, the entire Pokémon Center is full of people who come here to admire its reputation. I don't know if the little guy's good luck can bring me. ZHE also thought. After all, his own GP has a hidden characteristic and is super lucky. He is very confident that, if the Wonder Garden depends on luck, except for Zyos he and his group later, he must be the lucky one in 10,000 with GP. Yes, ZHE is also sure that it is the Wonder Garden. Because here, Zyos his Bulbasaur in the future, has indeed entered the Wonder Garden, and there is also a Bulbasaur festival in it. As for why no one has seen the Bulbasaur festival here all the time, ZHE also estimates that it is probably because the Wonder Garden is divided into two areas, the outer and inner areas. The outer area is suitable for all grass type Pokémon, while the inner area is only open to Bulbasaur. However, the only problem is that there are many trainers and Pokémon who have entered there, including Bulbasaur. After all, this is Kanto. However, they have never seen the real Wonder Garden like ZHE. It can only be said that the fool is worthy of being a fool, and he is different from ordinary people. Today is the first day of the blooming of the Corona flower. According to past rumors, it should be a little bit late. ZHE said to himself. In the past, the lucky ones generally entered on the third day. Feeling the gradually lively atmosphere and the dense conversations around him, ZHE frowned and walked back to his room with TGP. He didn't mind the bustle, but this overly noisy environment made him feel a little uncomfortable. Back in the room, TGP in his arms also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, everyone, take a good rest. He released his companions. The three old seniors, as usual, found a place to rest. As for TGP and Snake, the two energetic little guys, they began to chase and play in this small world. So, according to the different principles of characteristics, we can simply divide them into crisis characteristics. Activate when physical strength is consumed to about 1/3. Weather characteristics, affect the weather, or be affected by the weather. And appearance characteristics, such as the Iron Thorn characteristic is based on the appearance of the elf itself. Zaya was lying on the bed, and the sound of the class came from the computer in front of him. The sound of the two little guys playing became smaller unconsciously. The next day, Zaya took TGP in his arms and Vinegar on his shoulders and headed towards the forest again. Not only him, but also many trainers like him with grass type elves can be seen along the way. However, once entering the lush forest, a group of people dispersed and gradually disappeared. Even Zaya, who had extremely strong perception ability, quickly lost the whereabouts of others. Fortunately, he often did not rely on his own perception ability. Pangyangui, please. He threw out the luxury ball containing Pangyangui, and it immediately appeared in front of Zaya. One person and three pets began to walk continuously in the forest. After searching for several hours, even though they had prepared in advance, he could not help but feel annoyed. He was also tired, so he found an open space, took out all the tools and materials, and started to prepare lunch for the little guys. Pidgeot, Blaziken, you guys should come out and move around. Two more flashes of white light passed, and two Pokémon appeared on the grass. Not long after cleaning up the mess, Zay sat on the ground, holding a sandwich in one hand, and supporting himself with the other hand. The monotonous scenery in the forest was really a bit boring. It is no exaggeration to say that, if he was placed in a room, he would have dug 3 feet into the ground at least. Chaco Tang Tang. A few meters away, Slither and TGP were interacting with each other with their short hands. This was what they taught them to pass the time. Yes, it was the little game of pushing palms face to face. Ha, haha. They watched TGP make mistakes from time to time, and was pushed to the ground by Slither, and rolled a few times. His silly look made him laugh out loud. Chaco. TGP pouted and looked at his conscienceless trainer. How come you still laugh at me after losing? Okay, I'm wrong. I shouldn't laugh at you. They said dotingly, and at the same time, he raised his index finger. This means an ice cream. TGP really likes ice cream. Often, as long as he has this, any problem can be solved. TGP drew 2 circles in the air with his hand with a serious face. They naturally knew what it wanted to say. No problem. 2 balls, 1 vanilla and 1 chocolate. TGP nodded with satisfaction. Then as a reward for the winner, Snake, how about a piece of cream cake when you go back today? Zay turned his eyes to Snake on the side again. As a trainer, he can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Tang Tang. Snake's eyes immediately lit up and nodded vigorously. The 2 little guys started playing happily again. This can be regarded as a reward for their recent hard training. Usually, even as a snack, Zay strictly controls their consumption. After all, whether it is a fat monarch snake or a fat pockets, it is not the result he wants to see. Well, I'm so sleepy. Lying flat on the grass, feeling the sunlight falling on his body through the gaps between the leaves, Zay fell into a daze. He didn't have to enter the wonderful garden, but he happened to pass by at this time, and it would be a pity not to try it. He was still quite interested in this legendary place. But if I get it, I'm lucky, and if I lose it, I'm doomed, so everything will be up to fate. The wind blew the leaves, rustling. Pidgeot was staying on the thick branches of a tall tree next to him, watching the surroundings boringly. Flame Chicken and Giant Rock Monster sat on Zay's left and right, watching the two energetic little guys swaying their energy. Gradually, the two little guys were getting farther and farther away from their own team. But obviously, the three seniors didn't take this matter seriously at all. After all, before they started eating, they had already completely monitored and cleaned up a nearby area, so no new Pokémon would appear nearby in a short period of time. Besides, the Vine Snake was not a young Pokémon without resistance. In this not so high level area, not to mention simply defeating wild Pokémon, even if an accident really happened, with the speed of Pidgeot and Blaziken, they could quickly reach it. Blaziken stopped his Wava guide and looked at the giant rock monster next to him. Moreover, this partner that he had watched grow up was extremely reliable. Next, Mo. I'll leave it to you for a while, and I'll take a break, Blaziken said to it. The giant rock monster nodded silently, to show that he understood. Blaziken came to the tree, where Pidgeot was with confidence, and stretched his body against the trunk. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Except for the occasional sound of Pokémon and the faint laughter of the two little guys through the grass, the forest was extremely quiet. The sun slid down from directly above, but the heat did not decrease at all, and it was even stronger. Chaco-Yi. Suddenly, Tajipi came back from the bushes with his short legs, but there was no sign of the vine snake behind him. Bang! Its young body jumped directly into Tetsua's stomach. Ahem. Be gentle, what's wrong? Tetsua woke up instantly and asked subconsciously when he saw that only the little guy came back. Seeing that the giant rock monster did not give any warning, it was probably not a big problem. Chaco-Yi. Tajipi pulled Tetsua's sleeve, motioning him to stand up and walk with him. As for the vine snake, it was fine, but it just stayed where Tajipi wanted to take Tetsua to watch. Here, little guy. Tetsua had no choice but to stand up. Behind him, Pidgeot had already slid down from the tree, and Blaziken also stood up. He picked up the dancing Tajipi and said, "Don't worry, you lead the way first." The three pets followed behind him in a rather strange way. In their perception, there was no problem nearby, and the vine snake was standing there without moving. After walking around in the woods for a distance, Tetsuya also saw the vine snake. At the same time, the strange wall in front of it also came into his sight. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. This is vines? He walked closer and touched it with his hand. Yes, although the color and appearance are very similar to rock walls, there is no doubt that this thing is a vine, but the color and shape are more strange. And Tetsuya took his own Pokémon around. This special wall made of vines enclosed a large area in front, including the sky above. Through Pidgeot's vision, it indicated that the top was also a vine wall. It was as if this area was covered by a huge inverted vine bowl. Dangoro. Scare. At this time, Pangyanga and Blaziken began to shout one after another. Tetsua's mouth curled up a smile. Oh. You can't sense the wall in front of you, and the trainers who were originally scattered around have suddenly disappeared? The two Pokémon nodded in sync. Zay was delighted. This looked exactly like the wonderful garden. Mua, well done, he kissed Tajipi in his arms. He was indeed a lucky star. He was not given for nothing. Whether it was dangerous or not was another matter. This opportunity could not be missed. First of all, we had to break through the vine wall. Blazing Chicken, Flame Kick. Zay gave the order. To deal with grass, we naturally had to use fire. Blaziken did not hesitate. His waist and abdomen drove the lower limbs to exert force. The flames instantly covered his legs. He kicked the vine wall hard with one foot. Bang! Unexpectedly, the collision between the two was like the sound of steel colliding. Blaziken jumped back and shook his head at Zay. Isn't it okay to crack it violently? He pondered for a moment. Vine snake, try to see if you can manipulate it with the vine whip to open it. Tang tang. Vine snake shook his head. It had tried it before and couldn't open it. It was a bit tricky. Zay rubbed his hands. He didn't have any experience to provide a way to open it. When you two came to this place, it was like this now. Did it appear suddenly? Looking up at the sun in the sky, they asked the two little guys thoughtfully. Vinesnake and TGP nodded synchronously. That's right, it appeared suddenly. No, it doesn't make sense. Zay crossed his arms and thought. First 4,000, then 3,000 at 10 AM, and finally another 3,000 at 5 PM, which means 10,000 updates today. If it's updated in advance, just treat it as a surprise. I can't control the time when there are too many words. Thank you Yuang Llewellyn for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Awesome Krask 1 for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Muayu for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Sufeng's Feather for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Abdon CEO for the 100 starting coins. Chapter 174 Waiting and Entering. ZHE also quickly reacted. Whether in the animation of the previous life, or in the legend of this life, the time when the Wonder Garden appeared was at night. Zyos's Bulbasaur ran out in the middle of the night. The time when the Wonder Garden appeared in the legend was also related to the stars and the moon. However, because the blooming of the halo flower was more convenient for reference, even he subconsciously regarded the Wonder Garden as appearing all the time during this period. Moreover, normal grass type Pokémon need sunlight to evolve and become stronger, so in his concept, the Wonder Garden should start when the sun is the hottest. Now it seems that it should not be. No wonder the previous records were all at noon on the third day, and the trainers and Pokémon who entered the Wonder Garden came out of the forest. Presumably, the Wonder Garden will only be open for a period of time on the second night. They concealed this matter tacitly, and ZHE also judged so. Then he sat down. Since it was only open at night, he didn't think that he and the elves could break through the vine wall in front of him now, so he might as well rest for a while. Anyway, it wouldn't grow legs and run. Seeing Zay's actions, several elves quickly understood what he meant. Chaco. With a cheer from TGP, he started playing with the vine serpent again. This time, Pidgeot and Blaziken, who had already rested, joined in. Only the calmer Panyangue was left standing silently aside, both on guard and resting. TSK, you were cuter when you were a kid. Zay bent his legs, patted Panyangue's legs with his hands, and said with a smile. Panyangue turned his head and looked at him silently, then turned back. It seemed to have said nothing, but it also seemed to have said everything. ZHE also rolled his eyes. I'm praising you. Why are you still shy? Dangoro. Okay, I'm not shy. Then why is your crystal bright? Are you thinking about love? Dangoro. Okay, no, then you. ZHE also teased Panyangue easily, based on his understanding of it. Panyangue is gentle and steady. He is very reassuring in major matters, and is extremely good at taking care of other partners. However, he is a little introverted. Or, rather than being introverted, it is better to be sultry. At least ZHE also thinks so. After 2 hours of his chattering playing, Panyangue finally couldn't help it. It directly retracted its feet and head, and became a solid dark blue rock. But in this case, Panyangue can still have a clear perception of the outside world, so it's just a cover-up. ZHE also looked at its actions and laughed again, and at the same time decisively stopped teasing. If it continues like this, Panyangue will probably pay attention to him until dinner. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. He simply leaned on its body and closed his eyes to rest. After more than 10 minutes, Panyangue, who finally felt much calmer, slowly unfolded his body and restored his heavy and huge body. He sighed silently in his heart. Oh, it's too difficult. Zay, who closed his eyes, suddenly spoke again. You have almost reached the current limit of the change of gravity skills. The main content of the next stage is the connection between the continuous use of the 3 skills of heavy stomping, and earthquake, especially earthquake. At present, for the first 2, your stiffness after using them is about 1.5 seconds, but the data of the latter is almost doubled. This is relatively inconsistent with its energy output. It may be caused by the difference in energy conduction in your previous mantle rock period. First, when you usually use sunlight to collect energy. Second, third, then there are the 2 characteristics of your own, sand blowing and sand power. I emphasize this, when you were still a stone ball. Blindly developing sandstorm weather does not mean it is good for you. Especially when facing a water spirit that restrains you. Sandstorm weather will seriously affect the energy gathering speed and power of your solar beam. Although relying on energy crystals, your ability to collect sunlight is extremely powerful, and you can still maintain power to a certain extent, but the consumption is too large for yourself, and the gain is not worth the loss. At present, your mastery of sand power has already entered the threshold, but there are still some omissions in the control of sand blowing. Judging from the speed of starting the sandstorm and the power of the controlled sandstorm, your current problem is. Anyway, he was bored, so ZHE discussed with Pan Yangui again about its training and combat problems. This lecture lasted for more than an hour. In short, take it slow and improve little by little. He made the following summary. Pan Yangui nodded silently. From the perspective of pure energy level, the gap between Pan Yangui and Pidgeot and Blaziken is not too big. In fact, because of the special nature of its body, Pan Yangui's logistical reserves are better than those of the two. But if we really start from the perspective of combat, without command, Pidgeot and Blaziken can easily defeat Pan Yangui. The latter is purely a natural suppression. All along, the champion level qualifications have been more outstanding than other Pokémon in many aspects. Whether it is the growth rate of energy, the speed of physical development, the efficiency of benefits after training, or the ability to master new skills, Blaziken is obviously the strongest one in the team now. Therefore, even if it was cultivated more than a year later than Pidgeot, Blaziken is still constantly approaching its strength. Pidgeot benefited from the solid foundation before, more because of poverty, so the degree of mastery and control of energy, including the use of skills, all have their own characteristics and features. In addition, as a flying elf, it is agile and fast, so there is no need to say more. Of course, this is also related to different positioning and development directions. Many aspects of Pan Yangui have not been fully trained. It is not that Zay has invested a different amount of money in cultivation, but the talents of each elf determine that, even if they try hard to digest resources, it takes time. Zay has only now truly understood the benefits of champion qualifications. Just like the difference between the academic god and the academic tyrant in the previous life, the difference between getting a full score of 150 points is that one person has such ability, while the other person is due to the limitation of the score itself. If a elf with champion qualifications is placed in the Pokémon game, it is equivalent to the individual value being maximumed out within the species, and the effort value will always be the maximum value, and the experience value will be obtained more. Every level is a little short, and when accumulated, it is not a small amount. What's more, with each level of strength improvement, the gap in strength will only become larger. After talking with Pan Yangui, Zay looked up at the sun in the sky. It was almost evening, and the sunset had already become weak. As for the other 4 Pokémon, they were already tired from playing. Vinesnake and Tajipi fell directly into Pidgeot's arms and fell asleep, and Blaziken also leaned on Pidgeot's back to rest without any hesitation. It's time for dinner as Zay knocked on the rice bowl. 5 pairs of eyes opened and looked at him at the same time. After dinner, standing in front of the vine wall, time passed by minute. When the moon completely replaced the position of the sun, a magical scene happened. The vines on the vine wall in front of him slid one by one, and the entangled connection no longer existed. One by one, they were attracted into the earth's crust. Zay looked at the scene in front of him like thousands of snakes twisting. His face remained unchanged, but his hair stood on end. Go. With a simple command, 1 person and 5 Pokémon walked inside. When Pan Yangui, who was left at the end, stepped in, the vine wall suddenly reassembled. Tang tang. Without caring about being shocked, or thinking about how to get out, the only little princess of the grass type in the team, Snake, was already emitting green light all over her body. She was so shocked that she hurriedly called her trainer. It's okay, don't panic, it's a good thing, no harm. Tetsuya comforted Snake. Indeed, as soon as the green light appeared, Zero had already begun to analyze it, based on the existing knowledge. Now, Snake's status on the panel is like this. Snake, full of vitality, status continues to improve. Tang tang. Snake quickly calmed down when she heard her trainer say this, feeling the changes in her body, as if she was indeed more comfortable. Tetsuya looked around. This change couldn't be without basis. There must be a reason. But unfortunately, he didn't find it. Chako. At the same time, Tajipi and Tetsuya's arms also changed, but unlike the green light on Snake, Tajipi emitted white light. Zay frowned. Isn't it said that only grass attributed Pokémon can gain something in the wonderful garden? Why can a general attributed Pokémon also? Or is it because of Pokémon's potential fairy attribute? His mind kept turning. Soon, the light on them gradually dimmed, but it was still flickering. I don't know if it has returned to normal or Zero can't observe it. At this time, the information on the two of them on the panel is no different from usual. Zay's face did not change. If he wanted to know what happened, he could go out first. The problem now was that he seemed to be trapped here with his Pokémon. Looking back at the road he came from, it was already all the yellow vine walls in the afternoon. Flame Chicken. Zay simply called out. Although no specific instructions were given, Flame Chicken still reacted immediately and spit out a column of fire from its mouth directly at the wall. Boom. The flames scattered, but the wall did not change at all. Danahu outside the wall, there was an unusually familiar cry. Tetsuya and the elves stood together very skillfully, with the huge body of the giant rock monster in the front, and behind him were the Flame Chicken and himself standing parallel to each other, and Pidgeot flying in the air. The two little guys were sandwiched in the middle, observing the surroundings from the gap. The small hole opened, and a group of Bulbasaur seeds walked in a neat queue, while shouting and moving forward. The next chapter is around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 175 Venusaur Festival. So many. Tetsuya looked at the huge team of Bulbasaur in front of him. How much does it cost? This was the first thought that popped into his mind. Immediately afterwards, he also realized that something was wrong. Wait, is this the legendary festival? Tetsuya's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, Pidgeot and the others did not relax their vigilance and even became more nervous. Although their strength is far superior to these Bulbasaur, the difference in numbers is really a bit exaggerated. After a preliminary estimate, there are at least 100 Bulbasaur they saw. Danaha however, groups of Bulbasaur lined up in a line, passed by Tetsuya and the elves, without even looking at them, and went straight to the inside. Watching the last Bulbasaur go deeper, the vine wall that came from it returned to its original state. Tetsuya looked back and forth, and made a bold decision. Let's go, follow them. After taking back the larger Pidgeot and Gulgan, Tetsuya signaled the other three elves to follow him, and follow behind these Bulbasaur to take a look at the depths. Just like they ignored them just now, the Bulbasaur in front didn't care that they were following behind them, and didn't even look at them. After an unknown amount of time, they passed through a forest, and arrived at an open grassland. The Bulbasaur scattered in twas and threes. Tetsuya and Blaziken hid behind a thick tree trunk. Fortunately, the trees here were much bigger than those outside, so they could hide at the same time. Tetsuya secretly poked his head out from behind the tree, and looked at the center of the grassland. There was an extremely huge dead tree that was not as lush and leafy as ordinary trees. From the trunk, 4 branches spread out on each side, and the thick trunk and complex root system spread all over the grass. The most eye-catching thing was the huge Bulbasaur lying under the tree. Hiss, it's so big. Tetsuya sighed in his heart. The average Bulbasaur is only 2 meters tall and weighs about 100 kilograms. Considering its huge body, it still occupies a large area. The size of the Bulbasaur in front of him was even larger than this. According to the calculation given by Zero, its height was 3.2 meters and its weight was about 160 kilograms. Its strength was also quite strange on Zero's display panel, semi-champion. Tetsuya didn't understand the meaning of the question marks and the brackets for a moment. However, the semi-champion's strength alone was outrageous enough. If the Alliance knew that there was such a powerful Pokémon near the city, it would have jumped up and down long ago. If it got angry, Yuan King City would not be able to withstand its destruction. At this time, Bulbasaur was resting with its eyes closed. Of course, it sensed Tetsuya and its Pokémons, but for some reason, it still chose to ignore them. Time passed little by little. Bulbasaur opened its heavy eyelids, shouted loudly, and stood up on the spot. The huge body and huge voice attracted the attention of the Pokémons, and all the Bulbasaur seeds shouted, as if they were echoing it. Bulbasaur took a breath, and jumped onto a huge wooden stake in front of it. He opened his mouth and yelled again. The huge petals on his back suddenly sprinkled a piece of pollen, which fell on the ground. The grass on the lawn seemed to be rejuvenated instantly and grew taller. Small flowers continued to emerge from the soil. For a moment, the whole venue became particularly vibrant. Is this a green grass venue? ZHE also came to this conclusion, based on the use of his vine snake skills. Dana around. The Bulbasaur seeds who were looking up at Bulbasaur on the grass shouted again, and their bodies emitted white light of evolution as the pollen came into contact. ZHE immediately overturned his previous conjecture. If the green grass venue had this ability, he could even wash his hair upside down. He looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This was completely different from the knowledge he had learned before. In his field of vision, these Bulbasaur seeds were originally a few levels away from the level line of evolution, but with the spread of Bulbasaur pollen, their levels were rapidly increasing, and then they evolved. Tang tang. The exclamation of the vine snake pulled Tetsuya back. Its body also radiated the light of evolution. Tetsuya looked at this scene unprepared. Does the pollen of Venusaur also have an effect on vine snake? Without time to think, Tetsuya took out the 95 quality leaf stone that the hunting zone park gave him as compensation from his space backpack and threw it into the light of evolution of vine snake. Fortunately, Professor Oak brought these things to him when he attended the banquet with him last time. Watching the vine snake's body shape constantly changing in the white light nervously, Tetsuya's forehead slightly oozes a trace of sweat. This sudden evolution made him a little flustered. Although it seemed that there were no side effects, it still made him a little worried. Tap. The white light dissipated, and the evolved vine snake, now the green vine snake, called softly. The voice was more crisp and pleasant than before, as if it had changed from a child of a few years old to a girl of 14 or 15 years old. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong with your body? Tetsuya asked nervously. The green ivy snake shook its head gracefully, indicating that it had not. It felt very comfortable now. Pocobi slightly opened its mouth. Its little friend had grown up. Shake it, called the green ivy snake weakly. The green ivy snake narrowed its eyes and responded with a smile. Pocobi cutely patted its chest with its short hands, which scared it to death. It was no wonder. Because of its own ethnic group, in the eyes of outsiders, the facial expressions of the green ivy snake are always ridiculed and disdainful, and it looks difficult to approach. But in fact, except for a few individuals, most green ivy snakes are quite friendly to their partners. After the green ivy snake evolved, it was not much different from the original vine snake. In terms of body shape, the height changed from 0.65 meters to 0.9 meters, and the weight changed from 8.5 kilograms to 18 kilograms. In appearance, it just has two more leaves on its back, and the yellow wings similar to lilies on its neck have become a V-neck structure, making it look more elegant and noble. Bana Bulbasaur's scream interrupted Tetsuya's action of opening the zero panel to see the state of green vine snake. He stuck his head out again. Fuck. The surprise in his heart was not suppressed for a moment, and Tetsuya couldn't help but exclaim. I saw that the normal Bulbasaur was gone, replaced by a bigger existence. Of course, Tetsuya recognized what it was. It was Super Bulbasaur, the form after Mega Evolution. The flower on its back was bigger, and its legs were stronger and more powerful. The trunk holding the flower became taller, and four huge leaves shaped like banana leaves grew from the connection between the two, extending in the four directions of front, back, left, and right, and supported by vines. But what is different from what Tetsuya remembered is that the 6 petals on the forehead of this Mega Bulbasaur are not pink, but colorful. At the same time, the little diamond and 2 triangle marks below have also changed from dark green to white. Speaking of which, can Pokémon become Mega without a trainer? Tetsuya was a little unsure for a while. After all, he didn't know much about this in his previous life, and Mega Evolution in this life has not appeared yet, so he is not very clear about the principle of Mega Evolution. It is also possible that this Bulbasaur is an extremely special existence. With its sudden mega evolution, the speed and probability of Bulbasaur seeds evolving into Bulbasaur has become faster. After a while, the field that was originally covered with Bulbasaur seeds was all covered with larger Bulbasaur. Tetsuya swallowed his saliva secretly. Even though he knew that this group of Bulbasaur would not care about him, it was a bit scary to see such a scary scene in front of him. That's it. Following Mega Venusaur's command, the Bulbasaur crouched down, as if to show respect to it, and then lined up, and walked out one by one. Then, it looked at the tree, where Tetsuya and his group were hiding, stretched out a vine, and hooked. After a moment of silence, Tetsuya came out with a few Pokémon. The other party's expression was very clear, and it didn't seem that they had any intention of hurting him. Mega Venusaur stared at the one person and 3 Pokémon in front of him, drooping eyelids, looking a little listless. There was a long silence. Mega Venusaur didn't move, and Tetsuya and his group didn't dare to make too many movements, for fear that the other party would think they were going to attack it. Puff! Suddenly, from the petals on the back of Mega Venusaur, a yellow seed that was very small compared to its size suddenly appeared and fell to the ground. Mega Venusaur used its huge vines, as if Zhang was embroidering, to roll up the seed and handed it to Tetsuya. For me? Tetsuya asked an obvious nonsense. Mega Bulbasaur nodded, and when he stretched out his hands and released the vine whip, the yellow seed fell into Tetsuya's palm. Baina! It called again. Tetsuya bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Knowing that he was being asked to leave, he left without saying much and was puzzled. As the group of people disappeared, Bulbasaur also exited the mega state and returned to the withered tree and lay down again. When the moon rose to the highest point in the sky, suddenly, the withered tree emitted a colorful white light. The light fell on Bulbasaur, as if it made it more relaxed. Indistinctly, there seemed to be whispers in the air. Tetsuya, who was over there, looked at the vine wall in front of him and scratched his head. The problem came to him again. How can he get out? It's only night. According to the calculation, he should be able to get out in the morning. But as he thought, the vine wall gradually retreated back to the ground, just like when he came in before. ZHE also turned his head and glanced at the depths of the garden. It should be the Bulbasaur that was controlling it. Without hesitation, he walked out with his Pokémon. Thanks to Guhara for awarding the character Pidgeot with 100 starting coins. Thanks to Bookfriend 202101251934533866 for awarding 1500 starting coins. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.